only one physical property, weight. One can again recognize here the mathematical interest which seeks to save the applicability of mathematics to the calculation of weight. p. 568. Hence the atomists deduced motion also from necessity, conceiving the latter as the causelessness of motion receding into the indeterminate. p. 570. 19. Democritus, however, holds that certain images approach, meet, men, some of these have a beneficial effect, others a harmful only. For this reason also he prays that only images endowed with reason should meet him. But these are big and gigantic and indeed very hard to destroy, but not indestructible. He says they foretell men the future, are visible and emit sound. Proceeding from the notion of these images, the ancients conjectured that there is a God, Sextus Empiricus, against the professors, p. 311. 20-21. Now Aristotle said that the notion of God arose in men from two factors, from the processes in the soul and from the heavenly phenomena. From the processes in the soul because of the divine inspiration of the soul in sleep and because of the prophecies. For, he says, when the soul in sleep becomes independent, it discards its own nature, has premonitions and foretells the future. For this reason, he says, men have surmised that God is something which in itself resembles the soul and the most intelligent of all. But also from the heavenly phenomena. OPCIT, pages 311 f. 25. Epicurus believes that men derived the notion of God from the visions of fantasy which appear during sleep. For, he says, since in sleep big images. In the manuscript this part of the quotation is given in German, the rest in Greek ed. 500. Karl Marx. Resembling human beings appear, they assume that in reality also there are some such gods resembling human beings. OPCIT, p. 312. 58. Epicurus, some say, admits the existence of God as far as the multitude is concerned, but not as far as the nature of things goes. OPCIT, p. 319. A. Soul, p. 321. Against the Professors, Book 9. 218, Aristotle asserted that God is incorporeal and the limit of heaven, the Stoics that he is a breath which permeates even through things foul, Epicurus that he is anthropomorphic, Xenophanes that he is an impassive sphere. 219. Epicurus declares that what is blessed and incorruptible neither feels trouble itself nor causes it to others. Outlines of Pyrrhonism, Book 3, p. 155. 219-221. But to Epicurus, who wishes to define time as the accidental of accidentals, odujatkatai ovnjatu, atu, v, can be objected, besides many other things, that everything which behaves as substance belongs to the substrates, to the underlying subjects, but what is called accidental possesses no consistency, since it is not separate from the substances. For there is no resistance, avtltvjlta, except the bodies which resist, no making way, hic, yielding, except that which yields and the void, etc. Against the Professors, Book 9, p. 417a 240-241. Hence Epicurus, who says that a body must be thought of as a composition of size and shape, resistance and weight, forces us to think of an existing body as consisting of non-existing bodies. Hence, in order that there may be time, there must be accidentals, but in order that there may be accidentals, there must be an underlying condition, and if there is no underlying condition, neither can there be time. 244. So if this is time and Epicurus says its accidentals are time, by this otaf one must understand Fijipak, v. $6, oipa, stvrjasi, jakoft, troik, airtatea, c etc., then according to Epicurus, time will be its own accidental. Against the Professors, Book 9, pages 420 and 421. If, according to Hegel, see Gesamtausgabe, Volume 14, p. 492, The Epicurean philosophy of nature deserves no great praise when judged by the criterion of objective gain. From the other point of view, according to which historical phenomena do not stand in need of such praise, the frank, truly philosophical consistency with which the whole range of the inconsistencies of his principle in itself is expounded, is admirable. The Greeks will forever remain our teachers by virtue of this magnificent objective naivete, which makes everything shine, as it were, naked, in the pure light of its nature, however dim that light may be. Our time in particular has given rise even in philosophy to evil phenomena, guilty of the greatest sin, the sin against the spirit and against truth, inasmuch as a hidden intention lurks behind the judgment and a hidden judgment behind the intention. In the manuscript this paragraph is given in German with the Greek words inserted in brackets ed. B. It's ed. See day, night, hour, motion, rest, sensibility, insensibility ed. Epicurean philosophy. 7th notebook. Cicero. I on the nature of the gods. 2 Tusculan Disputations, 5 books. Cicero, on the nature of the gods. Book I. Chap. 8:18. Hereupon, Velleius began, in the confident manner that is customary with them the Epicureans, afraid of nothing so much as lest he should appear to have doubts about anything. One would have supposed he had just come down from the assembly of the gods and from the intermundane spaces of Epicurus, etc., etc. Chap. 1332. Fine is the passage from Antis thence. In his book entitled The Natural Philosopher, he says that while there are many gods of popular belief, there is one God in nature. Chap. 1436. Of Zeno the Stoic it is said. In his interpretation of Hesiod's Theogony he does away with the customary and received ideas of the gods altogether, for he does not reckon either Jupiter, Juno, or Vesta as gods, or any being that is so called, but teaches that these names have been assigned with a certain meaning to dumb and lifeless things. Chap. 1541. Of Chrysippus the Stoic it is said. In Book 2 of his Nature of the Gods he aims at reconciling the myths of Orpheus, Musa, Hesiod, and Homer with what he himself said in Book I of the immortal gods, and so makes out that even the earliest poets of antiquity, who had no notion of these doctrines, were really Stoics. In this he is followed by Diogenes of Babylon, who in his book entitled Minerva transfers the birth of the virgin goddess from Jove to physiology and dissociates it from myth. Chap. 1643. For he Epicurus alone perceived that, first there must be gods, because nature herself has imprinted a conception of them on the minds of all mankind. For what nation or what tribe of men is there but possesses untaught some preconception of the gods? Such notions Epicurus designates by the word hippoe/nihc, that is, a sort of preconceived mental picture of a thing without which nothing can be understood or investigated or discussed. The significance and a prole size ed. 502 Karl Marx. Usefulness of this argument we learn in that work of genius, Epicurus' Rule, or Standard of Judgment. Chap. 1744. It must be understood that the gods exist, since we possess an instinctive, or rather innate, concept of them, but a belief which all men by nature share must necessarily be true. 45. If this is so, the famous maxim of Epicurus truthfully enunciates that that which is eternal and blessed can neither know trouble itself nor cause trouble to another, and accordingly cannot feel either anger or favor, since all such things belong only to the weak. Whatever is outstanding commands the reverence that is its due. Chap. 1846. From nature all men of all races derive the notion of gods as having human shape and none other. But not to make primary concepts the sole test of all things, reason itself delivers the same pronouncement. 47. What shape can be more beautiful than the human form? 48. It follows that the gods possess the form of man. 49. However, that form is not a body, but only a semblance of a body, it has no blood, but only the semblance of blood. Chap. 1819. Epicurus teaches that the force and nature of the gods is such that, in the first place, it is perceived not by the senses but by the mind, not as solid things, or according to number, like that which Epicurus in virtue of their substantiality calls atepahuvita. 3 but as images, which are perceived by similitude and succession. Chap. 19. Because an endless train of precisely similar images arises from the innumerable atoms and streams towards the gods, our mind with the keenest feelings of pleasure fixes its gaze on these images and so attains an understanding of the nature of a being both blessed and eternal. 50 Moreover there is the supremely potent principle of infinity, which claims the closest and most careful study, and we must understand that this nature is such that like always corresponds to like. This is termed by Epicurus taovopia, or the principle of uniform distribution. From this principle it follows that if the whole number of mortals be so many, there must exist no less a number of immortals, and if the forces of destruction are beyond count, the forces of conservation must also be infinite. You Stoics are fond of asking us, Balbus, what is the mode of life of the gods and how they pass their days? 51 It is obvious that nothing happier is conceivable, nothing more abounding in all good things. For God does nothing, he is free from all ties of occupations, he toils not, neither does he labor, but he takes delight in his wisdom and virtue, and he knows with absolute certainty that he will always enjoy the greatest and eternal pleasures. Chap. XX 52. This God we can rightly call happy, yours indeed most toilsome. For if the world itself is God, what can be less restful than to revolve at incredible speed round the axis of the heavens without a single moment of respite? But without rest there is no bliss. But if there is in the world some God who rules and governs it, maintaining the courses of the stars, the changes of the seasons and all the ordered process of things, and, watching over the land and the seas, guards the interests and the lives of men, is he not involved in irksome and laborious business? 53 We for our part deem happiness to consist in tranquility of mind and entire exemption from all duties. For he who taught us all the rest has also taught us that the world was made by nature, without needing an artificer to construct it, and that which you say cannot be produced without divine skill is so easy that nature will produce, is producing and has produced worlds without number. Because you cannot see how nature can do all this without any intellect, you, like tragic poets, cannot bring your arguments to a denouement and Styramnia solid objects ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 503. Have recourse to a God. 54 His work you would certainly not require if you would but contemplate the immense and boundless extent of space that stretches out in every direction into which the mind projects itself and journeys onward far and wide without ever seeing any ultimate limit where it could stop. In this immense length and breadth and height there flits an infinite quantity of atoms innumerable, which though separated by void yet cohere together and taking hold of each other form an unbroken series out of which are created those shapes and forms of things which you think cannot be created without bellows and anvil, and so have saddled us with an eternal master whom we must fear day and night, for who would not fear a prying busybody of a God who foresees and thinks of and notices all things and deems that everything is his concern. 55 An outcome of this was first of all that fatal necessity which you call Iphiapphivn, 3 according to which whatever happens is the result of an eternal truth and an unbroken chain of causes. But what value can be assigned to a philosophy which holds like old women, and ignorant old women at that everything happens by fate? And next follows your Fiaftixage, in Latin divinatio, by which, if we listen to you, we should be so filled with superstition that we should be the devotees of soothsayers, augurs, oracle-mongers, seers and interpreters of dreams. 56 But Epicurus has set us free from these terrors and delivered us out of captivity, so that we have no fear of beings who, we know, create no trouble for themselves and seek to cause none to others, while we worship with pious reverence the transcendent majesty of nature. Chap. XXI. Then follows Cotta's objection. 58 I pronounce that your exposition has been most illuminating, and not only rich in thought, but also more graced with the charm of style than is customary in your school. Chap. XXIII 62. You said that a sufficient reason for our admitting that the gods exist was the fact that all the nations and races of mankind believe it. But that is at the same time a weak argument and a false one. After relating that the books of Protagoras, in which he denied the existence of the gods, had been burnt in the assembly of the people and he himself driven out of the country, Cotta continued. 63. From this I can well suppose that many people were caused to be more reserved in professing that opinion, since not even doubt could escape punishment. Chap. XXIV 66. For the outrageous doctrines of Democritus, or of Leucippus before him, that there are certain minute particles, some smooth, others rough, some round, some angular, some curved or hook-shaped, and that heaven and earth were created from these, not compelled by nature, but by some kind of accidental collision. 67. Then is this the truth? For as to happiness I do not deny anything, of which you say that not even the divinity has it without being relaxed in idleness. I will grant you therefore that everything is made out of indivisible bodies, but this takes us no further. 68. For we are trying to discover the nature of fate ed. Divination ed. 504. Karl Marx. The gods. Suppose we allow that they are made of atoms, then they are not eternal. For what is made of atoms came into existence at some time, but if they came into existence, before they came into existence there were no gods. And if the gods had a beginning, they must also perish, as you were arguing a little while ago about the world conceived by Plato. Where then do we find your blessed and eternal, by which two words you mean God? When you wish to make this out, you take cover in a thicket of jargon. For you said just now that God has no body, but a semblance of a body, no blood, but a semblance of blood. Chap. XXV 69. This is a very common practice with your school. You advance a paradox, and then, when you want to escape censure, you adduce something which is absolutely impossible, so that it would have been better to abandon the point in dispute rather than to insist on it so shamelessly. For instance, Epicurus saw that if the atoms traveled downwards by their own weight, we should have no power to do anything, since the motion of the atoms would be determined by necessity. He therefore invented a device by which to avoid necessity, a point which had apparently escaped the notice of Democritus. He said that the atom, while traveling vertically downward by weight and gravity, makes a very slight swerve. 70. To assert that is more shameful than not to be able to defend what he wants to defend. It is of substantial significance that the cycle of the three Greek philosophical systems, which complete pure Greek philosophy, the Epicurean, the Stoic and the Sceptic, take over their main elements from the past as they were already there. Thus, the Stoic philosophy of nature is largely Heraclitan, its logic is similar to that of Aristotle, so that Cicero already noted. The Stoics, while they seem to agree with the Peripatetics as to substance, disagree in words. On the Nature of the Gods, Book I, Chap. 716. Epicurus' philosophy of nature is basically Democritean, his ethics similar to that of the Cyrenaics. Finally, the Sceptics are the scientists among the philosophers. Their work is to compare, and consequently to assemble together the various assertions already available. They cast an equalizing, leveling learned glance back on the systems and thereby brought out the contradictions and oppositions. Their method also has its general prototype in the Eleatic, sophistic, and pre-academic dialectics. And yet these systems are original and form a whole. But they not only found ready-made building elements for their science, the living spirits of their spiritual realms themselves preceded the latter, so to speak, as prophets. The personalities associated with their system were historical persons. System was, so to speak, incorporated in system. This was the case with Aristippus, Antisthenes, the Sophists, and others. How is this to be understood? Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 505. Aristotle's remark about the nutritive soul. It is possible for this, to exist apart from the others, but for the others to exist apart from it is impossible, at least in mortal beings. Aristotle, On the Soul, Book 2, Chap. 2. Must be borne in mind also in regard to Epicurean philosophy in order to understand it itself on the one hand, and, on the other hand, to understand Epicurus' own apparent absurdities as well as the ineptitude of his later critics. With him the most general form of the concept is the atom, for this is its most general form of being, which, however, is in itself concrete and a genus, itself a species as against higher particularizations and concretizations of the concept of his philosophy. The atom, therefore, remains the abstract being in self, for example, of the person, of the wise man, of God. These are higher qualitative additional determinations of the same concept. Therefore, in the genetic exposition of this philosophy one must not raise the inept question raised by Bailly and Plutarch, among others, as to how can a person, a wise man, a god, arise from and be composed of atoms. On the other hand, this question seems to be justified by Epicurus himself, for of the higher forms of development, example God, he says that the latter consists of finer and more subtle atoms. In this connection it must be noted that Epicurus' own consciousness is related to its further developments, to the further determinations of its principle imposed on him as the scientific consciousness of later people regarding his system. If, for example, in respect of God, etc., abstraction being made of the further determinations of form which he introduces as a necessary link in the system, the question is raised of his existence, his being in self, then the general form of existence is the atom and the plurality of atoms, but precisely in the concept of God, of the wise man, this existence has been submerged in a higher form. His specific being in self is precisely the further determination of his concept and his necessity in the totality of the system. If the question is raised of any other form of being outside this, that is a relapse into the lower stage and form of the principle. But Epicurus is bound to fall back constantly in this way, for his consciousness is atomistic like his principle. The essence of his nature is also the essence of his actual self-consciousness. The instinct which drives him, and the further determinations of this. The manuscript has unwissenschaft like Bewusstsein, unscientific consciousness, probably a slip of the pen, it should read Wissenschaft like Bewusstsein, scientific consciousness, ed. 506 Karl Marx. Instinct-driven essence, are similarly again to him one phenomenon among others, and from the high sphere of his philosophizing he sinks back again into the most general, mainly because existence, as being for self in general, is for him the form of all existence whatsoever. The essential consciousness of the philosopher is separate from his own manifest knowledge, but this manifest knowledge itself, in its discourses with itself as it were about its real internal urge, about the thought which it thinks, is conditioned by the principle which is the essence of his consciousness. Philosophical historiography is not concerned either with comprehending the personality, be it even the spiritual personality of the philosopher as, in a manner of speaking, the focus and the image of his system, or still less with indulging in psychological hair-splitting and point-scoring. Its concern is to distinguish in each system the determinations themselves, the actual crystallizations pervading the whole system, from the proofs, the justifications in argument, the self-presentation of the philosophers as they know themselves, to distinguish the silent, persevering mole of real philosophical knowledge from the voluble, exoteric, variously behaving phenomenological consciousness of the subject which is the vessel and motive force of those elaborations. It is in the division of this consciousness into aspects mutually giving each other the lie that precisely its unity is proved. 3. This critical element in the presentation of a philosophy which has its place in history is absolutely indispensable in order scientifically to expound a system in connection with its historical existence, a connection which must not be overlooked precisely because the system's existence is historical, but which at the same time must be asserted as philosophical, and hence be developed according to its essence. Least of all must a philosophy be accepted as a philosophy by virtue of an authority or of good faith, be the authority even that of a people and the faith that of centuries. The proof can be provided only by expounding its essence. Anybody who writes the history of philosophy separates essential from unessential, exposition from content, otherwise he could only copy, hardly even translate, and still less would he be entitled to comment, cross out, etc. He would be merely a copying clerk. The question to be asked is rather, how do the concepts of a person, of a wise man, of God, and the specific definitions of these concepts enter into the system, how are they developed out of it? In the manuscript 2 words of this sentence are not clearly legible ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 507. Cicero, on the Highest Goods and Evils. Book I. Chap. 617. Let me begin, with physics, which is his Epicurus' particular boast. Here, in the first place, he is quite a stranger. Democritus believes in atoms, that is, bodies so solid as to be indivisible, moving about in a vacuum of infinite extent, which has neither top, bottom, nor middle, neither beginning nor end. The motion of these atoms is such that they collide and so cohere together, and from this process result the whole of the things that exist and that we see. Moreover, this movement of the atoms must not be conceived as starting from a beginning, but as having gone on from all eternity. 18. He Epicurus believes that these same indivisible solid bodies are borne by their own weight perpendicularly downward, which he holds is the natural movement of all bodies. 19. But thereupon this clever fellow, encountering the difficulty that if they all travelled downward in a straight line, and, as I said, perpendicularly, no one atom would ever be able to overtake any other atom, accordingly introduced an idea of his own invention. He said that the atom makes a very tiny swerve, the smallest divergence possible, and so are produced entanglements and combinations and cohesions of atoms with atoms, which result in the creation of the world and all its parts, and of all that is in them. The swerving itself is an arbitrary fiction, for Epicurus says the atoms swerve without a cause, and nothing is more repugnant to the physicist than to speak of something taking place uncaused. 20. Democritus, being an educated man and well versed in geometry, thinks the sun is of a vast size. Epicurus considers it perhaps 2 feet in diameter, for he pronounces it to be exactly as large as it appears, or a little larger or smaller. 21. Thus where Epicurus alters the doctrines of Democritus, he alters them for the worse, while for those ideas which he adopts, the credit belongs entirely to Democritus. The atoms, the void, the images, or as they call them, idola, whose impact is the cause not only of vision but also of thought, the very conception of infinite space, altiste pia as they term it, is entirely derived from Democritus, and again the countless numbers of worlds that come into existence and pass out of existence every day, etc. Chap. 722. Turn next to the second division of philosophy, which is termed X0 VTX7. Of the whole armor of logic your founder is absolutely destitute. He does away with definition, he has no doctrine of division or partition, he gives no rules for deduction or syllogistic inference, and imparts no method for solving dilemmas or for detecting fallacies of equivocation. The criteria of reality he places in sensation. Once let the senses accept as true something that is false, and every possible criterion of truth and falsehood seems to him to be immediately destroyed. 23. He lays the very greatest stress upon that which, as he declares, nature herself decrees and rejects, that is, the feeling of pleasure and pain. These he maintains lie at the root of every act of choice and avoidance. Chap. 929. This Epicurus finds in pleasure, pleasure he holds to be the chief good, pain the chief evil. This he sets out to prove as follows. 30. Every animal, as soon as it is born, seeks for pleasure, and delights in it, as the chief good, while it recoils from pain as the chief evil, and so far as possible avoids it. This it does when it is not yet perverted, at the prompting of nature's own unbiased and honest verdict. Hence he refuses to admit any necessity for argument or discussion to prove that pleasure is desirable and pain to be avoided. It follows that nature herself is the judge of that which is in accordance with or contrary to nature. Logic ed. 508 Karl Marx. Chap. 1137. So generally, the removal of pain causes pleasure to take its place. Epicurus consequently maintained that there is not such thing as a neutral state of feeling intermediate between pleasure and pain. Chap. 1240. One so situated must possess in the first place a strength of mind that is proof against all fear of death or of pain. He will know that death means complete unconsciousness, and that pain is generally light if long and short if strong, so that its intensity is compensated by brief duration and its continuance by diminishing severity. 41. Let such a man moreover have no dread of any supernatural power, let him never suffer the pleasures of the past to fade away, but constantly renew their enjoyment in recollection, and his lot will be one which will not admit of further improvement. 42. But that which is not itself a means to anything else, but to which all else is a means, is what the Greeks term theixaxis. 3. The highest, ultimate, or final good. It must therefore be admitted that the chief good is to live agreeably. Chap. 1345. Nothing could be more useful or more conducive to well-being than Epicurus' doctrine as to the different classes of the desires. One kind he classified as both natural and necessary, a second as natural without being necessary, and a third as neither natural nor necessary, the principle of classification being that the necessary desires are gratified with little trouble or expense. The natural desires also require but little, since nature's own riches, which suffice to content her, are both easily procured and limited in amount, but for vain desires no bound or limit can be discovered. Chap. 1857. Epicurus, the man whom you denounce as a voluptuary, cries aloud that no one can live pleasantly without living wisely, honorably, and justly, and no one wisely, honorably, and justly, without living pleasantly. 58. Much less then can a mind divided against itself and filled with inward discord taste any particle of pure and liberal pleasure. Chap. 1962. For Epicurus thus presents his wise man who is always happy, his desires are kept within bounds, death he disregards, he has a true conception, untainted by fear, of the immortal gods, he does not hesitate to depart from life, if it would be better so. Thus equipped, he enjoys perpetual pleasure, for there is no moment when the pleasures he experiences do not outbalance the pains, since he remembers the past with gratitude, grasps the present with a full realization of how great and pleasant it is, and does not depend upon the future. He looks forward to it, but finds his true enjoyment in the present, and he derives no inconsiderable pleasure from comparing his own existence with the life of the foolish. Moreover, any pains that the wise man may encounter are never so severe but that he has more cause for gladness than for sorrow. 63. Again, it is a fine saying of Epicurus that the wise man is but little interfered with by fortune, the great concerns of life, the things that matter, are controlled by his own wisdom and reason, and that no greater pleasure could be derived from a life of infinite duration that is actually afforded by this existence which we know to be finite. Dialectics, on which your school lays such stress, he held to be of no effect either as a guide to a better life or as an aid to thought. Physics he deemed very important. A thorough knowledge of the facts of nature relieves us of the burden of superstition, frees us from the fear of death, and shields us against the disturbing effects of ignorance, which is often in itself a cause of terrifying apprehensions. Lastly, to learn what nature's real requirements are improves the moral character also. By the fact that we acknowledge that nature is reasonable, our dependence on it ceases. Nature is no longer a source of terror to ultimate purpose. Ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 509. Our consciousness, and it is precisely Epicurus who makes the form of consciousness in its directness, the being for self, the form of nature. Only when nature is acknowledged as absolutely free from conscious reason and is considered as reason in itself, does it become entirely the property of reason. Any reference to it as such is at the same time alienation of it. Chap. 19, 64. On the other hand, without a full understanding of the world of nature it is impossible to maintain the truth of our sense perceptions. Furthermore, every mental presentation has its origin in sensation, so that no certain knowledge will be possible unless all sensations are true, as the theory of Epicurus teaches that they are. Those who deny the validity of sensation and say that nothing can be perceived, are unable, having excluded the evidence of the senses, even to expound their own argument. Thus physics supplies courage to face the fear of death, resolution to resist the terrors of religion. Chap. XX 65. Now Epicurus' pronouncement about friendship is that of all the means to happiness that wisdom has devised, none is greater, none more fruitful, none more delightful than this. 68 Epicurus well said, I give almost his exact words, the same knowledge that has given us courage to overcome all fear of everlasting or long-enduring evil, has discerned that friendship is our strongest safeguard in this present term of life. Chap. XXI7L. If then the doctrine I have set forth, is derived entirely from nature's source, if my whole discourse relies throughout for confirmation on the unbiased and unimpeachable evidence of the senses. 72 No. Epicurus was not uneducated. The real ignoramuses are those who ask us to go on studying till old age the subjects that we ought to be ashamed not to have learned in boyhood. Book 2 Chap. 2-4, OPCIT. For he says that he does not hold with giving a definition of the thing in question. Chap. 721. A passage out of the *uptat opoundat of Epicurus. If the things in which sensualists find pleasure could deliver them from the fear of the gods and of death and pain, and could teach them to set bounds to their desires, we should have no reason to blame them, since on every hand they would be abundantly supplied with pleasures, and from nowhere would be exposed to any pain or grief, that is, to evil. Chap. XXVI 82. In one of your remarks I seem to recognize a saying of Epicurus himself that friendship cannot be divorced from pleasure, and that it deserves to be cultivated for the reason that without it we cannot live secure and free from fear, and therefore cannot live agreeably. Chap. XXXI 100. For he Epicurus stated, that death does not affect us at all, for a thing that has experienced dissolution must be devoid of sensation, and that which is devoid of sensation cannot affect us in any degree whatsoever. Book 3. Chap. I3. In fact Epicurus himself declares that there is no occasion to argue about pleasure at all. A Principal Doctrines ed. Plan of Hegel's Philosophy of Nature 190. First version. A. General divisions. The idea as nature is I, in the determination of juxtaposition, of abstract singularization, outside which is the unity of form, this as merely an ideal being in self, matter and its ideal system. Mechanics. Universal nature. 2. In the determination of particularity, so that reality is posited with immanent determinateness of form and the difference existing in it, a relation of reflection the being within itself of which is natural individuality. Singular nature. The determination of subjectivity, in which the real distinctions of the form are likewise brought back to ideal unity, which is self-found and for itself organics. I mechanics. A. Abstract universal mechanics. A. Space. Immediate continuity, as external are, a. the dimensions, height, length, and breadth. SS, point, line, and surface, on the one hand, a determinateness in regard to line and point, on the other hand, as restoration of the spatial totality, an enclosing surface which separates off an individual whole space. B. Time. Immediate discreteness, the scene becoming, present, future, and past, now, etc. C. The immediate unity of space and time, in the determination of space. Place, in the determination of time motion, their unity matter. Plan of Hegel's Philosophy of Nature 511. B. Particular mechanics. Matter, motion. Repulsion, attraction, gravity. 1. Inert matter, mass, as content indifferent to the form of space and time. External motion, inert matter. 2. Impact. Communication of motion, weight, velocity, external center, rest, centripetence, pressure. 3. Falling. Centrifugence. C. Absolute mechanics or narrower mechanics. Gravitation. Motion as a system of several bodies. Universal center, centerless singularity. Particular centers. 2. Physics. A. Universality in physics. 1. Universal bodies. Identity. A. Light, sun, stars. Darkness, smooth, spatial relation, direct. SS, bodies of opposition. Darkness 1, as corporeal diversity, rigidity, material being for itself. 2. Opposition as such. Dissolution and nutrifiety of lunar and cometary bodies. T. Bodies of individuality. Earth or planet in general. 2. Particular bodies. Elements. 1. Air, negative universality. 2. Elements of opposition. Fire and water. 3. Individual element, terrestriality, earth. 3. Singularity. The elementary process. The meteorological process. 1. Diremption of individual identity into the moments of independent opposition, into rigidity and into selfless neutrality. 2. The consumption by spontaneous combustion of attempted differentiated existence. Thus the earth became a real and fruitful individuality. B. Physics of particular individuality. A. Specific gravity. Density of matter. Ratio of weight of mass to volume. SS. Cohesion, seen as a specific form of resistance in mechanical behavior towards other masses. 18 to 194. 512 Karl Marx. Adhesion, cohesion, etc. Elasticity. 1. Sound. 8. Heat. Specific heat capacity. C. Physics of singular individuality. A. Form. A. Immediate form, the extreme of pointedness, of brittleness, the extreme of coagulating fluidity. SS. The brittle disclosed into difference of the notion. Magnetism. 1. Activity which has passed into its product, the crystal. B. Particular form. A. Relation to light. 1. Transparency. 2. Refraction. Internal equalization in the crystal. 3. Brittleness as darkening, metal lighty, color. SS. Relation to fire and water. Smell and taste. If. Totality in particular individuality. Electricity. C. Chemical process. 1. Combination. A. Galvanism. Metals, oxidation, deoxidation. SS. The fire process. T. Neutralization. The water process. I. The process in its totality. Elective affinity. 2. Separation. Second version. I. Mechanics. A. Abstract mechanics. 1. Space. Height, breadth, depth. Point, line, surface. 2. Time. Past, present, future. 3. Place. Motion and matter, repulsion, attraction, gravity. B. Finite mechanics. 1. Inert matter. Mass as content. Space and time as form, external motion. Plan of Hegel's Philosophy of Nature 513. 2. Impact. Communication of motion, weight. Velocity, external center, rest, centripetence. Pressure. 3. Falling. C. Absolute mechanics. Gravitation, the various centers. 2. Physics. A. Physics of universal individuality. T. Free bodies. 1. light, luminaries. 2. Rigidity, moon. Dissolution, comet. 3. Earth. Pi, elements. 1. Air. 2. Fire. Water. 3. Earth. I. Meteorological physics. B. Physics of particular individuality. 1. Specific weight. 2. Cohesion, adhesion, cohesion, etc. Elasticity. 3. Sound and heat. C. Physics of total individuality. A. Form 1. Brittle pointedness, coagulating fluidity. 2. Magnetism. 3. Crystal. SS. Particular form. 1. Relation to light. Transparency, refraction, metallicity, color. 2. Relation to water and fire, smell, taste. 3. Electricity. 18 asterisk. 514 Karl Marx. Third version. I. A. 1. Space. 2. Time. 3. Place. 4. Motion. 5. Matter, repulsion, attraction, gravity. B. 1. Inert matter. 2. Impact. 3. Falling. C. Gravitation, real repulsion and attraction. 2. A. 1. Luminaries. 2. Lunar and comet bodies. 3. Termtriaety. SS. Air/air and water. Earth/I. T. The meteorological process. B. 1. Specific weight. 2. Cohesion. 3. Sound and heat. C. 1. Magnetism. 2. Electricity and chemism. Il. A. Geological nature. B. Vegetable nature. Written in 1839. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. Early literary experiments. From the albums of poems dedicated to Jenny von Westphalen 191. From the Book of Love, Part I, 192. Concluding sonnets to Jenny. I. Take all these songs from me. That love at your feet humbly lays. Where, in the lyre's full melody, soul freely nears in shining rays. Oh! If songs echo potent be, to stir to longing with sweet lays, to make the pulse throb passionately, that your proud heart sublimely sways, then shall I witness from afar how victory bears you light along. Then shall I fight, more bold by far. Then shall my music soar the higher. Transformed, more free shall ring my song, and in sweet woe shall weep my lyre. 2. To me, no fame terrestrial, that travels far through land and nation, to hold them thrillingly in thrall, with its far-flung reverberation, is worth your eyes, when shining full, your heart, when warm with exultation, or two deep welling tears that fall, wrung from your eyes by song's emotion. Gladly I'd breathe my soul away in the lyre's deep melodious sighs. 518 Karl Marx. And would a very master die, could I the exalted goal attain, could I but win the fairest prize, to soothe in you both joy and pain. Ill. Ah! Now these pages forth may fly, approach you, trembling, once again. My spirits lowered utterly by foolish fears and parting's pain. My self-deluding fancies stray along the boldest paths in vain. I cannot win what is most high, and soon no more hope shall remain. When I return from distant places to that dear home, filled with desire, a spouse holds you in his embraces, and clasps you proudly, fairest one. Then o'er me rolls the lightning's fire of misery and oblivion. 4. Forgive that, boldly risking scorn, the soul's deep yearning to confess. The singer's lips must hotly burn to waft the flames of his distress. Can I against myself then turn and lose myself, dumb, comfortless? The very name of singer spurn. Not love you, having seen your face? So high the soul's illusions aspire. O'er me you stand magnificent, 'tis but your tears that I desire, and that my songs you only enjoy to lend them grace and ornament, then may they flee into the void. Written in the latter half of October 1836, printed according to the Manu, first published in Marx/Engels, Werke, Ergänzungsband, Erste Artikel, Berlin, published in English for the first 1968 time. JL_Q_J, F_J. TMI. Asterisk 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 Y_O_/_YS_. Dash %. Percent V. Pound A-V asterisk. Title page of Marx's Book of Love, with dedication to Jenny. From the Book of Songs. To Jenny. I. Words lies, hollow shadows, nothing more. Groaning life from all sides round. In you, dead and tired, must I outpour spirits that in me abound? Yet earth's envious gods have scanned before human fire with gaze profound. And forever must the earthling pour made his bosoms glow with sound. For, if passion leaped up, vibrant, bold, in the soul's sweet radiance, daringly it would your worlds enfold, would dethrone you, would bring you down low, would outsoar the zephyr dance. Ripe a world above you then would grow. To Jenny. I. Jenny. Teasingly you may inquire why my songs to Jenny I address, when for you alone my pulse beats higher, when my songs for you alone despair, when you only can their heart inspire, when your name each syllable must confess, when you lend each note melodiousness, when no breath would stray from the goddess. 522 Karl Marx. 'Tis because so sweet the dear name sounds, and its cadence says so much to me, and so full, so sonorous it resounds, like to vibrant spirits in the distance, like the gold-stringed cithern's harmony, like some wondrous, magical existence. 2. See. I could 1,000 volumes fill, writing only Jenny in each line. Still they would a world of thought conceal. Deed eternal and unchanging will. Verses sweet that yearning gently still. All the glow and all the ethers shine. Anguished sorrows, pain and joy divine. All of life and knowledge that is mine. I can read it in the stars up yonder. From the zephyr it comes back to me. From the being of the wild waves' thunder. Truly, I would write it down as a refrain for the coming centuries to see. Love is Jenny, Jenny is love's name. Written in November 1836, printed according to the Manu, first published in Russian, in the journal Inostrannaya Literatura No. 1, 1962, published in English for the first. From the Book of Love, Part 2, 194. My world. Worlds my longing cannot ever still. Nor yet gods with magic blessed. Higher than them all is my own will. Stormily wakeful in my breast. Drank I all the stars' bright radiance. All the light by sun's air spilled. Still my pains would want for recompense. And my dreams be unfulfilled. Hence. To endless battle, to the striving. Like a talisman out there. Demon-wise into the far mists driving. Towards a goal I cannot near. But it's only ruins and dead stones that encompass all my yearning. Where in shimmering heavenly radiance all my hopes flow, ever burning. They are nothing more than narrow rooms, ringed by timid people round. Where it stands, the frontier of my dreams. Where my hopes reach journey's end. Jenny, can you ask what my words say? And what meaning hides within? Alt were useless to speak anyway. Futile even to begin. 524 Karl Marx. Look into those eyes of yours so bright. Deeper than the floor of heaven. Clearer than the sun's own beaming light. And the answer shall be given. Dare to joy in life and being fair. Only press your own white hand. You yourself shall find the answer there. Know my distant heaven land. Ah! When your lips only breathed to me. Only one warm word to say. Then I dived into mad ecstasy. Helpless I was swept away. Ha! In nerve and spirit I was stricken. To the bottom of my soul. As a demon, when the high magician strikes with lightning bolt and spell. Yet why should words try to force in vain? Being sound and misty Paul. What is infinite, like yearning's pain? Like yourself, and like the all. Written in October-December 1836, printed according to the Manu, published in full for the first time. Feelings. Never can I do in peace that with which my soul's obsessed. Never take things at my ease. I must press on without rest. Others only know elation when things go their peaceful way. Free with self-congratulation. Giving thanks each time they pray. I am caught in endless strife. Endless ferment, endless dream. I cannot conform to life. Will not travel with the stream. Heaven I would comprehend. I would draw the world to me. Loving, hating, I intend. That my star shine brilliantly. All things I would strive to win. All the blessings gods impart. Grasp all knowledge deep within. Plumb the depths of song and art. Karl Marx. Worlds I would destroy forever. Since I can create no world. Since my call they notice never. Coursing dumb in magic whirl. Dead and dumb, they stare away. At our deeds with scorn up yonder. We and all our works decay. Heedless on their ways they wander. Yet their lot I would share never. Swept on by the flooding tide. On through nothing rushing ever. Fretful in their pomp and pride. Swiftly fall and are destroyed. Halls and bastions in their turn. As they fly into the void. Yet another empire's born. So it rolls from year to year. From the nothing to the all. From the cradle to the bier. Endless rise and endless fall. So the spirits go their way. Till they are consumed outright. Till their lords and masters they totally annihilate. Then let us traverse with daring that predestined God-drawn ring. Joy and sorrow fully sharing. As the scales of fortune swing. Therefore let us risk our all. Never resting, never tiring. Not in silence dismal, dull. Without action or desiring. Early literary experiments 527. Not in brooding introspection. Bowed beneath a yoke of pain. So that yearning, dream, and action unfulfilled to us remain. Written in October-December 1836, printed according to the Manu, published in full for the first time. Carrot. Transformation. Mine eyes are so confused. My cheek it is so pale. My head is so bemused. A realm of fairy tale. I wanted, boldly daring. Sea-going ways to follow. Where 1,000 crags rise soaring. And floods flow bleak and hollow. I clung to thought high soaring. On its two wings did ride. And those storm winds were roaring. All danger I defied. I did not falter there. But ever on did press. With the wild eagle's stare. On journeys limitless. And though the siren spins. Her music so endearing. Whereby the heart she wins. I gave that sound no hearing. I turned away mine ear. From the sweet sounds I heard. My bosom did aspire. To a loftier reward. Early literary experiments. Alas, the waves sped on. At rest they would not be. They're swept by many a one. Too swift for me to see. With magic power and word. I cast what spells I knew. But forth the waves still roared, till they were gone from view. And by the flood sore pressed, and dizzy at the sight, I tumbled from that host, into the misty night. And when I rose again, from fruitless toil at last, my powers all were gone, and all the heart's glow lost. And trembling, pale, I long gazed into my own breast. By no uplifting song was my affliction blessed. My songs were flown, alack! The sweetest art was gone. No God would give it back, nor grace of deathless one. The fortress had sunk down, that once so bold did stand. The fiery glow was drowned, void was the bosom's land. Then shone your radiance, the purest light of soul, where in a changing dance, round earth the heavens roll. Then was I captive bound, then was my vision clear, for I had truly found what my dark strivings were. 530 Karl Marx. Soul rang more strong, more free, out of the deep stirred breast, in triumph heavenly, and in sheer happiness. My spirits then and there soared, jubilant and gay, and, like a sorcerer, their courses did I sway. I left the waves that rush, the floods that change and flow, on the high cliff to crash, but saved the inner glow. And what my soul, fate-driven, never in flight o'ertook, that to my heart was given, was granted by your look. Written between November 1836, printed according to the Manual, February 1837, script published in full for the first time. A book of verse, dedicated by Marx to his father 195. Written prior to April 12, 1837, printed according to the Manu, first published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Very of the year 1837, dedicated to my dear father on the occasion of his birthday as a feeble token of everlasting love. K.H. Marx, Berlin. Contents Very. To my father. The Magic Harp. A Ballad. Yearning. A Romance. Nocturnal Love. A Romance. 3. Siren Song. A Ballad. The Little Old Man of the Water. A Ballad. The First Elegy of Ovid's. Tristia freely rendered. The Mad Woman. A Ballad. Flower King. A Fantastic Ballad. The Awakening. Invocation of One in Despair. Lucinda. A Ballad. The Last Judgment. A Jest. Two singers accompanying themselves on the harp. A Ballad. Epigram on Hegel. Epigrams on the Germans and on Pustkuchen. On a certain bald head. Harmony. Distraught. A Ballad. Human Pride. Ulanem. A Tragedy. Act I. Song to the Stars. The Song of a Sailor at Sea. The Pale Maiden. A Ballad. The Forest Spring. The Fiddler. A Ballada. Three Little Lights. The Abduction. A Ballad. Epigrams and Xenia. Sought. Found. Sonnet. Dialogue. A Ballad. Sea Rock. Man and Drum. A Fable. Evening Stroll. The Magic Ship. A Romance. The Man in the Moon. Night Thoughts. A Dithyramb. Dream Vision. A Dithyramb. Supplement. Some chapters from Scorpion and Felix. A humoristic novel. A published by Marx under the title of Wild Songs. See this volume, pp. 22-24 ed. To my father. I. Creation. Creator spirit uncreated. Sails on fleet waves far away. Worlds heave, lives are generated. His eye spans eternity. all inspiriting reigns his countenance. In its burning magic, forms condense. Voids pulsate and ages roll. Deep in prayer before his face. Spheres resound and sea floods swell. Golden stars ride on apace. Fatherhead in blessing gives the sign. And the all is bathed in light divine. In bound self-perceived, the eternal. Silent moves, reflectively. Until holy thought primordial. Dawns forms, words of poetry. Then, like thunder lyres from far away. Like prescient creation's jubilee. Gentler shine the floating stars, worlds in primal rock now rest, O my spirit's images, be by spirit new embraced, when to you the heaving bosoms move, be revealed in piety and love. Be unlocked only to love, eternity's eternal seat, as to you I gently gave, hurl you my soul's lightning out. Harmony alone its like may find, only soul another soul may bind. Early Literary Experiments 535. Out of me your spirits burn. Into forms of lofty meaning. To the Maker you return. Images no more remaining. By man's look of love ringed burningly. You in him dissolved, and he in me. 2. Poetry. Flames creator like once poured. Streaming to me from your breast. Clashing up on high they soared. And I nursed them in my breast. Shone your form like Aeolus strains above. Shielded soft the fire with wings of love. I saw glow and I heard sound. Heavens onward sweeping far. Rising up and sinking down. Sinking but to soar the higher. Then, when inner strife at last was quelled. Grief and joy made music I beheld. Nestling close to forms so soft. Stands the soul, by spells enchained. From me images sailed aloft. By your very love inflamed. Limbs of love, by spirit once released. Shine again within their maker's breast. The forest spring. In flowery grove I lost my way. Where forest spring showers silver spray. In murmuring fall, o'erhead. The lofty bay trees spread. They see it ever rushing fleet. They see it flowing at their feet. Burn in sweet shadows there. To mate with sea and air. 536 Karl Marx. But when it flees the hard land's thrall. Loud thundering smites the rocky wall. Dizzy the flood spins round. In mist rings with no sound. Through flowery groves it roams again. Swallowing deep draughts of death's pain. And then the tall bay trees. Waft down sweet reveries. The magic harp. A ballad. So strangely in the ear it sings. Like thrilling harp, like trembling strings. It wakes the minstrel sleeping. Why beats the heart so fearfully? What are those sounds, like harmony of stars and spirits weeping? He rises, springs from off his bed. Towards the shadows turns his head. And sees the chords of gold. Come, minstrel, step you up and down, high in the air, deep in the ground, those strings you cannot hold. He sees it growing, branching wide. His soul is troubled deep inside. The sound swells in the air. He follows, and it lures him on. By ghostly stairways up and down. Here, there, and everywhere. He stops. A gate swings open wide. A burst of music from inside would carry him away. A lyre in golden splendor bright sounds forth in song all day and night. But no one's there to play. Early Literary Experiments. It grips him like desire, like pain. His bosom swells, his heart within beats high beyond control. The lyre plays from my own heart, it is myself, its pangs the art that gushes from my soul. In ecstasy he plucks the strings. The sound trills high as mountain springs. Dives booming, like the abyss. His blood leaps wild, far swells his song. Was never yearning's pain so strong? He saw the world no more. The abduction. A ballad. The night, he stands at the iron gate. The maiden so sweet and fair looks out. Dear night, however can I come down? And silence and darkness reign all round. Catch this I throw, and it shall be your rescue's sweetest surety. Up there you can firmly bind the end, and by the rope you may descend. Ah, night, I fly like a thief to you, ah, night, for love what won't I do? Dear love, you take but what's your own, wilfully like shadows that dance and are. Ah, night, the darkness yawns below, my senses reel, I dare not go. Then you refuse, my life I'd stake, and yet at empty terrors you quake. Ah, night, you play with fire, yet you alone are my heart's desire. Farewell, ye halls, forever and I, where never again my feet shall stray. Karl Marx. What lures me on I cannot fight, ye loved ones all, I bid good night. No more she demurs and plays for time, she clutches the rope for the downward climb. No sooner has she slid halfway than she takes fright, her glances stray. Her arms grow weak, she must let go, to fall on the breast of death below. Ah, night, warm me once more, and I blissfully in your arms may die, let me but breathe your every kiss, and I'll fade into sweet nothingness. The night embraces her trembling form, and to his bosom he presses her, warm. And as their souls together strain, he too is pierced by mortal pain. Farewell, my love, so true, so kind. Stay, and I'll follow close behind. A flash, as of eternal fire. Their souls depart and they expire. Yearning. A romance. Why sighs your breast, why glows your gaze, why are your veins all burning, as if night weighs, as if fate flays down into storm your yearning? Show me the eyes, like ringing bells, that glow in rainbows high, where brightness streams, where music swells, where stars go swimming by. I dreamed this dream, so troublesome, past all elucidating. My head is void, my heart is numb, my grave shall soon be waiting. Early Literary Experiments 539. What dream you here, what dream you there, what lures to distant lands? Here booms the tide, here hope rides fair, here's fire in true love's bonds. Here naught rides fair, here is no fire, but see what glimmers yonder, I'm blinded, burning with desire, and I would fain sink under. He stares aloft, his eyes shine bright. He shakes in every limb. His sinews swell, his heart's alight. His soul departs from him. The Viennese Ape Theatre in Berlin. I the public's shoving, unafraid of bruises. Some Talma there, perhaps, home of the muses. Please, friend, sharp weapons don't attract. It's comedy by apes that act. 2. At ease, I watched the apes put on their show. And it was good clean fun. So natural, just one thing missing. Which was, to use the walls for pee. Suddenly, somebody plucked my cloak. Really, that was a peculiar joke. A young girl swooned at what she saw, flew on a monkey's breast and claws. She batted her eyes, said timidly, "Oh depths of exquisite agony! Zero harmony! Delicious sorrow! That monkey thrills me to the marrow. One feel as if I were magnetized, the ape played me, I loved him, hypnotized. Zero monkey, speak, for I'm bewitched by you. One just can't breathe, my head is spinning, too." 540 Karl Marx. Sir, G. Lux are mid 196. I also sought amusement, so I spared no money for a show. Threw on my frock coat by lamplight, and entered the nearest box that night. I got much worse than I'd bargained for. Oh, how I cursed myself and swore. A missy needs must make me hold the libretto. I muttered, my hand feels cold. Well, then, wear gloves. The lady cried. They get on my nerves, miss. I replied. She bared her neck and bosom and all. and asked me to keep an eye on her shawl. Said I to her, the fire burns low, and raw flesh gives me vertigo. She shrieked, oh, wasn't the ballet divine? Said I, oh God, has the Gazette got anything worth reading about in the meantime? 2. I sat, lost in the music's spell. She sneered, the man's a fool as well. Terms of engagement. Mistress, now then, just what do you want of me? Maid, the usual terms. But one more thing to avoid any family quarreling, I must have visitors once a month for tea. Sentimental souls. The butcher's slaughtering a calf. They cry. The creature bellows till it's been bled dry. They laugh. Oh heaven, how very, very weird the ways of nature. A dog wears no beard. Why all these ravings, as if from sunstroke? We hear that even Balaam's ass once spoke. Early Literary Experiments 541. Romanticism à la mode. The child who, as you know, once wrote to Goethe, wanting to make him fancy that he loved her, went to the theater one fine day. A uniform then stalked her way and came towards her with a friendly smile. Kind sir, Bettina wishes, for a while, smitten with sweet desire, to rest her curly head upon your breast. The uniform then answered rather drily, Bettina, that is up to you entirely. Sweetie, she answered in a trice, of course you're sure I have no lice. To the sun of truth, F. now. Lamplight and star glimmer. Depth of heart and beauty's shimmer. Soul's grace and white skin's bloom. You never show them openly. Sun of truth you claim to be. Every bride has her groom. Sun of truth you well may call. Yourself the sun throws shadows, after all. On a certain night hero. Dig at him here, dig at him there, and ever. You'll find that knight and hero merge together. His dance stalks up to date all right, but ancient bugs eat him at night. To my neighbor across the street. She stares at me from over yonder. God, I can't stand it any longer. A little man, a yellow house. A woman lank and nauseous. Since inspiration could take flight, I'd better pull the blind down tight. Karl Marx. Siren Song. A ballad. The wave, soft murmuring, with the wind frolicking, leaps up into the air. You see it tremble, hover, tumble and topple over. It is the siren's lair. They pluck the lyre to enthrall. In heavenly festival, in melody divine, they draw both near and far, earth and distant star, into their song sublime. Its charm is so profound, one cannot chide the sound, that soars so radiantly, as if great spirits there would lure the listener into the dark blue sea, as if there swells and grows from waves a world that flows loftily, secretly, as if in waters deep. The gods are all asleep. Down in the dark blue sea, a little boat draws near. The waves are charmed to hear a gentle bard exalted, his looks so frank and free. Image and melody, like love and hope transfigured. His lyre rules o'er the deep. Naiads that were asleep lend him their song-charmed ear. Early Literary Experiments 543. And all the waves resound with song and lyre's sweet sound, and dance high in the air. But hear the sad refrains, the siren's far-off strains, of sweet melodiousness. The poet to enthrall, the goddesses shine all in sound and loveliness. O youth, soar up and play, rule o'er the listening sea. The goal you seek is high, your breast swells rapturously. Here, sumptuous waterhalls your song alone surprises, and as the great tide falls, ebb and so your music rises. Sportive waves bear it up and send it surging high. The eye, bright, full of hope, encompasses the sky. Enter our spirit ring, magic your heart shall gain, hear the waves dance and sing, they sound like true love's pain. Worlds came from the ocean, spirits were born on the tide which dared to cradle the high ones, while the all was void. As heaven and starglow look downwards, ever glancing into the waves below, into the blue waves dancing. 19 to 194. Karl Marx. As droplets, shivering, shaking, enfold the worlds in pride, the spirit's life, awaking, emerges from the tide. Seeking the all inspires you. You'd burn in song away? The lyre's sweet music stirs you. You'd blaze in heaven's ray? Then come down to us all, and tender us your hand, your limbs shall spirit be, you'll see the deep, deep land. They rise up from the sea. Hair weaving in roundelay. Heads resting on the air. Their eyes flash blazing fires. And, shooting sparks, their lyres glow through the waters fair. The youth yields to delusion. His tears flow in profusion. His heart pounds in his breast. He cannot turn away. Held captive in love's sway. To burning passion lost. Deep thoughts stir in his soul. It fights to gain control. Soars higher, ever higher. Looks up with prideful bearing. In God's own image daring. And this the sirens hear. In your cold depths below nothing that's high can go, nor God burn deathlessly. You glitter but to ensnare, for me you have no care, your songs are mockery. Early Literary Experiments 545. You lack the bosom's beat, the heart's life-giving heat, the soul's high flight so free. The gods in my breast rule, and I obey them all, I mean no treachery. You shall not captivate me, nor my love, nor hate, nor yet my yearnings glow. It shoots like lightning shafts that gentle power uplifts in melodies that flow. The sirens all sink down before his blazing frown. In weeping springs of light, they seek to follow him. But the flood so grim engulfs them all from sight. A Philistine wonders I don't know how they quarrel with themselves the way they do. Just button up your coat, good sir, and they won't steal from you. Mathematical wisdom. We have boiled everything down to signs. And reasonings done on strict mathematical lines. If God's a point, as cylinder he just won't pass, you can't stand on your head while sitting on your 2. If A's the beloved and B is the lover, my shirt I'll wager 10 times over that A and B when added up constitute one loving couple. 19 asterisk. Karl Marx. 3. Measure the world with lines about. You'll never drive its spirit out. If feuds were settled by A and B, the courts would be swindled out of their fee. The Little Old Man of the Water. A Ballad. 1. The waters rush with an eerie sound. The waves are swirling round and round. They seem to feel no pain at all, as they break and fall. Cold of heart, cold of mind. Rushing, rushing all the time. But down in the depths where the waters rage, sits a mannequin, white with age. He dances about when the moon appears. When little star through cloudlet peers. Eerily hopping and skipping, he'd try to drink the little streamlet dry. Waves are his murderers, every one. They gnaw his ancient skeleton. It cuts through his marrow and limb like ice. To see them gambol in this wise. His face is a grimace of sorrow and gloom. Till sunshine stops the dance of the moon. The waters then rush with an eerie sound. The waves are swirling round and round. They seem to feel no pain at all, as they break and fall. Cold of heart, cold of mind. Rushing, rushing all the time. Early Literary Experiments. To the medical students. Damned Filistino medico student crew. The whole world's just a bag of bones to you. When once you've cooled the blood with hydrogen, and when you've felt the pulses throbbing, then you think, I've done the most I'm able to. Man could be very comfortable, too. How clever of Almighty God to be so very well versed in anatomy. And flowers are all instruments to use, when they've been boiled down into herbal brews. Medical student psychology. Who eats a supper of dumplings and noodles will suffer from nightmares, oodles, and oodles. Medical student metaphysics. No spirit ever has existed. Oxen have lived and never missed it. The soul is idle fantasy. In the stomach it certainly can't be found. And if one were able to run it to ground, then almost any pill would set it free. Then spirits would be seen, emerging in an endless stream. Medical student anthropology. He who would sickness foil must learn to rub his nether half with oil, so that no wind or draught can chill him fore and aft. Man also can achieve his ends with dietary regimens, and culture thus emerges as soon as man starts using purges. Karl Marx. Medical student ethics. Lest perspiration harm, it's best on journeys to wear more than just one vest. Beware all passion that produces disorders of the gastric juices. Do not let your glances wander where flames can burst your eyes asunder. Mix water with your wine. Take milk in coffee every time. And don't forget to have us called when leaving for the afterworld. The first elegy of Ovid's Tristia. Freely rendered. 1. Go, little book, make haste away. Go to the joyful victory seat. I go not with you, I must stay. For by Jove's lightning I was hit. 2. Go, poorly clad and indigent. Put on your master's mourning dress, as is befitting banishment, and as commands this time of stress. 3. On you must shine no purple veil, to make in violet's blood its show. Longing and hope without avail cannot wear joy's exalted glow. 4. In shameful silence hide your name, and let no scent of cedar waft, nor silver knob shine bright to shame the blackness of your crooked staff. Early Literary Experiments 549. 5. To works by fortune blessed is due such decoration, rare and bright. Only my pain shall mate with you, only my sorrow's darkest night. 6. Shaggy and rough you may appear, like one whose hair unkempt hangs down, not rendered wondrous soft and fair by smoothing block of pumice stone. 7. If darker is your pallid face, it is because by me 'twas stained. Oh, how my tears have flown apace, and hotly down on you have rained. 8. Go, book, and greet those places, greet the hallowed spot so dear to me. Dreams take me there on pinions fleet, of magic word and fantasy. 9. If someone, seeing you, at last, should find his memory stirred, and pester with questions flying thick and fast of him who sent you there, your master. 10. I'm still alive that you may say, and that I hope for rescue soon. And if my pulse still beats away, it is a mercy, not a boon. 11. If someone asks you further questions, mind each and every spoken word. Beware of thoughtless indiscretions. In word and tone be on your guard. 550 Karl Marx. 12. Many will scold you and berate you, reminding you I was to blame. As my accomplice they will rate you. You will cast down your eyes in shame. 13. To insults and to condemnation, listen, but keep your mouth closed tight. Fire will not quench a conflagration. Two wrongs will never make a right. 14. Yet some there'll be, as you will find, who speak to you with melting sighs. A flow of gentle tears will blind the light of longing in their eyes. 15. Then tender words will flow and mild forth from the bosom agitated. Could Caesar but be reconciled, the punishment be mitigated. 16. Who says with kind solicitude, may God be merciful on high, for him I pray with gratitude, may thunder ever pass him by. 17. Would his desire might be fulfilled. Oh, let me die there in that seed, which the gods in their keeping hold. May Caesar's lightning lose its heat. 18. When thus my greetings you've conveyed, they may lay charges at my door, that no sweet form has been displayed, and that my spirit fails to soar. Early literary experiments. 19. But let the critic be aware, during what times the work was done, and if his judgments sound and fair, you need not fear the dangers gone. 20. For poetry's magic fullness flows out of a breast stirred with elation, but oh, a pall of darkest woes covers the brow, kills inspiration. 21. And then his lyrics all bewail the singer's exile, harsh and dread, and storm, and sea, and winter flail around his all unheeding head. 22. Fear must not clutch with icy grip, if splendid song is to be heard. A lonely outcast here, I weep. Look, yonder gleams the murder sword. 23. Whatever I have so far done has won the fairer critic round, and he will pass my message on, bearing my grievous plight in mind. 24. Give me my Aeonides, for one, Homer. Plunge him in misery, like me. His magic powers will be gone. Danger is all his eyes will see. 25. Go, book, go forth upon your way. Heed not the voice of evil fame. If scornful folk cast you away, do not be overwhelmed by shame. 552 Karl Marx. 26. 'Tis not that fortune's gentle waves bear me so lovingly along that praise or prize my spirit craves, that I seek recompense for song. 27. When with desire I still was bedded, then inspiration welled in me. To thirst for glory I was fettered, the world's race for celebrity. 28. But if the lyre sounds as before, and if the urge still burns as strong, surely my heart need ask no more, seeing my downfall came from song. 29. Go, it is not prohibited that you should see Rome's pomp for me, if only I might go instead, watched by a god indulgently. 30. Do not imagine that you'll wend your way unrecognized through Rome, that to the public you will bend your steps unheeded and unknown. 31. Though you lack title, witnesses, your color will betray your name. If you deny me nonetheless, you'll show yourself up just the same. 32. Slip quietly through the gates and watch my songs inflict on you no hurt. No more they sing love's praises which so much delight the drunken heart. Early literary experiments. 33. Who turns you cruelly away, because you were born of my labors, and sternly says you lead astray innocence with voluptuous dangers. 34. To him say, only read my name. No longer do I teach sweet love. Alas, the gods to counsel came, and passed stern judgment from above. 35. Seek not to climb to that great hall, which proudly dares to heaven aspire. Approach not Caesar's pack at all, there, where his column soars still higher. 36. Those sanctified and sacred spots, your lord and master now disown. The lightning from the castle shoots, the higher judgment strikes me down. 37. Though God's great, merciful, and mild abide within those halls up there, when the spring's image comes with wild and furious storms, we shrink with fear. 38. Alas, the dove with frightened sound will tremble, though but zephyr stir, while she is kissing dry the wound inflicted by the hawk on her. 39. The frightened lamb that gets away from the wolf's fangs will not again ever feel safe, unless it lie huddled inside the low-walled pen. Karl Marx. 40. If Phaethon were alive today, to ether's vaults he would not soar, nor would he drive so recklessly the coveted chariot team of 4. 41. Jove's weapons I indeed do dread, and from his sea of flame I flee. When heaven thunders overhead, I think he hurls his spear at me. 42. No sailor of the Argive fleet, who fled the Capharean shore, will ever turn his sails to meet Euboea's surging flood once more. 43. My bark, tossed by the tempest's force, dares not draw nearer to that ground. It veers off on a different course, for much more distant places bound. 44. And so, my book, be wise and sane. Mind how you go and take good care. No need to seek the higher fame, when common people lend an ear. 45. Icarus dared to soar on high. Audaciously he spread his wings. His name was destined not to die. In the swift ocean wave it sings. 46. Whether to pull hard on the oars, or leave the sails gently to swell, postpone it for another hour. Time and the place will quickly tell. Early Literary Experiments 555. 47. And when his brow is clear at last, when kindness beams upon his face, when all his rage is of the past, quiescent, gone without a trace. 48. When you, that still in terror stand, and dare not yet approach from fright, are proffered friendly word and hand, then go today now yields the night. 49. More softly tolls the hour of fate. Unlike your master you rejoice. The torments of your wound abate, and mercy speaks with gentle voice. 50. The hurt can only be made less by him who caused it in his rage. Achilles wounded Telephus. The pain he caused he then assuaged. 51. Be sure not to spread any poison when trying to set matters right. Hope, ever bright and airy vision. Terror can turn you into night. 52. Take care lest from its quiet repose wrath in a violent storm should rise, piling upon me yet more woes that you have caused by deeds unwise. 53. But if within the Muses' shrine a happy welcome should await, bright in that house then you may shine, where literature and glory mate. 556 Karl Marx. 54. And there you may be sure to see, drawn up in line the brothers, those whom I begot in ecstasy, after the day had reached its close. 55. All bear with open pride their names, in consciousness of victory. Like hope upon their brows it flames, and like the joy of poetry. 56. Three only form a group apart, on every side by darkness pressed. They swell, luxurious with love's art, ars amandi, and gaiety bubbles in each breast. 57. Flee them, or bravely dare to call for counsel fraught with curse and doom. Remember Oedipus' dread fall, Telegonus' appalling crime. 58. Songs lately granted their salvation from violent death by fire and flame, tell you their tales of transformation, metamorphosis, and of worlds under spirit reign. 59. Now tell the story of the change that's overcome my fate at last, how it's turned into something strange, and how the form has been recast. Early Literary Experiments. 60. Once it was different, when I sucked warmth from the red lips of success, where the immortals sealed their pact. The tears now flow of deep distress. 61. That you would ask what more I need, is plainly written on your face. Meanwhile, the graceful hoary speed onward their rushing waves apace. 62. And if with you I were to send All that seethes in my bosom now. Oh, I would never reach the end. The weight would make the bearer bow. 63. The road is long. No time to spare. O book, remotest of all lands. Here with the Scythians I must share. Estranged from all the rest it stands. Concluding sonnet to Jenny. One more thing to you, child, I must tell. Gay this farewell poem, my singing's end. These last waves of silver throb and swell. That my Jenny's breath its music lend. Swift as over gulf and looming fell. Through cascade and forest land. Life's fleet hours shall hasten on until pure perfection's end in you they find. Bravely clad in flowing robes of fire. Proud uplifted heart transformed by light. Master now, from bonds released entire. Firmly do I tread through spaces free. Shatter pain before your visage bright. While the dreams flash out towards life's tree. 558 Karl Marx. The Mad Woman. A ballad. There dances a woman by moonlight. She glimmers far into the night. Robe fluttering wild, eyes glittering clear. Like diamonds set in rock face sheer. Come hither, O blue sea, I'll kiss you tenderly. Wreathe me a willow crown, weave me a blue-green gown. I bring fine gold and rubies red wherein there beats my own heart's blood. On warm breast 'twas by lover worn, into the ocean he was drawn. For you, my songs I'll sing, that wind and wave must spring, high in the dance I'll leap, and wind and wave must weep. She grasps a willow with her hand, and binds it with a blue-green band. She eyes it in the strangest way, and bids it lightly step away. Now lend your wings to me to echo down the sea, mother, have you not known how fair I've wreathed your son? So nightly here and there went she, decked every willow by the sea. Proudly she danced there up and down, until her magic course was run. Early Literary Experiments 559. Two Songs to Jenny. Sod. A song. I rose, broke free of all that bound me, where would you go? A world I'd find me. Are there not here lush meadows gay, below the seas, above star play? No, fool, I seek not to cross over, there to strike rock, or sound the ether. They bind so dumb the foot in pain, their words of love become a chain. The world must rise out of myself and to my breast incline itself. From my life's blood its well springs come, my soul's breath its ethereal dome. I wandered far as I could go. Returned, held worlds above, below. Within there leaped the stars and sun. The lightning flashed, and they sank down. Found. A song. Why do the bushes dance and swirl? Why do the may wreaths stray to heel? Why arches heaven forever higher, and veils to cloudy peak aspire? If I sail on my pinions there, the echo falls from rock through air. Do I and starlight marry ever? I look, my gaze is clouded over. Roll forth, you waves of life, away. Soar, smash those bridges in your way. By golden liberty inspired. When you came soulless from the void. Karl Marx. Again the glance in recklessness stirs, sparks to blessed forgetfulness. Where should it have sought worlds? In you. Into a very world it grew. Flower King. A fantastic ballad. 1. You in the sunshine, mannequin, will you be the Flower King? Ever runs your courage high, tinge us with your blood's red dye. 2. Flower bright and flower pale, you've drunk my blood and drunk it deep. Now my kingdom without fail. In calyx let me steep. 3. Sweet your blood was, little man, show your deep little heart, if you can. If our king you would become, your heart must glisten in the sun. 4. My heart beats high and true, it shines forth fairly in my gaze. If I gave up my heart to you, never again I'll feast my eyes. 5. Mannequin, will jump, and rest, all of us, inside your breast. Let your heart shine in the sun, flower king you shall become. Early Literary Experiments 561. 6. He starts, he thinks, that mannequin. He tears his breast rose red apart. Give me scepter, give me crown, take, oh take my deep little heart. 7. You in the sunshine, mannequin, cannot be the flower king. No more your rose red blood can spurt, for us must glow your deep little heart. 8. The mannequin plucks out his eyes. Digs himself a hole deep down. Digs his own deep grave, and lies. Buried, buried underground. Sea rock. Marble pillar towers high. Jagged summit saws the air. Putrefaction, life's decay. Moulders in the abyss down there. Grim the cliff that upward climbs. Clamps the ground with iron limbs. Round it spreads the radiance glowing. From its mad and fevered brain sends the ocean surge flowing. Crazy, round, and round again. Weary moss shakes grey autumnal locks. Blood seeps out from under laughing rocks. Midnight comes, with voices roaring. Crazy from the marble womb. Like 1,000 years life thawing. Like remembrance howling doom. Should the traveler dare to eavesdrop, he turns to stone and crashes in the sea. Karl Marx. The Awakening. When your beaming eye breaks. Enraptured and trembling. Like straying string music. That brooded, that slumbered. Bound to the lyre. Up through the veil. Of holiest night. Then from above glitter. Eternal stars. Lovingly inwards. 2. Trembling, you sink. With heaving breast. You see unending. Eternal worlds. Above you, below you. Unattainable, endless. Floating in dance trains. Of restless eternity. An atom, you fall. Through the universe. Your awakening. Is an endless rising. Your rising. An endless falling. 4. When the rippling flame. Of your soul strikes. In its own depths. Back into the breast. There emerges unbounded. Uplifted by spirits. Born by sweet swelling. Magical tones. Early Literary Experiments 563. The Secret of Soul. Rising out of the soul's demonic abyss. V. Your sinking down. Is an endless rising. Your endless rising. Is with trembling lips. The ether reddened. Flaming, eternal. Love kiss of the Godhead. Night thoughts. Adithiram. See overhead the cloud sails, lowering. Around its flanks roar eagle wings. Stormwards it rushes, fire sparks showering. Night thoughts from morning's realm it brings. Thought blazes up, so heavy stupendous. Curse frenzy batters the vaults of ether. Blood spurts from eyeball, terror enormous. Sea waves spit up at heaven's rafters. The silent ether, tranquil tremendous. Girdles the brow with blazing brands. Clash of arms. In its womb roar darkness. Cloud swoops, howling woe to the land. Invocation of one in despair. So a god has snatched from me my all. In the curse and rack of destiny. All his worlds are gone beyond recall. Nothing but revenge is left to me. On myself revenge I'll proudly wreak. On that being, that enthroned Lord. Make my strength a patchwork of what's weak. Leave my better self without reward. 564 Karl Marx. I shall build my throne high overhead. Cold, tremendous shall its summit be. For its bulwark superstitious dread. For its martial blackest agony. Who looks on it with a healthy eye. Shall turn back, struck deathly pale and dumb, clutched by blind and chill mortality, may his happiness prepare its tomb. And the Almighty's lightning shall rebound. from that massive iron giant. If he bring my walls and towers down, eternity shall raise them up, defiant. 3 little lights. 3 distant lights gleam quietly. They shine like starry eyes to see. The storm may rage, the wind may shout. The little lights are not blown out. One sweetly struggles ever higher. Trembling to heaven it would aspire. It blinks its eye so trustingly, as if the All-Father it could see. The other looks down on earth's halls, and hears the echoing victory calls. Turns to its sisters in the sky, inspired with silent prophecy. The last one burns with golden fire. The flames shoot forth, it sinks entire. The waves plunge in its heart and sea, swell up into a flowering tree. Then 3 small lights gleam quietly, in turn, like starry eyes to see. The storm may rage, the wind may blow. 2 souls in one are happy now. Early literary experiments. The man in the moon. See, breathed upon by starlight's glance. Swift up and down a hopping. The man in the moon beats out his dance. His lively limbs a bobbing. Soft weeping dew of heaven shines, tangled in curly hair. Then trickles down onto the plains, till blossoms tinkle there. And now it sparkles, sprouts apace, in flakelets gold and pale. The flower bells tell the earthly place, the moonman's grievous tale. He waves in such a friendly way, but deep his sorrows smart. He would be with the sinking ray, lean to the sun's full heart. He's tarried long, he's listened long, to hear the rising spheres. He pines, he yearns to be a song, to thaw in dancing flowers. Earth's glade is covered with his pain, till field and meadow ring. Wrapped with his own sweet shine, he then beats, reconciled, his wings. Lucinda. A ballad. Life seems wed to gaiety, as the dancers tread the measure. Each feels chosen specially, for the sacred vows to pleasure. Rosy cheeks flush ever higher. Faster still the heart's blood races, and the longings of desire lift the soul to heavenly places. Karl Marx. Kiss fraternal and heart's union. Close all in a circle round. Gone the clash of rank, opinion. Love is lord and in command. But it is an idle dream that enfolds warm hearts, and flies from this dust and earthly scene, surging to ethereal skies. Gods can never bear to see man, to his own folly blind, blissfully believing he may span heaven with an earth-born mind. Through the lines a somber guest creeps with sword and knife, apart. Envy's fire consumes his breast, and disdain his wretched heart. She, now in the bridal wreath, once was love and life to him, pledged him once her solemn troth, and her heart she gave to him. So, to battle for the good, trusting her, he went away, and his quest was crowned by God's deed, and valor won the day. Wreathed in glory, he returns to the township, quiet and still, where his lovely jewel burns, where desire and bliss do call. Now he sees the battlements, and his heart beats violently. Soon he shall win all he wants. Dream shall turn reality. To the threshold now he races, of the house that he loves so. Bright with many lamps it blazes. Guests are streaming to and fro. Early literary experiments. But the footman there, aloof, halts him with restraining hand. Stranger, would you climb the roof? Whither leads this rush so blind? Man, I seek Lucinda fair. Then the footman, open-eyed, anyone may find her here, for Lucinda is the bride. Stunned, the stranger stands and sways, in his full athletic height. Stands with wide and staring eyes. Staggers up towards the gate. You should look your festive best for this gay and brilliant place, if you want to be a guest. Calls the footman's uncouth voice. Proud and grim, he turns in haste, takes the long familiar way. Heart with rage and grief obsessed, fury darting from his eye. To the place of his abode flies he like the storm wind rushing. And the door bursts open wide. At his kicking and his pushing. Grabs the candle from the maid. Stays his hand, lest tremor show. With cold sweat the brows bedewed. That he beats in silent woe. On his shoulders lets unfold. Cape of purple, wondrous fair. Decks himself with clasps of gold. Loosens and lets fall his hair. To his bosom sanctuary. Presses he the gold-chased sword. That he wielded to the glory of the one whom he adored. Karl Marx. Back he flies on wings of wind. To the place of revelry. Heart beyond all bridling. Deadly lightning in his eye. Trembling, steps he through the door. To the brilliant hall within. Parsi name their victim, poor. Curses hissing after him. Draws he nearer, sad and bowed. Prideful in his stately cloak. All the guests are frightened, cowed. By his awe-inspiring look. Like a ghost he seems to stride. Lonely through the crowded hall. Onward still the partners glide. Foams the festive goblet full. Many dancers throng the rows. But Lucinda shines the best. From the filmy froth of gauze. Swells voluptuous her breast. Each is filled with silent yearning. Gripped by power all-pervading. Longing, all their eyes are turning. On that form in beauty gliding. And her eyes, full of caprice. Lan in undimmed radiance. On she moves with body's grace. In the many-colored dance. Past the man she lightly dances. Neither does he yield nor quail. Clouded are her glowing glances. And her rosy cheeks turn pale. She would mingle with the crowd. From the stranger turn away. But a scornful hiss is heard. And a god holds her in sway. Early Literary Experiments 569. Grim, he looks her up and down. Ominously closes on her. All the dancers, turned to stone. Questioningly eye each other. But Lucinda's throat and breathing seem as if by gods pressed tight. With her soul for respite striving. Clutches she her mate in fright. Ha! So I must find you faithless, who once pledged yourself to me, you, Lucinda, you a traitress, you another's bride I see. Then the crowd would rush upon him. For his conduct in that place. But he hurls the assailants from him. And like thunder sounds his voice. Let no one dare interfere. Menace in his eyes is plain. And all present, cowed, must hear. Listen to the voice of pain. Never fear, I shall not harm her, she shall not be hurt this night. She need only watch the drama that I stage for her delight. Let the dancing not be over, carry on your revelry. Soon you shall embrace your lover. Soon you shall be free of me. I, too, shall the nuptial bond celebrate this eventide. But another way I've found. Knight and blade shall be my bride. From your eyes but let me suck sensuous passion, sensuous glow. Ah! Now I have seen your look, you shall watch my life's blood flow. Karl Marx. Swiftly through him go the blades. Long held ready in his hands. Snapped are all life's quivering threads. Darkness on his eyes descends. With a heavy crash he falls. Every muscle breaks in twain. Death his prideful limbs enfolds. And no god wakes him again. Then without a word she seizes sword and dagger, quivering. With the iron her skin she pierces. And the purple life's blood springs. In a trice, the watchful maid, shuddering at the bloody spray, wrests from her the deadly blade. Pulls the fatal steel away. Then in pain Lucinda sinks on the corpse with grievous moan. From his heart the blood she drinks. To his heart lets flow her own. And the drapes of gauzy white that her slender body cover reddened now with blood stains bright. Frothing, bubbling all over. Long she moans there, hanging, clinging. Unto him who lies in death. He might live, if only longing. Soul back into clay could breathe. Pale and bloody then she rises. From the one she chose at last. Slowly back the whole crowd presses. Murmuring, horror-struck, aghast. And a goddess, tall, uprearing. Her own doom's artificer. Turns her gaze, destructive, searing. On the man who married her. Early Literary Experiments 571. And a smile, ice-cold and mocking. On the pale lips starts to play. Anguished wailing tells its shocking tale of madness on the way. Broken up the merry revels. Fled the dancers, one and all. Silent now the clashing cymbals. Desolate the empty hall. Dialogue with a singer stands in festive attire. Clasps to his bosom warm a lyre. And plucks the strings, enraptured. How play you my tunes, how sing my refrains, how swell you, O lyre, with soul that strains as if by your own fires captured. Singer, think you that I am cold to bosom's light, to yearning soul, to images upwards striving? They shine as clear as the land of stars, they surge, they soar like streaming fires, they lead to a loftier living. I knew with prescience profound when called by your words' sparkling sound, 'twas not your fingers touching. It was a breath from sweeter lips uprising from the heart's own depths, a subtler music teaching. There shone a visage wondrous fair, haloed in song, in golden hair, that flashed forth rarest lays. High beat her heart, eyes glowed sublime, you were no more, you sank in dream, and I must honor and praise. Karl Marx. Her image in me sank silently, like flower shine rose out of me, as melting into sound. But say, it falls, it soars again, and yet for you cloud-veiled remain the sun and stars all round. O wondrous lyre of magic skill, your joys like bubbling founts that well, ringed round with May wreaths fair. Her breath inspires, her eyes invite, your tones vibrate, your light beams bright, and rolls with the dancing spheres. One drinks, one sings of raptures blessed, then love flees echoing from the breast, one's spirit's no more sound. Yours was the dream, yours was the life, you shine in her, afar I strive, you soar, I must bow down. Singer, though lulled by flower dream, I too reach out to heaven's hem with golden stars to bind it. The music sounds, life is in tears, the music sounds, the sun shines clear, and distances are blended. The Last Judgment. A jest. Ah! That life of all the dead. Hallelujahs that I hear. Make my hair stand on my head. And my soul is sick with fear. For, when everything is severed, and the play of forces done, when our sufferings fade forever, and the final goal is won. Early Literary Experiments. God eternal we must praise. Endless hallelujahs whine. Endless hymns of glory raise. No more delight or pain. Ha! I shudder on the stair, leading to perfection's goal. And I shudder when I hear, urging me, that deathbed call. There can only be one heaven. That one's fully occupied. We must share it with old women, whom the teeth of time have gnawed, while their flesh lies underground, with decay and stones o'er shoveled. Brightly hued, their souls hop round, in a spider dance enravelled. All so skinny, all so thin, so ethereal, so chaste. Never were their forms so lean, even when most tightly laced. But I ruin the proceedings, as my hymns of praise I holler, and the Lord God hears my screamings, and gets hot under the collar, calls the highest angel out, Gabriel, the tall and skinny, who expels the noisy lout. Without further ceremony, I just dreamed it all, you see. Thought I faced the court supreme. Good folk, Don't be cross with me. It was never sin to dream. Karl Marx. Two singers accompanying themselves. On the harp. A ballad. What brings you to this castle here to breathe song's radiant aureole? Seek you a loving comrade dear, for whom in longing yearns your soul. Know you him who soulful dwells therein? Ask you if he set my heart a burning? Can you tell me if the sight of him ever favored mortals drawn by yearning? Never have I seen that shine of his, yet the gleam of precious stone burning on that splendid edifice surely needs must lure me on. Truly, it might be my place of birth, here might be my native land. Ah! 'Twas chosen by the gentle south, turned towards the glow it stands. Here my melody more free resounds, and my breast the higher swells. Sweet the golden lyre's music sounds, as in joy of grief it wells. And I do not know that high master, him who strikes the heart strings powerfully, nor the heavenly spirits that the castle harbors in its womb so secretly. And in vain is my desire's hot burning, not for me the fair gates opening. I lean on the columns, sadly yearning, here love's tribute I must sing. In despair her jet black hair she shakes, bursts into a flood of tears, and the other kisses dry her cheeks, clasps her to her bosom's warming fires. Early literary experiments. I too am drawn by secret bonds to this divine and holy fane. I quest wandering through the lands, was pierced, as if by lightning's flame. But why the burning dew so spill, the tears of bitter sorrow weep? We may enjoy the view at will, on flowery meadow dance and leap. The heart may glow more full in us, and sorrow may more sweetly come. The looks may shine more luminous, here the most beautiful soon won. A humble cottage let us find where we our songs of praise may sing, where the sweet west may play around in spirit's secret struggling. Full many a day they lingered there. At eventide the strings were heard, that held entranced with sad allure. Full many a flower and many a bird. Once, as they both lay fast asleep, arms clasped the gentle bodies round. On bed of moss full soft and deep, a demon wondrous tall was found. He bore them up on wings of gold. They were as bound in magic bonds. And where that cottage stood of old, a wondrous melody resounds. Epigrams. I. In its armchair, stupid and dumb, the German public watches it come. Hither and thither rumbles the storm. Heaven clouds over, more dark and forlorn. 576 Karl Marx. Lightning hisses, snakes out of sight. Feelings remain inviolate. But when the sun comes out in greeting, the wind's soft sighing, the storm abating, it stirs itself, makes a fuss at last, and writes a book. The commotion is past, is seized with an urge for fantasy, would plumb the whole thing thoroughly, believes it's extremely wrong of heaven to play such jokes, though brilliant even. It should the all systematically treat, first rub the head and then the feet. Just like a baby it carries on, looking for things which are dead and gone. Should get the present in proper perspective, let heaven and earth go their ways respective, they've followed their courses as before, and the wave laps quiet on the rocky shore. 2. On Hegel. 1. Since I have found the highest of things and the depths of them also, rude am I as a god, cloaked by the dark like a god. Long have I searched and sailed on thought's deep billowing ocean, there I found me the word, now I hold on to it fast. 2. Words I teach all mixed up into a devilish muddle, thus, anyone may think just what he chooses to think, never, at least, is he hemmed in by strict limitations. Bubbling out of the flood, plummeting down from the cliff, so are his beloved's words and thoughts that the poet devises. He understands what he thinks, freely invents what he feels. Thus, each may for himself suck wisdom's nourishing nectar. Now you know all, since I've said plenty of nothing to you. Early literary experiments. 3. Kant and Fichte soar to heaven's blue, seeking for some distant land. I but seek to grasp profound and true. that which in the street I find. 4. Forgive us epigrammatists for singing songs with nasty twists. In Hegel we're all so completely submerged. But with his aesthetics we've yet to be purged. Ill. The Germans once actually stirred their stumps, with the people's victory turned up trumps. And when all that was over and done, on every corner, everyone read, "Wonderful things are in store for you, 3 legs for all instead of 2. This shook them badly, and in due course they were all smitten by deep remorse. Too much has happened at once, it's plain. We'll have to behave ourselves again. The rest it were better to print and bind. And buyers will not be hard to find. 4. Pull down the stars for them at night. They burn too pale or far too bright. The sun's rays either scorch the eye, or shine from much too far away. V. Of Schiller there's reason to complain. Who couldn't more humanly entertain? Endowed with an elevating mind, he didn't stick to the daily grind. He played with thunder and lightning much, but totally lacked the common touch. 578 Karl Marx. 6. But Goethe's taste was too nicely ordered. He'd rather see Venus than something sordid. Although he grasped things, as one should, from below, it was for the highest he made us go. He wanted to make things so sublime that soul grip evaded him most of the time. Schiller was surely nearer the mark. You can read his ideas in letters stark. His thoughts are there in black and white, though it's hard to fathom the meaning aright. 7. On a certain bald head, as lightning born of radiancy, sparkles from cloud realms far away, Pallas Athena victorious, sprang from the thought-filled head of Zeus. Even so, in sportiveness unbounded, onto his head she's likewise bounded. And what in depth he could never plumb, visibly shines on his cranium. 8. Pustkuchen, false wandering years, 3. 1. Schiller, thinks he, had been less of a bore. If only he'd read the Bible more. One could have nothing but praise for the bell if it featured the resurrection as well, or told how, on a little ass, Christ into the town did pass, while David's defeat of the Philistine would have added something to Wallenstein. A Pustkuchen, a punning reference to Johann Friedrich Wilhelm Pustkuchen, author of Wilhelm Meister's Wanderjahr, based on Wilhelm Meister's Wanderjahr by Goethe. Pustkuchen also means puff cake, hence hot air or nonsense. Ed. Early literary experiments. 2. Goethe can give the ladies a fright. For elderly women he's not quite right. He understood nature, but this is the quarrel, he wouldn't round nature off with a moral. He should have got Luther's doctrine off pat, and made up his poetry out of that. He had beautiful thoughts, if sometimes odd, but omitted to mention made by God. 3. Extremely strange is this desire to elevate Goethe higher and higher. How low in actual fact his reach. Did he ever give us a sermon to preach? Show me in Goethe solid ground for peasant or pedagogue to expound. Such a genius marked with the stamp of the Lord that a sum in arithmetic had him floored. 4. Hear Faust in the full authentic version. The poet's account is sheer perversion. Faust was up to his ears in debts, was dissolute, played at cards for bets. No offer of help from above was extended, so he wanted it all ignominiously ended, but was overwhelmed by a fearful sensation of hell and the anguish of desperation. He then devoted due reflection to knowledge, deed, life, death, and perdition, and on these topics had much to say in a darkly mystical sort of way. Couldn't the poet have managed to tell how debts lead man to the devil and hell? Who loses his credit may well conceivably forfeit redemption quite irretrievably. 5. Since Faust at Easter had the gall to think, why trouble the devil at all? Who dares to think on Easter Day is doomed to hellfire anyway. 580 Karl Marx. 6. Credibility too is defied. The police would soon have had enough. They'd surely have had him clapped inside. For running up debts and making off. 7. Vice alone could elevate Faust. Who really loved himself the most? God and the world he dared to doubt. Though Moses thought they'd both worked out. Silly young Gretchen had to adore him. Instead of getting his conscience to gnaw him, telling him he was the devil's prey, and the day of judgment was well on the way. 8. There's use for the beautiful soul. It's simple, just trim it with specks and a nun's wimple. What God hath done is right well done. Thus the true poet hath begun. Concluding epigram. On the puff pastry cook. So knead your cake as well as you can. You'll never be more than a baker's man. And, after all, whoever asked you to emulate Goethe the way you do? As he knew nothing of your profession. Whence came his genius and perception? Harmony. Know you that magic image sweet? When souls into each other go. And then in one soft breath outflow. Melodious, loving, mild, replete. They flame up in one rose bloom, blushing red, and coyly hide deep in some mossy bed. Early Literary Experiments 581. Roam far and wide throughout the land. The magic image you'll not find. That talisman can never bind. Nor sun's fierce rays portend. The light of no sun ever gave it birth. It never knew the nourishment of earth. Ever resplendent there it stays. Though time its rapid pinions beats. Though bright Apollo guides his steeds. Though worlds fade into nothingness. Alone its own true power did it create. That neither world nor God can dominate. Perhaps 'tis like the cithern sounding. As played on one eternal lyre. In endless glow, in endless fire. In yearning's lofty urge resounding. Once hear within yourself those strings that play your steps to wander shall not further stray. Distraught. A ballad. All decked with finery. She stands, in purple dressed. A satin ribbon coy is hidden in her breast. And playfully there glow sweet roses in her hair. Some are like flakes of snow. The others blood and fire. But never a rose is playing upon her pallid face. She sinks, distressful, bowing, as heart shot in the chase. Karl Marx. Tremulous, pale she looks. In diamonds full display. The blood drains from her cheeks. Into her heart away. I have been driven again to gaiety's false allure, my heart oppressed with pain, my wavering steps unsure. O'er soul's high billowing sea other desires have called. Enough of this display, so loveless and so cold. I cannot understand it, within my breast this flame, heaven alone can grant it, no mortal speak its name. I would bear suffering even, willingly I would die, that I might merit heaven, a better land might see. She lifts her tearful gaze to heaven's radiance, her bosom's fantasies in sighs give utterance. Quietly she lays her down, and says a heartfelt prayer. Sleep folds her gently round. An angel watches her. 2. Years have flown swiftly by. Hollow her cheeks have grown. Quieter, sadder she. More distant, more withdrawn. She struggles, but in vain. Fighting great agony. Early Literary Experiments 583. Those mighty powers to tame. Her heart leaps violently. Dreaming, one day she lies in bed, but not asleep. Drowning in nothingness. The blow has struck full deep. Her look becomes a stare. Hollow, and void, and numb. She raves, all unaware. In wild delirium. And from her eye there streams the blood that nothing stays. The pain now quieter seems. Now flash the Spirit's rays. The gates of heaven yield, and I am moved with awe. My hopes shall be fulfilled, nearer the stars I'll draw. Trembling on lips so pale. The soul would seek to roam The gentle spirits sail to their ethereal home. Striving profound has drawn her, lured by a magic bond. Too cold has life been for her, too poor this earthly land. Man and drum. A fable. A drum it is no man, and a man he is no drum. The drum is very clever, and the man is very dumb. The drum is tied with straps, but the man is on his own, and the drum sits firm when the man falls down. 584 Karl Marx. The angry man he beats it, and the drum goes bippity-bop, yes, the merry drum it rattles, and the man goes hippity-hop. And then the man pulls faces, and the drum it laughs at him, and the man shouts up and down the house and makes an awful din. Hey, drum, ho, drum, why laugh so mockingly? You take me for a fool and you stick out your tongue at me. Damn you, drum, you shame me, you jeer and you deride. Why do you rattle when I beat, why do you hang where you were tied? You think I raised you from a tree into a drum full grown to carry on like that as if you'd done it on your own? You shall dance when I beat, you shall beat when I sing, you shall cry when I laugh, you shall laugh when I spring. The man scowls at the drum all in a sudden furious bout, he bangs and bangs and bangs it till its blood comes gushing out. So the drum it has no man, and the man he has no drum, and the man takes holy orders for a friar to become. Human pride. When these stately halls I scan, and the giant burden of these houses, and the stormy pilgrimage of man, and the frenzied race that never ceases, pulses throbbing do I sense, and the giant flame of soul so proud, shall the waves then bear you hence, into life, into the ocean's flood? Shall I then revere these forms, heavenward soaring, proud, inviolate? Should I yield before the life that storms towards the indeterminate? Early literary experiments. No. You pygmy giants so wretched, and you ice-cold stone monstrosity, see how in these eyes averted burns the soul's impetuosity. Swift eye scans the circles round, hastens through them all exploringly. Yearning, as on fire, resounds, mocking through the vast halls and away. When you all go down and sink, fragment world shall lie around. Even though cold splendor blink, even though grim ruin stand its ground, there is drawn no boundary. No hard, wretched earth-clod bars our way. And we sail across the sea, and we wander countries far away. Nothing bids to stay our going, nothing locks our hopes inside. Swift away go fancies fleeting, and the bosom's joy and pain abide. All those monstrous shapes so vast tower aloft in fearfulness, feeling not love's fiery blast that creates them out of nothingness. No giant column soars to heaven in a single block, victorious. One stone on the other meanly woven emulates the timid snail laborious. But the soul embraces all, is a lofty giant flame that glows, even in its very fall, dragging suns in its destructive throes. And out of itself it swells, up to heaven's realms on high. Gods within its depths it lulls, thunderous lightning flashes in its eye. 586 Karl Marx. And it wavers not a whit, where the very God thought fares, on its breast will cherish it. Soul's own greatness is its lofty prayer. Soul its greatness must devour, in its greatness must go down. Then volcanoes seethe and roar, and lamenting demons gather round. Soul, succumbing haughtily, raises up a throne to giant derision. Downfall turns to victory. Hero's prize is proud renunciation. But when two are bound together, when two souls together flow, each one softly tells the other, no more need alone through space to go. Then all worlds hear melodies, like the Aeolian harp full sighing, in eternal beauty's rays, wish and soul's desire together flowing. Jenny, do I dare avow that in love we have exchanged our souls? that as one they throb and glow, and that through their waves one current rolls? Then the gauntlet do I fling, scornful in the world's wide open face. Down the giant she-dwarf, whimpering, plunges, cannot crush my happiness. Like unto a god I dare, through that ruined realm in triumph roam. Every word is deed and fire, and my bosom like the Maker's own. Early literary experiments. Evening stroll. Why gaze you towards the cliff wall there, what do you softly sigh? The sun sinks glowing through the air, kissing the cliff goodbye. And this before you've never seen the sun's orb slowly scale the morning sky, and then from noon sink down into the vale. Indeed I have, indeed that glow in crimson folds throbbed burning, until its eye, being loath to go, dwelt on her in its yearning. We walked in peace. By her footfall the echoing cliffs were captured. The light wind gently kissed her shawl, soft spoke her eyes, enraptured. And sick with love, I lisped a sighing, she trembled, rosy red. I pressed her hard, down sank the dying sun, star-cosseted. That draws me to the cliff wall there, that's what I softly sigh. She waves far off as evening fire. She bows as from on high. Seen as from Elaine M. A tragedy. Characters. Elaine M., a German traveler. Lucendu, his companion. Pertini, a citizen of a mountain town in Italy. Allwander, a citizen of the same town. Beatrice, his foster daughter. Were in Perto. Among 77 I. Action takes place inside or before Pertini's house, Allwander's house, and in the mountains. Act I. A mountain town. Scene 1. A street. Elaine M., Lucendu, Pertini before his house. Pertini. Sirs, the whole town is crowded out with strangers, attracted to the spot by fame, to see the wonders of the neighborhood. In short, I offer you my home. For at no inn will you find room. So all I can provide with my small means I shall be glad to place at your disposal. Truly, I am drawn to friendship with you. That's no flattery. Early literary experiments. Elaine M. We thank you, stranger, and I only fear lest your opinion of us be too high. Pertini. Good, good. Then let us leave the compliments. Elaine M. But we intend to make a lengthy stay. Pertini. Each day the less you spend in pleasure here will be my loss. Elaine M. Once more we thank you warmly. Pertini, calling a servant. Boy. See the gentlemen up to their room. They wish to take some rest after their journey, they also want to be alone and change their heavy traveling clothes for lighter wear. Elaine M. We take our leave, but we shall soon return. Elaine M. and Lucinda go out with the servant. Pertini, alone, cautiously looking round. It's he, by God, it's he, the day has come, he, the old friend I never could forget, any more than my conscience gives me rest. That's excellent. Now I'll exchange my conscience, he shall be it henceforth, yes, he, Elaine M. So, conscience, now may it go well with you. For every night you stood before my bed, you went to sleep when I did, rose with me we know each other, man, my eyes upon it. What's more, I know that there are others here, they are Elaine M. also Elaine M. There's death rings in that name. Well, let it ring till in its owner while it rings its last. But wait, I have it now. As clear as air, firm as my bones, it comes up from my soul. His oath stands up in arms before my eyes. I've found it, and I'll see he finds it too. My plan is made, you are its very soul, yes, you, Elaine M., are its very life. Would you work destiny as 'twere a puppet? Make heaven a plaything for your calculations. Fabricate gods out of your old spent loins. Now, play your part off pat, my little god, but wait for your cue, leave that to me. Enter Lucinda. 590 Karl Marx. Scene 2. Pertini, Lucinda, Pertini. Pray, why so much alone, my dear young sir? Listen to curiosity. The old find nothing new. Pertini. Indeed. Your time of life. Listen to no, but if ever. My soul cherished a strong desire, if ever. My heart was moved by a presentient yearning, it was to call him father, be his son, that ones whose manly and impassioned spirit can drink in worlds entire, whose heart streams forth the radiance of the gods. Did you not know him, then you might not conceive that such a man could be. Pertini. It sounds indeed most fine and tender, when from the warm voluptuous lips of youth the praise of age streams forth like tongues of fire. It sounds so moral, like a Bible sermon. Just like the story of the Dame Susanna. Or like that tale about the prodigal son. But dare I ask you if you know this man? With whom your heart would seem so closely bound? Listen to seem. Only semblance and illusion? You hate mankind? Pertini. Well, at the very least. I am a man. Listen to forgive if I've offended. You are full well disposed towards the stranger, and he who goes in friendship to the wanderer, his spirit is not locked within itself. You seek an answer. Answer you shall have. We are together bound in a strange union. Deep woven in the bottom of our hearts. Which, even as bright blazing brands of fire, the spirits of his breast weave round with radiance, as if well-wishing demons of the light with thoughtful tenderness had matched us both. Thus have I known him since long, long ago. So long ago, that memory scarcely whispers. Early Literary Experiments 59-1. Of our first meeting. How we found each other, I know it not. Pertini. It sounds indeed romantic. And yet, my dear young sir, it is but sound that sounds only to parry a request. Listen to I swear to it. Pertini. What do you swear to, sir? Listen to I do not know him, yet indeed I know him. He hides some mystery deep within his breast, which I may not yet know, not now, not yet. These words repeat themselves each day, each hour. For see, I do not know myself. Pertini. That's bad. Listen to I stand here so cut off, so separate. The poorest wretch takes pride in what he is when, smiling, he tells of the line that bore him, cherishing in his heart each little detail. I cannot do this. Men call me listen to, but they could call me gallows too, or tree. Pertini. What do you want, then? Friendship with the gallows? Kinship, even. Well, I can help you there. Listen to earnestly. Play not with empty syllables and sounds when I rage inwardly. Pertini. Rage on, my friend, till rage is spent. Listen to indignantly. What do you mean? Pertini. Mean? Nothing. I am a dry house Philistine, no more, a man who simply calls each hour an hour, who goes to sleep at night time, just to rise when morning comes again, who counts the hours until he's counted out and the clock stops, and worms become the hands that show the time, and so until the final judgment day when Jesus, with the angel Gabriel, pronouncing sentence on his wrathful trumpet, reads out the list of our recorded sins, and stands us on the right or on the left. 592 Karl Marx. And runs his God fist over all our hides. To find out whether we are lambs or wolves. Listen to he'll not name me, because I have no name. Pertini. Well said. That's how I like to hear you speak. But since I'm just a plain house Philistine, my thoughts are homely, and I handle thoughts as you do stones and sand. So if a man cannot name his own family, but turns up with another, he's an offshoot born on the wrong side of the blanket. Listen to what was that? Think sooner black the sun and flat the moon, and neither sending forth one shaft of light, but hear a sound a surmise and life weighs it. Pertini. My friend, you must not improvise so wildly. Believe me, I'm not prone to nervous fits. But offshoots are quite often green and mossy, yes, yes, they take their own luxuriant way and shoot up shining towards the very heavens, as if they knew that they had sprung from joy, begotten by no dull and slavish union. For look you, offshoots of this kind are satires, nature's a poet, marriage sits in a chair, its cap on, and with all the accessories, its sullen face with grimacing distorted, and, lying at its feet, a dusty parchment scrawled over with the parson's blasphemies, the church's dismal halls to give perspective, the churlish rabble gaping in the background give me offshoots. Listen do, incensed. For God's sake, that's enough. What is it, man? What do you mean? Speak out, but by the eternal I shall speak with you. What do I ask? Lies it not clear before me? Grins not hell out of it, does it not rise before my look like death's own withered shape, to glare at me and mutter threats of storm? But, man, not easily, believe you me. Have you hurled from your withered devil's fist this blazing brand of fire into my breast? Early Literary Experiments 593. For do not think you play dice with a boy, flinging the dice with shattering force straight at his childish head. You've played too fast with me. So now and mark you this, we're gaming, comrades. You've quickly made yourself familiar. Out with all that's heaving in your vile snake's bosom. And be it mistrust only, or derision, then I shall throw it back into your throat, and you yourself shall choke your poison down, and then I'll play with you. But speak. I wish it. Pertini. You do? You think of Faust and Mephistopheles. You've brooded on them deeply, I dare say. I tell you, no. Keep your wish to yourself, and I'll throw dust into its silly eyes. Listen do. Take care. Don't blow upon the glowing embers until the flames blaze up and you yourself are burned to cinders. Pertini. A phrase. An empty phrase. The only one they burn will be yourself. Listen do. Myself. So be it. To myself I'm nothing. But you, oh, you my youthful arms enfold and twine themselves in frenzy round your breast. The abyss yawns. Gaping night to both of us, if you sink down, smiling, I'll follow you, and whisper to you, down. Come with me. Comrade. Pertini. It seems you're gifted with imagination. You have dreamed much already in your life? Listen do. Just so. I am a dreamer, yes, a dreamer. What knowledge do I want from you who have none? You've only seen us, but you know us not, yet hurl against me scorn and blasphemy. What am I waiting for? Still more of you. You have no more, but I have more for you. For me guilt, poison, shame, you must redeem it. You've drawn the circle, and it leaves no room for two of us. Now use your jumping skill. As fate draws, so it draws. So let it be. Pertini. You must have read that ending out in class from some dry, dusty book of tragedies. 594 Karl Marx. Listen do. True, this is tragedy that we are playing. Come on, now. Where and how you want. You choose. Pertini. And when, and everywhere, and any time, and none. Listen do. Coward, don't make a mockery of my words, or I'll write coward across your very face, and shout it out through each and every street and thrash you publicly, if you'll not follow, if you dare crack your feeble hackneyed jokes when my heart's blood runs cold within my veins. Not one word more, follow or do not follow, your sentence is pronounced, you coward, you knave. Pertini, incensed. Say that again, boy. Say those words again. Listen do. Why, if it brings you joy 1,000 times, if it stirs up your gall and sets it flowing until the blood starts furious from your eyeballs, then here it is again, you knave, you coward. Pertini. We'll have this out. Write that upon your brain. There's still one place to knit us two together, and that is hell not for me, but you. Listen to. Why count the syllables, if it can be settled here on the spot? Then fly away to hell, and tell the devils it was I that sent you. Pertini. Just one more word. Listen to. What is the use of words? I hear them not. Blow bubbles in the wind, draw lineaments on your face to match your words, I see them not. Bring weapons, let them speak, I'll put my whole heart into them, and if it breaks not, then Pertini, interrupting him. Not quite so bold, my lad, and not so callow. You have not a thing to lose, no, nothing. You are a stone that's fallen from the moon, that someone somewhere scratched one single word on. You spelled the letters out, they read listen to. See. On that empty tablet I'll not dare wager myself, my life, my honor, all. You want to use my blood for artist's color? Am I to be the brush that lends you tone? Early Literary Experiments 595. We are too far removed in rank and station. Am I to stand against you as you are? I know what I am. Tell me, what are you? You know not, are not, you have naught to lose. Thief-like, you seek to pledge to me an honor that never in your bastard's bosom glowed. You seek to swindle, lay your empty ticket against my sterling worth, my friend. Not so. First get you honor, name, and life. You are still nothing, then I'll gladly stake my honor, name and life against your own. Listen to. So that's it, coward. You want to save your skin? You've worked the sum out so ingeniously. Oh, so ingeniously, in your dull brain? Do not deceive yourself, I'll change your answer, and I shall write down coward in its place. I'll scorn you as I would a maddened beast. I'll shame you, yes, shame you before the world, and then you can explain, with all the details, to aunts and uncles, children, everyone, I call myself Lucendu, yes, Lucendu, that is my name, it might have been some other, I go by it, though it could have been different. What men call being, I do not possess. But you are what you are, and that's a coward. Pertini. That's nice, that's very pretty. But supposing I could give you a name, you hear, a name? Lucendu. You have no name yourself, and yet you'd give one, you who have never seen me, save this once, and seeing Salai, the eternal mockery that hounds us down, we see, and that is all. Pertini. Good. But who grasps more than is seen? Lucendu. Not you. You've seen in all things what you are, a scoundrel. Pertini. True, I'm not easily fooled by the first glance. But that man, he was not born yesterday. Believe me, he has seen a thing or two. What if we knew each other? Lucendu. I don't believe it. 596 Karl Marx. Pertini. But is there not a poet, wondrous strange, a gloomy aesthete, but of ridicule, who spends his hours in subtle meditation, who would make rhymes of life, and would most gladly himself be author of the poem of life? Lucendu. Ha! It might well be chance. You don't deceive me. Pertini. Chance. Such is the language of philosophers when reason doesn't come to rescue them. Chance, it's so easily said, one syllable, a name is also chance. Anyone's name might be Ulanem if he had no other. And so it is pure chance if I so call him. Lucendu. You know him? Heavens. Speak. In heaven's name. Pertini. You know the boy's reward? Its name is silence. Lucendu. It sickens me to ask of you a favor, but I beseech you, by all you hold dear. Pertini. Dear. You think that I am going to bargain? A coward, you know, is deaf to all entreaty. Lucendu. You must, then, if you would wipe out the taunt of coward, you must speak without delay. Pertini. Let's duel now, I'll fight you as you are. You're good enough for me, so let us fight. Lucendu. Don't drive me to the extreme, not to that verge where there are no more bounds, where all things end. Pertini. Listen to him. We want to try extremes, as fate draws, so it draws. So let it be. Lucendu. Ha! Is there no way out, no hope at all? His breast as hard as iron, all feeling withered, cankered, and dried with scorn, he mixes poison and rubs it in for balsam. And he smiles. This may be your last hour, man, yes, your last, seize it, absorb it, for in less than no time you'll stand before your judge, so break the chain of your life's vicious actions with one last good deed, one solitary word, as lightly breathed as air. Pertini. 'Twas chance, good friend. Believe me, I believe in chance myself. Early literary experiments. Lucendu. In vain. All but stop, you shallow fool, it won't be settled that way, no, by God. Your sharp eye has deceived you once again. I'll call him here in person. Then you may stand, before him, face to face and eye to eye, just like a little boy caught doing wrong. You cannot hold me, man. Out of my way. He rushes off. Pertini. A greater plan now rescues you, my lad, Pertini can't forget, believe you me. Pertini, calls. Lucendu, ho. In heaven's name, come back. Lucendu returns. Lucendu. What would you? Off with you. Pertini. There's honor for you. Go, tell the worthy gentleman we quarreled, you challenged me, but being a good boy and a very pious child. Repented, begged forgiveness, were forgiven. Then shed a pious tear, and kiss his hand, and cut the rod for your repentant back. Lucendu. You drive me to it? Pertini. You let yourself be driven. This sounds as moral as a children's primer. Do you believe in God? Lucendu. Confess to you. Pertini. Don't you demand that I confess to you? I shall. But say, do you believe in God? Lucendu. What's that to you? Pertini. It's hardly fashionable, so I'd much like to hear you tell me plainly. Lucendu. I don't believe with what is called belief, and yet I know him as I know myself. Pertini. We'll talk of that when mood and moment suit, how you believe is all the same to me, at least you do believe. Good. Swear by him. Lucendu. What? Swear to you. 598 Karl Marx. Pertini. Yes, swear you must that never. Will your tongue blab a single syllable? Lucendu. By God, I swear it. Pertini. Then swear you'll cherish only friendship for me. See, I am not so bad, only outspoken. Lucendu. By God, I would not swear it for a world that I loved you or held you in esteem. I cannot and I will not ever swear it. But what is past, let that be all wiped out. As if it were a loathsome, evil dream. I'll plunge it down where all dreams disappear to, deep in the rolling waves of oblivion. That I will swear to you by him that's holy. From whom the worlds come whirling up through space, who with his glance brings forth eternity, I swear. But now the guerdon for my oath. Pertini. Come. I will lead you to a quiet place, and show you many a sight, rocky ravines, where lakes have welled up from volcanic earth, cradling in quietude their rounded waters, and where the years rush past in silent sequence, then will the storm indeed subside, and then Lucendu. What's this? You speak of stones, bays, worms, and mud. But rocks and crags tower upwards everywhere, in every spot a spring comes bubbling forth. Whether impetuous, low, high, what matter? Mysterious places still are to be found, where we are held enraptured and spellbound. To see them wakes excitement in my breast. And if it bursts, why, it is jest, no more. So take me where you will, yes, to that goal. Waver and falter not, but let's away. Pertini. The rolling thunder first must cease its din ere the pure lightning cleanse your breast within. So to a spot I'll make myself your guide, where, I much fear, you'll wish too long to abide. Listen to. Oh, let our journey's goal lie where it may, I'll follow you, if you will lead the way. Pertini. Mistrustful. They both go out. Early Literary Experiments 599. Scene 3. A room in Pertini's house. Ulanem is alone, seated at a table, writing. Papers lie about. Suddenly he springs up, walks up and down, then stops abruptly and stands with folded arms. Ulanem. All lost. The hour is now expired, and time stands still. This pygmy universe collapses. Soon I shall clasp eternity and howl humanity's giant curse into its ear. Eternity. It is eternal pain, death inconceivable, immeasurable. An evil artifice contrived to taunt us, who are but clockwork, blind machines wound up to be the calendar fools of time, to be, only that something thus at least might happen, and to decay, that there might be decay. The worlds must have had need of one thing more dumb, searing agony to send them whirling. Death comes to life and puts on shoes and stockings, the sorrowing plant, the stone's inert erosion, the birds that find no song to tell the pain of their ethereal life, the general discord and the blind striving of the all to shake itself out of itself, be crushed in quarrel. This now stands up and has a pair of legs, and has a breast to feel the curse of life. Ha, I must twine me on the will of flame, and in eternity's ring I'll dance my frenzy. If aught besides that frenzy could devour, I'd leap therein, though I must smash a world that towered high between myself and it. It would be shattered by my long-drawn curse, and I would fling my arms around cruel being, embracing me, 'twould silent pass away. Then silent would I sink into the void. Wholly to sink, not be this were life, but swept along high on eternity's current to roar out threnodies for the Creator, scorn on the brow. Can sun burn it away? Bound in compulsion's sway, curse in defiance. 600 Karl Marx. Let the envenomed eye flash forth destruction. Does it hurl off the ponderous worlds that bind? Bound in eternal fear, splintered and void, bound to the very marble block of being, bound forever, and forever bound. The worlds, they see it and go rolling on and howl the burial song of their own death. And we apes of a cold god, still cherish with frenzied pain upon our loving breast the viper so voluptuously warm, that it as universal form rears up and from its place on high grins down on us. And in our ear, till loathing's all consumed, the weary wave roars onward, ever onward. Now quick, the die is cast, and all is ready, destroy what only poetry's lie contrived, a curse shall finish what a curse conceived. He sits down at the table and writes. Scene 4. Alwander's house, first before the house. Lucendu, Pertini. Lucendu. Why bring me here? Pertini. For a succulent piece of woman, that's all. See for yourself, and if she softly breathes a melodious piece into your soul, then forward. Lucendu. What? You're taking me to horse? And at the very time when all of life comes down with crushing force upon my shoulders, and when my breast swells irresistibly in a mad frenzy craving self-destruction, when each breath breathes 1,000 deaths for me and now a woman. Pertini. Ha! Rave on, young man, breathe hellfire and destruction, breathe away. What horse? Did I misunderstand your meaning? See, there's the house. Does it look like a brothel? You think I want to play the pimp for you, and use the very daylight for a lantern? Early Literary Experiments 601. That's rich. But enter first and there, perhaps, you'll learn what you desire. Listen to. I see your trick. The stuff you made it of is very cheap. You really seek to slip the hand that holds you. Be grateful that this moment I must hear you, but temporising will cost you your life. They go into the house. The curtain falls and another is raised. A modern, elegant room. Beatrice is sitting on the sofa, a guitar beside her. Listen to, Pertini, Beatrice. Pertini. Beatrice, a young traveller I bring, a pleasant gentleman, my distant kinsman. Beatrice, to listen to. Welcome. Listen to. Forgive me if I find no words, no speech to express my heart's astonishment. Beauty so rare quite overwhelms the spirits, the blood leaps high, but not a word will come. Beatrice. Fair words, young sir. You are in a pleasant mood. I thank your disposition, not the favour that nature has denied me so unkindly, when 'tis your tongue that speaks, and not your heart. Listen to. Oh, if my heart might speak, if it might only pour forth what you have quickened in its depths, the words would all be flames of melody, and every breath a whole eternity, a heaven, an empire infinitely vast, in which all lives would sparkle bright with thoughts full of soft yearning, full of harmonies, locking the world so sweetly in its breast, streaming with radiance of pure loveliness, since every word would only bear your name. Pertini. You will not take it in bad part, young lady, if I explain to you that he is German and always raves of melody and soul. Beatrice. A German. But I like the Germans well, and I am proud to be of that same stock. Come, sit here, German sir. She offers him a place on the sofa. 602 Karl Marx. Listen to. Thank you, my lady. Aside to Pertini. Away. There is still time, here I am lost. Beatrice, abashed. Did I speak out of place? Lucinda wants to speak, but Pertini cuts in. Pertini. Spare us your flourishes and your flattery. 'Twas nothing, Beatrice, merely some business that I must still arrange for him in haste. Lucinda, confused, in a low voice. By God, Pertini, you are playing with me. Pertini, aloud. Take it not so to heart, don't be so scared. The lady trusts my word, is it not so? Beatrice, he may stay, is it not so? Till I am back. And please remember prudence, you are a stranger, so no foolishness. Beatrice. Oh, come, young sir, was then my welcome such that you could think I'd banish you, a stranger, friend of Pertini, an old friend of ours, unceremoniously from this house, whose hospitable doors are open to all. You need not flatter, but you must be fair. Lucinda. By God, your gracious kindness overwhelms me. You speak as gently as the angels speak. Forgive if overawed and overcome. By the wild stream of passion long forgotten, the lips spoke what they ought to have concealed. Yet see the sky all clear and luminous. Smile down upon us from the clouds' blue realm, and see the colors throb so sweet and bright, now wrapped in shade and now in gentle light, mingling in harmonies so soft and full, one lovely picture, one inspired soul. See this, and then be silent if your lips obey. But no. Your heart enchanted leaps. Prudence and circumspection vanished all. The lips must speak what holds your heart in thrall. Even as the Aeolian lyre is stirred to sound when Zephyr wraps his fluttering pinions round. Early literary experiments. Beatrice. Reproof I cannot find within my heart, you dress the poison, sir, with such sweet art. Lucinda, aside to Pertini. Confounded villain, yet good villain too, what shall I do? Get out of here, by God. Pertini, aloud. It rankles in his mind, remembering how I took the words out of his mouth just now. In language beautiful he would have talked, when by my interruption he was balked. But never mind, 'Tis Beatrice's belief you kindly wished to afford her some relief from your grand talk, like any German jest, once swallowed, it's not easy to digest. I go. Listen du, in a low voice. But man. Purton I, aloud. Think of the sympathies. That from the stomach to the heart soon rise, I'll soon be back to fetch you swift away, or else in this sweet place too long you'll stay. Aside. I must be gone. And while he pays his court, I'll see the old man brings it all to naught. Exit Purton I. Lucinda is in confusion. Beatrice. And must I yet once more bid you be seated? Lucinda. I'll gladly sit here if you truly wish it. Sits down. Beatrice. Our friend Purton I's often strangely moody. Lucinda. Yes, strangely so. Most strangely. Very strangely. Pause. Forgive me, lady, you esteem this man? Beatrice. He has long been a true friend of the household, and always treated me most amiably. And yet I know not why I cannot bear him. He's often violent. Often from his breast, forgive me, he's your friend, some secret spirit calls strangely, in a voice I do not like. It is as though some inner turbulent darkness shrank from the daylight's open look of love and feared to make response, as if he harbored. 604 Karl Marx. An evil worse than his tongue speaks, worse even than his heart dares to think. This is but surmise, and I do wrong, confiding it so soon. It is suspicion, suspicion is a viper. Lucinda. Do you regret confiding in me, then? Beatrice. Were it a secret that concerned myself, but oh, what am I saying? Have you won my trust already? Yet it is not wrong that I should tell you everything I know. I could confide it all to anyone, since I know nothing that's not known to all. Lucinda. To all? Well said. You would be kind to all? Beatrice. Would you not too? Lucinda. Oh angel, oh sweet being. Beatrice. You make me fearful, sir. What mean these words? You jump so suddenly from theme to theme. Lucinda. I must act quickly, for the hour is striking. Why hesitate? Death is in every minute. Can I conceal it? It's a miracle, I have just met you, strange though it appears, we might have known each other many years. It is as if the music I heard sound within my own heart, living form had found, and into vibrant, warm reality the spirit bond uniting us breaks free. Beatrice. I won't deny it, you are not to me a stranger, yet still strange you are, unknown. But as dark spirits would not let us see each other till this hour, so we must own there may be other spirits whose deceit binds us with treacherous bonds, however sweet. Foresight and wisdom we must not despise, the strongest lightning strikes not from dark skies. Lucinda. O fair philosopher of the heart! O God, I can resist no more, for you compel me. Do not imagine that I do not hold you in respect because my heart grows bold. It throbs to bursting, all my nerves are tense. I can resist no more. Soon I'll be gone. Early Literary Experiments 605. Far, far away from here, from you divided. Then, worlds, plunge down into the abyss. Forgive me, sweet my child, forgive the hour that drives me onward with such violent power. I love you, Beatrice, by God I swear it, and love and Beatrice make but one word that I can utter only in one breath, and in this thought I'd go to meet my death. Beatrice. Since good can never come of it, I pray speak no more thus. If but this cannot be you were to win my heart, now, straight away, surely you would no longer honor me. You'd say that I was just a common thing, ready, as thousands are, to have her fling. If for a moment such a notion crossed your mind, then love and honor would be lost. 'Twould mean that you cared for me not a jot, and self-reproach would have to be my lot. Lucinda. Tender and lovely being, hear me plead. If only in my bosom you could read, I never loved till now, by God above, and your reproaches make a mock of love. Let the base merchant haggle over flaws, by shrewd delays more profit still he draws. Love brings the union of the worlds about, naught is beyond, and naught else to desire. Let those who bind themselves in hatred doubt. Love is a flashing spark from life's own fire, magic that holds us in an open ring, so yield to it. This is the only thing that counts in love, not prudent carefulness, for love is quick to kindle, quick to bless. Beatrice. Shall I be modest? Coy. No, I must dare, however high may leap the flame's fierce flare. Yet my breast tightens under fearful strain, as if delight were mixed with searing pain, as if between our union there came floating a hissing sound mixed in by devils gloating. Listen to it is the fire which you do not yet know, and the old life, which now has turned to go away from us, is speaking its last word. 606 Karl Marx. Then its reproaches will no more be heard. But tell me, Beatrice, how will you be mine? Beatrice. My father wants to tie me to a man, whom I would hate if I could hate my fellows. But be assured you soon will hear from me. Where are you staying, sweet friend of my heart? Listen to. Why, at Pertini's house. Beatrice. I'll send a courier. But now your name? Most surely it must sound, as does the music of the circling spheres. Lucindu, in a serious voice. Lucindu is my name. Beatrice. Lucindu. Sweet, sweet rings that name to me. Ah, my Lucindu, he is my world, my God, my heart, my all. Lucindu. Beatrice, that's yourself, and you are more, you are yet more than all, for you are Beatrice. He presses her ardently to his breast. The door bursts open and Werin enters. Werin. A pretty sight? Oh Beatrice. Oh snake. Puppet of virtue, are you, cold as marble? Lucindu. What do you mean by this? What do you seek? By God, no ape could ever look so sleek. Werin. Damned boy, you'll soon enough learn what I mean. We'll speak together, you and I, O rival. Fashioned in human form to make it loathsome, creature puffed up with impudent conceit, a piece of blotting paper to wipe pens on, a comic hero of some wretched jape. Lucindu. And as remarked, behold the complete ape. Shame on you thus to bandy words with me. Such courage is like barrel organ music, played to a painted picture of a battle. Soon the real thing will count. Werin. Soon. Now boy, now we'll have this matter out. Be by God my very blood runs cold. Beatrice, I'll finish off this paramour. Early Literary Experiments 607. Lucindu. Silence, fellow, I'll follow you this instant. Pertini enters. Pertini. What's all this noise? You think you're on the street? To Werin. Why do you screech, you crow? I'll stop your mouth. Aside. I've come just in the nick of time. The fellow has somewhat misinterpreted my meaning. Beatrice falls in a faint. Lucindu. Help. She swoons. Oh God. He bends over her. Come to yourself, angel, sweet spirit, speak. He kisses her. Feel you the warmth? Her eyelids flutter, she breathes. Beatrice, why are you so? Oh, tell me, why? You want to kill me? Can I see you thus? He raises her up, embracing her. Werin wants to rush upon him. Pertini holds him back. Pertini. Come, friend Crow, just a few words in your ear. Beatrice in a faint voice. Lucindu, my Lucindu, ah, my lost one, and lost to me, my heart, before I won you. Lucindu. Be calm, my angel, nothing shall be lost, and soon I'll see this fellow breathe his last. He carries her to the sofa. Lie there a while, we cannot long remain, this holy place must bear no evil stain. Wherein? Come, we shall speak together. Purton I. I'll come too. 1 second at a duel is something new. Listen to. Compose yourself, sweet child, be of good cheer. Beatrice. Farewell. Listen to. Angel, farewell. Beatrice with a deep sigh. I'm full of fear. Curtain. End of Act I. 21 to 194. Song to the stars. You dance round and around, in shimmering rays of light. Your soaring shapes abound, in number infinite. Here breaks the noblest soul. The full heart bursts in twain, and like a jewel in gold, is clasped by mortal pain. It turns on you its look, darkly, compellingly. From you, babe-like, would suck hope and eternity. Alas, your light is never more than ethereally rare. No divine being ever cast into you his fire. You are false images, faces of radiant flame, heart's warmth and tenderness, and soul you cannot claim. A mockery is your shining of action, pain, desire. On you is dashed all yearning, and the heart's song of fire. Early Literary Experiments 609. Grieving, we must turn grey, and in despair and pain. Then see the mockery, that earth and heaven remain. That, as we tremble even, and worlds within us drown, no tree trunks ever riven, no star goes plunging down. Dead you'd be otherwise. Your grave the ocean blue, all gone, the shining rays, and all fire spent in you. Truth you'd speak silently, not dazzle with dead light, nor shine in clarity, and all round would be night. Dream vision. Adithiram. From my dreamings I would coax soft an image in scent-woven web. I would weave rings passing fair from the locks of my own hair. Night encompassed, heart's blood I would swell that, from waves of dream, fire image well, image, ebbing and a-flowing, fair in love, Aeolian music sighing. It would soar, all golden shining, and the little house would arch up higher, and my locks would wander, curling. Divinest girl in darkness furling. Forth in pearly songs my blood would flow, streaming round the marble shoulders glow, and the lamp would flicker suns. My heart would flood heaven's dome. 21 *. 610 Karl Marx. Down would shake the rooms all round. But for me, grown into giant hero, in his mighty gaze high festal fire, world great would be storm's lyre. Thunder song my heart would beat amain. Suns would be its love and rock its pain. Proudly humble, I'd sink down. Proud audacious, rush unto the breast. The song of a sailor at sea. You may frolic and beat and roll round my boat just as you will. You must carry me to my goal, for you are my subjects still. Blue waves beneath that flow, my little brother's there. You dragged him down below, his bones became your fare. I was a boy, no more. Once rashly he cast off, he seized hold of the oar, sank by a sandy reef. I vowed a vow so true, by the waves of the briny sea, I'd be revenged on you, lash you relentlessly. Soul's oath and word I've kept, them I have not betrayed. I've whipped you and I've whipped, on land have seldom stayed. When booms the stormy main, the bell rocks in the tower, when blows the hurricane, when raging winds do roar. Early Literary Experiments 611. I'm driven from my bed, from seat secure and warm, from cozy quiet homestead, to sail through wind and storm. With wind and wave I fight, to the Lord God I pray, and let the sails fill out. A true star guides my way, New strength comes, with the breath of joy and ecstasy. And in the game of death, song from the breast bursts free. You may frolic and beat and roll round my boat just as you will. You must carry me to my goal, for you are my subjects still. The magic ship, a romance, without sails or lights there flees. A ship round the world without rest. The moon shines down on the seas, and weathered stands the mast. A sinister helmsman steers. No blood flows in his veins. No light shines from his eyes. No thought stirs in his brain. The waves beat, wild and savage. She strikes a cliff, to founder, but rides aloft, undamaged, as swift as she went under, till raging sea flood swells, in bloodbath weltering. Troubled, the helmsman quails. This proves an evil thing. Karl Marx. The spirits scream vengeful doom. Below and up on high, the helmsman's plunged in gloom. The ship goes shooting by. To far off lands she fares, where coasts and bays she sees. Then flashes in mirror fire, till kissed down by the seas. The Pale Maiden. A ballad. The maiden stands so pale, so silent, withdrawn. Her sweet angelic soul is misery torn. Therein can shine no ray. The waves tumble over. There, love and pain both play, each cheating the other. Gentle was she, demure, devoted to heaven, an image ever pure. The graces had woven. Then came a noble knight. A grand charger he rode, and in his eyes so bright a sea of love flowed. Love smote deep in her breast, but he galloped away, for battle triumph athirst. Naught made him stay. Early literary experiments 613. All peace of mind is flown. The heavens have sunk. The heart, now sorrow's throne, is yearning drunk. And when the day is past, she kneels on the floor, before the Holy Christ, praying once more. But then upon that form, another encroaches, to take her heart by storm, gainst her self-reproaches. To me your love is given for time unending. To show your soul to heaven is merely pretending. She trembles in her terror, icy and stark. She rushes out in horror, into the dark. She wrings her lily-white hands. The tear-drops start. Thus fire the bosom brands and longing, the heart. Thus heaven I forfeited, I know it full well. My soul, once true to God, is chosen for hell. He was so tall, alas, of stature divine. His eyes so fathomless, so noble, so fine. He never bestowed on me his glances at all, lets me pine hopelessly till the end of the soul. 614 Karl Marx. Another his arm may press, may share his pleasure, unwitting, he gives me distress beyond all measure. With my soul willingly, with my hopes I'd part, would he but look towards me and open his heart. How cold must the heavens be where he doesn't shine, a land full of misery and burning with pain. But here the surging flood may deliver me, cooling the hot fire of heart's blood, the bosom's feeling. She leaps with all her might into the spray, into the cold dark night. She's carried away. Her heart, that burning brand, is quenched forever. Her look, that luminous land, is clouded over. Her lips, so sweet and tender, are pale and colorless. Her form, ethereal, slender, drifts into nothingness, and not a withered leaf falls from the bough. Heaven and earth are deaf, won't wake her now. Early literary experiments 615. By mountain, valley, on the quiet waves race, to dash her skeleton on a rocky place. The knight so tall and proud embraces his new love. The cithern sings about the joys of true love, supplementary to dedicated verses. Sami Chapters from Scorpion and Felix. A humoristic novel. First book. Chapter 10. Now follows, as we promised in the previous chapter, the proof that the aforesaid sum of $25 is the personal property of the dear Lord. They are without a master. Sublime thought, no mortal power owns them, yet the lofty power that sails above the clouds embraces the all, including therefore the aforesaid $25, with its wings woven from day and night, from sun and stars, from towering mountains and endless sands, which resound as with harmonies and the rushing of the waterfall. It brushes where no mortal hand can reach, including therefore the aforesaid $25, and but I can say no more, my inmost being is stirred, I contemplate the all and myself and the aforesaid $25, what substance in these three words, their standpoint is infinity, their tinkle is angelic music, they recall the Last Judgment and the State Exchequer, for it was Grit, the cook, whom Scorpion, stirred by the tales of his friend Felix, carried away by his flame-winged melody, overpowered by his vigorous youthful emotion, presses to his heart, sensing a fairy within her. I conclude therefore that fairies wear beards, for Magdalene Grit, not the repentant Magdalene, was decked out like a warrior jealous of his honor with whiskers and mustachios, the curls on the soft cheeks caressed the finely molded chin which like a rock in lonely seas that men however behold from afar jutted out of the flat skilly plate of a face, enormous and proudly aware of its sublimity, cleaving the air, to stir the gods and overwhelm men. Early Literary Experiments 617. The goddess of fantasy seemed to have dreamed of a bearded beauty and to have lost herself in the enchanted fields of her vast countenance. When she awoke, behold, it was Grit herself who had dreamed, fearful dreams that she was the great whore of Babylon, the revelation of St. John and the wrath of God, and that on the finely furrowed skin he had caused a prickly stubble field to sprout, so that her beauty should not excite to sin, and that her youth should be protected, as the rose by its thorns, that the world should to knowledge aspire and not for her take fire. Chapter 12. A horse. A horse. My kingdom for a horse, said Richard III. A husband, myself for a husband, said Grit. Chapter 16. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory. Be innocent, beautiful thought. Yet these associations of ideas led Grit onward to the thought that the Word dwells in the thighs, just as in Shakespeare Thersites believes that Ajax wears his wit in his belly and his guts in his head. And being convinced Grit, not Ajax, and filled with understanding of how the Word had been made flesh, she saw in the thighs its symbolic expression, she beheld their glory and decided to wash them. Chapter 19. But she had big blue eyes, and blue eyes are commonplace, like the water in the spree. There is a silly, sentimental innocence in their expression, an innocence which is sorry for itself, a watery innocence which evaporates at the approach of fire into grey steam, and nothing else lies behind these eyes. Their entire world is blue and their soul a blue bag, but as for brown eyes theirs is the realm of the ideal, and the infinite, stimulating world of night slumbers in. A. W. Shakespeare, King Richard III, Act B, Scene 4 ed. B. John 1:1, 14 ed. C. W. Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 1 ed. 618 Karl Marx. Their depths, lightnings of the soul flash out of them, and in their glance is music like the songs of Mignon, a distant, mellow land of radiance where there dwells a rich God who luxuriates in his own depths and, absorbed in the universality of his being, pours forth infinity and suffers infinity. We are held as by a spell, we would clasp to our breast the melodious, profound, soulful being and suck the spirit from its eyes and make songs from their glances. We love the world of rich animation which opens before us, we see in the background great sun thoughts, we sense a demonic suffering, and before us delicate figures tread the measures of the round dance and wave to us and, like the Graces, shyly retire as soon as they are recognized. Chapter 21. Philological Broodings. Felix tore himself from the embraces of his friend far from gently, for he did not suspect the latter's profound and emotional nature, and at that moment was preoccupied with the continuation of his digestion, to which we now address a final summons to set the coping stone to its great work, since it is holding up our plot. So Merton also thought to himself, for a strong blow, which Felix felt, had been delivered by his broad historic hand. The name Merton recalls Charles Martel, and indeed Felix believed himself to have been caressed with a hammer, so agreeable was the electric shock which he received. He opened his eyes wide, swayed on his feet and thought of his sins and the last judgment. But I meditated upon electric matter, upon galvanism, upon Franklin's learned letters to his geometrical lady friend, and upon Merton, for I am intensely curious to learn what lies behind this name. It is beyond doubt that the man himself is a direct descendant of Martel. I was assured of this by the sexton, although this period lacks all harmony. The slash changes to an N, and since Martel, as everyone familiar with history knows, is an Englishman and in English is often pronounced like the German E, which appears as E in Merton, Merton may well be another form of Martel. Since among the Germans of old names serve to express the character of their bearer, as may be seen from such bywords as Krug the Knight, Ropake the Hofrat, Hegel the Dwarf, it may be. Early Literary Experiments 619. Concluded that Merton is a rich and respectable man, although by trade he is a tailor and in this story the father of Scorpion. This warrants a new hypothesis, partly because he is a tailor, partly because his son's name is Scorpion. It is highly probable that he is descended from Mars, the god of war, genitive Martis, Greek accusative Martin, Merton, since the craft of the god of war, like that of the tailor, consists in cutting, for he cuts off arms and legs and hacks the happiness of the earth to pieces. The scorpion, further, is a poisonous animal which kills with a glance, whose wounds are fatal, whose eyes discharge annihilating lightning, a fine allegory of war, whose gaze is lethal, whose consequences leave scars on the victim which bleed internally and are past healing. As, however, Merton had in him little of the heathen, but was, on the contrary, of a most Christian turn of mind, it appears even more probable that he is a descendant of Saint Martin. A slight displacement of the vowels gives us Merton. I in the speech of the common people is often pronounced E, as in Gibmere instead of Gibmere, and in English, as has already been pointed out, A is often pronounced E, which with the passage of time can easily become E, especially with the growth of culture, and thus the name Merton evolves quite naturally and means a Christian tailor. Although this derivation is quite probable and is grounded in profound reasoning, nevertheless we cannot refrain from mentioning another which does much to weaken our faith in Saint Martin, whom it would only be possible to consider as a patron saint, since to the best of our knowledge he was never married and therefore could not have had any male descendant. This doubt appears to be reinforced by the following fact. All members of the Merton family, like the Vicar of Wakefield, made a habit of marrying as early as possible, and so each generation adorned itself betimes in the myth and myrtle wreath, and this alone unless one is to have recourse to miracles explains Merton's birth and his appearance in this story as Scorpion's father. Merton, of course, would have to lose the H, as at the conclusion of a marriage the A is accentuated and so the he is dropped, so that Merton becomes Merton. Y is a Greek V, not a German letter at all. Since the Merton family, as we have established, was of sound German stock and at the same time a most Christian family of tailors, the foreign and heathen Y of necessity changed into a German I, and because a pun on the German word Ehe, marriage, ed. 620 Karl Marx. In this same family marriage is the dominant trait, while the vowel I is shrill and ascending in contrast to the mild gentleness of Merton marriages, it changed into an A and later, in order that the bold alteration should not arouse remark, into E, which being a short sound serves to indicate the resoluteness of spirit displayed in the solemnization of marriage, so that in the German Merton, open to diverse interpretations, Merton attains the summit of perfection. In accordance with this deduction we should have Saint Martin's Christian Tailor, the sterling courage of Martel, the quick resolution of the war god Mars linked with that marriage proneness which reverberates in the two G's in Merton, so that this hypothesis unites within itself all previous ones and at the same time invalidates them. A different opinion is advanced by the scholiast who with great diligence and unremitting pains wrote commentaries on the ancient historian from whom we have gleaned our story. Although we cannot accept it, his opinion nevertheless merits a critical appraisal, since it originated in the mind of a man who combined immense learning with a great proficiency in smoking, so that his parchments were enveloped with holy tobacco fumes and thus in a Pythian ecstasy of incense filled with oracles. He believes that Merton must come from the German Murren to multiply, which in its turn comes from mere sea, because the Merton marriage is multiplied like the sand of the sea, and because in the concept of a tailor there is concealed the concept of a mirror multiplier, since he makes men out of apes. It is on investigations as thorough and profound as these that he has founded his hypothesis. As I read this, I was as if dizzy with amazement, the tobacco oracle transported me, but soon cold, discriminating reason awakened and mustered the following counter-arguments. I grant the aforesaid scholiast that the concept of a tailor can include that of a multiplier, but the concept of a multiplier should on no account be considered to embrace the concept of a diminisher, since this would be a contradictionary intermines, which we may explain to the ladies as the equating of God with the devil, tea-table talk with wit, and the ladies themselves with philosophers. But if Merton was derived from merer, then clearly the word would have lost, hence not gained, an h, which has been shown to be in contradiction with the substance of its formal nature. Thus Merton cannot possibly be derived from Murren, and its derivation from mere is disproved by the fact that Merton. Early Literary Experiments 621. Families have never fallen into the water nor have they ever wavered, but they have been a pious family of tailors, which is in contradiction to the concept of a wild and stormy sea, from which reasons it becomes manifest that the aforesaid author, despite his infallibility, was mistaken and that ours is the only true deduction. After this victory I am too fatigued to continue further and will relish the bliss of self-satisfaction, one moment of which, as Winckelmann declares, is worth more than all posterity's praise, though of this I am as convinced as was Pliny the Younger. Chapter 22. Quocum ad species, nihil est nisi pontus et air, fluctibus haetumides, nubibus il minax. Interutrum fremunt imani turbine venti, nescit, cui domino perit, unda maris. Rector in inserto est, ne quid fugiat petit venit, ambiguis ars stupet ipsam aus. A. Look where you may, there is not to be seen but Scorpion and Merton, the former in torrents of tears, the latter beclouded with wrath. Wild is the storm of words that rages between them unceasing, nor does the tossing sea know which of the two to obey. I, the helmsman, can make no choice twixt writing and silence, from the commotion art cowers in corners and holes. Thus Ovid relates in his Libri Tristium the sad story which as the sequel comes after what went before. The task was clearly beyond him, but I continue the story as follows. Chapter 23. Ovid sat in Tomi, whither the god Augustus had hurled him in his anger, because he had more genius than sense. There among the wild barbarians wilted the tender poet of love, whose ruin love itself had brought about. Deep in thought, he rested his head upon his right hand, and his longing eyes wandered toward distant Latium. The singer's heart was broken, and yet he could not abandon hope, and his lyre could not be silent, and in sweet songs of passionate melody it spoke his longing and his pain. Around the old man's frail limbs the north wind whistled, so. Ovid, Tristia, 2, 23 etseq ed. 622 Karl Marx. That he was seized with unfamiliar shudderings, for it was in the hot land of the south that his life had flowered, and it was there that his imagination had decked its rich hot-blooded frolics in robes of splendor, and when these children of genius became too bold, then about their shoulders grace would gently cast her divine, inswathing garland of veils, so that the gossamer folds spread wide and a rain of warm dewdrops fell. Soon to dust, poor poet! and a tear rolled down the old man's cheek, when Merton's powerful bass, incited against Scorpion, was heard. Chapter 27. Ignorance, limitless ignorance. Because, refers to an earlier chapter, his knees bent too much to a certain side, but definition is lacking, definition, and who shall define, who shall determine, which is the right side and which the left? Tell me, thou mortal, whence cometh the wind, or has God a nose in his face, and I will tell you which is right and left. Nothing but relative concepts. To drink of wisdom is to gain only folly and frenzy. Oh, vain is all our striving, our yearning is folly, until we have determined which is right and left, for he will place the goats on the left hand, and the sheep on the right. If he turns round, if he faces in another direction, because in the night he had a dream, then according to our pitiful ideas the goats will be standing on the right and the pious on the left. So define for me which is right and left, and the whole riddle of creation is solved. Akiranta Mubbo, I shall deduce for you exactly on which side your soul will come to stand, from which I shall further infer which step you are standing on now, for that primal relation would appear to be measurable with the help of the Lord's definition of where you stand, but your present position can be judged by the thickness of your skull. I am dizzy. If a Mephistopheles appeared I should be Faust, for clearly each and every one of us is a Faust. As we do not know which is the right side and which the left, our life is therefore a circus. We run round, try to find sides, till we fall down on the sand and the gladiator, life, slays us. We need a new Savior, for you rob me of slumber, tormenting thought, you rob me of my health, you are killing me. We cannot distinguish the left side from the right, we do not know where they lie. Early Literary Experiments 623. Chapter 28. Clearly on the moon lie the moonstones, falseness in the breast of women, sand in the sea and mountains on the earth, answered a man who knocked on my door, without waiting for me to ask him in. I quickly pushed my papers to one side, said that I was very glad not to have made his acquaintance before, since I thus had the pleasure of making it now, that in his teaching there was great wisdom, that all my doubts were stilled by his words. But the only thing was that however fast I spoke, he spoke still faster, hissing sounds poured forth from between his teeth, and the whole man, as I perceived with a shudder on closer perusal and inspection, appeared a shriveled lizard, nothing but a lizard, that had crawled out of crumbling masonry. He was of stocky build, and his stature had much in common with that of my stove. His eyes might be called green rather than red, pinpoints rather than flashes of lightning, and he himself more goblin than man. A genius. I recognized that quickly and with certainty, for his nose had sprung out of his skull like Pallas Athena from the head of Father Zeus, to which fact I also attributed its delicate scarlet glow indicating ethereal origin, while the head itself might be described as hairless, unless one wished to apply the term of head covering to a thick layer of pomade which together with diverse products of the air and elements richly encrusted the primeval mountain. Everything in him bespoke height and depth, but his facial structure seemed to betray a man of papers, for the cheeks were hollowed out like smooth basins and so well protected against the rain by the gigantic prominences of the cheekbones that they could serve as containers for documents and governmental decrees. In short, everything reveals that he was the god of love himself, if only it had not been himself that he resembled, and that his name has a sweet ring to it like love, if it did not sooner remind one of a juniper bush. I prayed him to calm himself, for he claimed to be a hero, whereat I humbly interposed that the heroes had been of a somewhat finer build, that the heralds for their part had had voices of simpler, less contrived, more harmonious tone, and hero, lastly, was beauty transfigured, a truly beautiful nature in which form and soul vied with each other, each claiming to be the 624 Karl Marx sole source of her perfection, and that she was therefore unsuited for his love. But he remonstrated that he had a powerful bone strr rupture, that he had a shsh shadow as good as anybody else's and even better, because he cast more shsh shadow than light about him, and so his SS spouse could cool herself in his shadow, prosper and become a SHSH shadow herself, that I was a CC coarse man and a gutter genius and a blockhead into the bargain, that he was CC called Engelbert, which was a N name with a BB better ring to it than SS Scorpion, that I had been mistaken in CHCH chapter 19 because blue eyes were more beautiful than brown, and DD Dove's eyes were the most SS spiritual, and that even if he himself was no W he was at least deaf to reason, and besides he championed the right of primogeniture and possessed a wash closet. SHSH she shall take my RR right hand in betrothal, and now let us have no more of your investigations into right and left, she lives directly opposite, neither to the right nor to the left. The door slammed, from my soul there emanated a heavenly apparition, the sweet tones of converse ceased, but through the keyhole came a ghostly whisper, Klinghalls, Klinghalls. Chapter 29. I sat deep in thought, laid aside Locke, Fichte, and Kant, and gave myself up to profound reflection to discover what a wash closet could have to do with the right of primogeniture, and suddenly it came to me like a flash, and in a melodious succession of thoughts one upon the other my vision was illuminated and a radiant form appeared before my eyes. The right of primogeniture is the wash closet of the aristocracy, for a wash closet only exists for the purpose of washing. But washing bleaches, and thus lends a pale sheen to that which is washed. So also does the right of primogeniture silver the eldest son of the house, it thus lends him a pale silvery sheen, while on the other members it stamps the pale romantic hue of penury. He who bathes in rivers, hurls himself against the rushing element, fights its fury, and with strong arms wrestles against it, but he who sits in the wash closet, remains in seclusion, contemplating the corners of the walls. A Taub in German ed. Tauber in German ed. Early Literary Experiments 625. The ordinary mortal, i.e., he who has no right of primogeniture, fights the storms of life, throws himself into the billowing sea and seizes pearls of Promethean rights from its depths, and before his eyes the inner form of the idea appears in glory, and he creates with greater boldness, but he who is entitled to primogenital inheritance lets only drops fall on him, for fear he might strain a limb, and so seats himself in a wash closet. Found, the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 30. Thus in our day, as is apparent from the two considerations just set forth, no epic can be composed. In the first place, by engaging in profound speculations on the subject of the right and left side, we strip these poetical expressions of their poetical drapery as Apollo flayed Marsyas and turn them into an embodiment of doubt, like the misshapen baboon, who has eyes in order not to see and is an Argus in reverse, for the latter had 100 eyes to find what was lost, while he, the wretched stormer of heaven, doubt itself, possesses 100 eyes to make what has been seen unseen. But the side, the situation, is among the main prerequisites of epic poetry, and as soon as there are no more sides, which has been shown to be the case with regard to us, epic poetry can only arise from its slumber of death when the blast of trumpets wakes Jericho. Further, we have discovered the Philosopher's Stone. Everybody unfortunately points to the stone and they. Chapter 31. They were lying on the ground, Scorpion and Merton, for the supernatural apparition, refers to an earlier chapter, had so shattered their nerves that in the chaos of expansion, which, like the embryo, had not yet broken away from world relations to assume separate form, the cohesive power of their limbs had disintegrated, so that their noses hung down to their navels and their heads sank to the ground. Merton shed thick blood containing much iron. How much, I am unable to determine. The general state of chemistry is still unsatisfactory. Organic chemistry in particular is every day becoming more involute through simplification, inasmuch as every day new ELE. 626 Karl Marx. Ments are being discovered which have this in common with bishops, that they bear the names of countries which belong to the unfaithful and are situated in partibus infidelium, names, moreover, which are as lengthy as the title of a member of numerous learned societies and of the German imperial princes, names which are free thinkers among names, because they do not let themselves be bound to any language. In general, organic chemistry is a heretic in seeking to explain life by a dead process. Sinning against life, as if I were to derive love from algebra. The whole clearly rests on the theory of process, which has not yet been properly elaborated, nor ever can be, because it is based on the card game, a game of pure chance, in which the ace plays a leading part. The ace is, however, the foundation of all recent jurisprudence, for one evening Irnerius lost at cards, came straight from a ladies' party, finely dressed in a blue tailcoat, new shoes with long buckles, and a waistcoat of crimson silk, and sat down and wrote a dissertatio on the as, which then led him on to start teaching Roman law. Now Roman law embraces everything, including the theory of process and including chemistry, for it is the microcosm which has broken loose from the macrocosm, as Passius has demonstrated. The 4 books of the institutions are the 4 elements, the 7 books of the Pandects are the 7 planets, and the 12 books of the Codex are the 12 signs of the zodiac. No spirit, however, penetrated the whole, it was merely Grit, the cook, calling out that supper was ready. In violent agitation Scorpion and Merton had kept their eyes closed and so had mistaken Grit for a fairy. When they had recovered from their Spanish terror, which dated from the last defeat and the victory of Don Carlos, Merton flung himself upon Scorpion and rose up like an oak, for Moses will say, "Let man consider the stars and not look down upon the ground." Meanwhile Scorpion seized his father's hand and placed his body in a dangerous position, by setting it up on its 2 feet. Chapter 35 By God. Merton the tailor is good at helping out, but he also charges high prices. Vir. Beatus Martinus bonus est in auxilio, sed caris in negotio. Early Literary Experiments 627. Exclaimed Clovis after the Battle of Poitiers, when the priests of Tours told him that it was Merton who had tailored the riding breeches in which he had ridden the meddlesome jade that secured him the victory, and demanded 200 gulden for Merton's services. But the truth of the whole matter is. Chapter 36. They were sitting at table, Merton at the head, Scorpion on his right, on his left Felix the senior apprentice, and lower down the table, leaving a certain gap between the principes and the plebs, the subordinate members of the Merton body politic, usually termed apprentices. The gap, which no human creature might occupy, was not filled by Banquo's ghost but by Merton's dog, which had every day to say grace at table, for Merton, who cultivated humanura, maintained that his Boniface, that was the dog's name, was one and the same person as Saint Boniface, the apostle of Germany, quoting in proof a passage in which the latter announces that he is a barking dog, see Epist 105, p. 145, ed. Serraria. He therefore felt superstitious reverence for this dog, whose place at table was by far the most elegant, for his Boniface was seated upon a soft crimson rug of finest casimere with a fringe of silken tassels, upholstered like a sumptuous couch, supported on cunningly interlocked springs, and as soon as the gathering broke up, the seat was carried to the seclusion of a remote alcove, which appears to be the same as that described by Boileau in his Patrie as the Provost's Temple of Repose. Boniface was not in his place, the gap was not filled, and the color drained from Merton's cheeks. "Where is Boniface?" he called from a deeply troubled heart, and the whole table was visibly moved. "Where is Boniface?" Merton asked again, and how he started in fear, how he trembled in every limb, how his hair stood on end, when he heard that Boniface was not there. All leapt up to search for him. Merton's usual calm seemed to have completely deserted him. He rang the bell. Grit entered, her heart fearing the worst. She thought, "Hey, Grit, where is Boniface?" And she was visibly relieved, and he then knocked over the lamp with his groping arms, so that all was veiled in darkness, and night fell, tempestuous and pregnant with disaster. 628 Karl Marx. Chapter 37. David Hume maintained that this chapter was the locus communis of the preceding, and indeed maintained so before I had written it. His proof was as follows: since this chapter exists, the earlier chapter does not exist, but this chapter has ousted the earlier, from which it sprang, though not through the operation of cause and effect, for this he questioned. Yet every giant, and thus also every chapter of 20 lines, presupposes a dwarf, every genius a hidebound Philistine, and every storm at sea mud, and as soon as the first disappear, the latter begin, sit down at the table, sprawling out their long legs arrogantly. The first are too great for this world, and so they are thrown out. But the latter strike root in it and remain, as one may see from the facts, for champagne leaves a lingering repulsive aftertaste, Caesar the hero leaves behind him the play-acting Octavianus, Emperor Napoleon the bourgeois King Louis Philippe, the philosopher Kant the carpet knight Krug, the poet Schiller the Hofrat Ropache, Leibniz's heaven Wolf's schoolroom, the dog Boniface this chapter. Thus the bases are precipitated, while the spirit evaporates. Chapter 38. That last sentence about the bases was an abstract concept, and therefore not a woman, for, as Adelung exclaims, an abstract concept and a woman, how different they are. However, I maintain the contrary and will duly prove it, only not in this chapter but in a book without any chapters at all which I intend to write as soon as I have accepted the Holy Trinity. Chapter 39. If anyone desires to obtain a concrete, not abstract conception of the same, I do not mean the Greek Helen nor the Roman Lucretia, but the Holy Trinity, I cannot advise him better than to dream of nothing, as long as he does not fall asleep, but on the contrary to watch in the Lord and to examine this sentence, for in it there lies the concrete conception. If we ascend to its height, whole flights above our present position and floating over it like a cloud, we are confronted by the gigantic knot; if we descend to its middle, we behold in fear the enormous. Early Literary Experiments 629. Nothing, and if we sink down into its depth, then both are again harmoniously reconciled in the knot which in its upright, bold characters of flame springs to meet them. Not nothing, not that is the concrete conception of the Trinity, but as for the abstract, who shall fathom it? For who hath ascended up into heaven, and descended? Who hath gathered the wind in his fists? Who hath bound the waters in a garment? Who hath established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name, if thou canst tell? Says the wise Solomon. 3. Chapter 40. I do not know where he is, but this much is certain, a skull is a skull. Exclaimed Merton. Anxiously he stooped down to discover whose head his hand was touching in the dark, and then he started back as if in mortal terror, for the eyes. Chapter 41. Yes, indeed. The eyes. They are a magnet and attract iron, for which very reason we feel ourselves attracted to the ladies, but not to heaven, for the ladies look at us out of 2 eyes, but heaven out of only 1. Chapter 42. I'll prove to him the opposite. Said an invisible voice to me, and as I looked round to see who spoke, I saw, you will not believe it, but I assure you, I swear, that it is true I saw. But you must not be angry, do not be afraid, for it is nothing to do either with your wife or with your digestion. I saw myself, for I had offered myself as proof of the contrary. The thought, I am a doppelganger, came over me in a flash, and Hoffman's elixirs of the devil. Chapter 43 lay on the table before me just as I was pondering why the wandering Jew is a native of Berlin and not a Spaniard, but it. A Proverbs 30, 4 ed. 630. Karl Marx. Coincides, I see, with the counter-evidence I have to provide, therefore we will, for the sake of precision, do neither, but instead content ourselves with the remark that heaven lies in the lady's eyes but not the lady's eyes in heaven, whence it emerges that it is not so much the eyes that attract us but rather heaven, for we do not see the eyes but only heaven within them. If it were the eyes that attracted us and not heaven, then we should feel ourselves attracted to heaven and not to the ladies, for heaven has not 1 eye, as stated above, but no eye at all, yet heaven itself is nothing but a look of infinite love from the Godhead, indeed the mild, melodious eye of the Spirit of light, and an eye cannot have an eye. Thus the final result of our inquiry is that the reason why we feel ourselves attracted to the ladies and not to heaven is that in heaven we do not see the lady's eyes, whereas in the lady's eyes we do see heaven, that we therefore feel ourselves attracted to the eyes, so to speak, because they are not eyes, and because wandering Ahasuerus is a native of Berlin, for he is old and ailing and has seen many lands and eyes, yet he still does not feel himself attracted to heaven, but very much so to the ladies, and there are only two magnets, a heaven without eyes and an eye without heaven. The one lies above us and draws us aloft, the other beneath us and draws us down into the depths. And Ahasuerus is drawn mightily downwards, for would he otherwise wander eternally through the lands of the earth? And would he wander eternally through the lands of the earth if he were not a native of Berlin and used to sands? Chapter 44. Second fragment from Halto's letter case. We came to a country house. It was a beautiful, dark blue night. Your arm was in mine and you wanted to break free, but I would not release you. My hand held you captive as you held my heart, and you let it be so. I murmured words of longing. My utterance was the most sublime and the most beautiful that mortal man can speak, for I said nothing whatever. I was withdrawn into myself. I saw a realm rise up in which the air hung so light and yet so heavy, and in that ether there stood a divine image, beauty personified, as once in the deep dreams of fantasy I had sensed but not known her, she. Early Literary Experiments 631. Was radiant with spiritual fire, she smiled, and you were the image. I marveled at myself, for I had become great through my love. As a giant, I beheld a boundless sea, but no tide swelled it any more, for it had attained depth and eternity. Its surface was crystal, and in its dark abyss were set quivering golden stars. They sang love songs, they sent forth radiant fire, and the sea itself was aglow. If only this path had been life! I kissed your sweet, soft hand, I spoke of love and of you. Above our heads floated a fine mist, its heart broke and it shed a great tear which fell between us. We felt the tear and were silent. Chapter 47. It is either Boniface or a pair of trousers, cried Merton. Light, I say, light. And there was light. By God, it is no pair of trousers, but Boniface, stretched out here in this dark corner, and his eyes are burning with a sinister fire. But what do I see? He is bleeding. And without another word he flung himself down. The apprentices looked first at the dog and then at their master. At length he leapt violently to his feet. You asses, what are you gaping for? Do you not see that the holy Boniface is hurt? I will institute strict inquiries, and woe, thrice woe, to the guilty. But quick, carry him to his seat, summon the doctor, bring vinegar and lukewarm water, and do not forget to summon the schoolmaster Vitus. His words have powerful influence over Boniface. Thus followed the curt commands. They rushed out of the door in all directions. Merton took a closer look at Boniface, in whose eyes a milder gleam had still not yet appeared, and shook his head many times. I fear misfortune, a great misfortune. Call a priest. Chapter 48. As still not one of his helpers had appeared, Merton sprang to his feet several times in desperation. Poor Boniface! But wait. What if in the meantime I dared to administer the treatment myself? You are all in a fever, the blood is streaming from your mouth, you refuse your food, I see violent convulsions shake your belly. I understand you, Boniface, I. 632 Karl Marx. Understand you. And then Grit came in with lukewarm water and vinegar. Grit. How many days is it since Boniface last had emotion? Did I not instruct you to administer to him a lavement at least once every week? But I see that in future I shall have to take over such weighty matters myself. Bring oil, salt, bran, honey, and a clyster. Poor Boniface! You are constipated with your holy thoughts and reflections, since you can no longer relieve yourself in speech and writing. O admirable victim of profundity! O pious constipation v. Appendices. Birth certificate. Number 231 of the Register of Births. In the year 1818, on the 7th day of the month of May, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there appeared before me, Registrar of Births, Marriages, and Deaths at Trier Burgomaster's Office in Trier District, Herr Heinrich Marx, domiciled in Trier, aged 37, 197 by profession barrister of the Higher Court of Appeal, who showed me a male child and stated that the said child had been born in Trier, on the 5th day of the month of May at 2 o'clock in the morning, to Herr Heinrich Marx, barrister by profession, domiciled in Trier, and his wife Henriette Presbork, and that they wished to give the name Karl to this their child. After the aforesaid showing of the child and the above statement made in the presence of two witnesses, namely, Herr Karl Petrusk, aged 32, by profession government secretary, domiciled in Trier, and Matthias Kropp, aged 21, by profession office employee, domiciled in Trier, had taken place, I drew up in writing in the presence of the exhibitor of the child and the witnesses the present certificate on all this in double original, which after being read aloud were signed by the exhibitor of the child, the witnesses, and myself. Done in Trier on the day, month, and year as above. Karl Petrusk. Kropp. Marx. Grach. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to a photocopy Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 of the original published in English for the first time. Gymnasium Examination Papers. Written by Marx. The Union of Believers with Christ according to John 15, 1-14, showing its basis and essence, its absolute necessity, and its effects 198. Before examining the basis and essence and the effects of the union of Christ with believers, let us see whether this union is necessary, whether it is determined by the nature of man, whether man cannot by himself achieve the purpose for which God brought him into being out of nothing. If we turn our attention to history, the great teacher of mankind, we shall find engraved there that every people, even when it had attained the highest level of civilization, when the greatest men had sprung from its womb, when the arts had blossomed within it in their full radiance, when the sciences had solved the most difficult problems, was nevertheless unable to cast off the fetters of superstition, that it had not conceived worthy and true ideas either of itself or of the deity, that even its morality and ethics were never seen to be free from foreign admixture, from ignoble limitations, and that even its virtues owed their origin more to a crude greatness, an unbridled egoism, a passion for fame and audacious deeds than to striving for true perfection. And the ancient peoples, the savages, who have not yet heard the teaching of Christ, betray an inner unrest, a fear of the anger of their gods, an inner conviction of their own iniquity, by making sacrifices to their gods, imagining they can atone for their sins by sacrifices. Indeed, the greatest sage of antiquity, the divine Plato, expresses in more than one passage a profound longing for a higher being, whose appearance would fulfill the unsatisfied striving for truth and light. Thus the history of peoples teaches us the necessity of union with Christ. Appendices 637. When we consider also the history of individuals, when we consider the nature of man, it is true that we always see a spark of divinity in his breast, a passion for what is good, a striving for knowledge, a yearning for truth. But the sparks of the eternal are extinguished by the flames of desire, enthusiasm for virtue is drowned by the tempting voice of sin, it is scorned as soon as life has made us feel its full power, the striving for knowledge is supplanted by a base striving for worldly goods, the longing for truth is extinguished by the sweetly flattering power of lies, and so there stands man, the only being in nature which does not fulfill its purpose, the only member of the totality of creation which is not worthy of the God who created it. But that benign Creator could not hate his work, he wanted to raise it up to him, and he sent his Son, through whom he proclaimed to us, "Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you," John 15:3. "Abide in me, and I in you," John 15:4. Having thus seen how the history of peoples and a consideration of individuals prove the necessity of union with Christ, let us examine the last and surest proof, the word of Christ himself. Nowhere does he express more clearly the necessity of union with himself than in the beautiful parable of the vine and the branches, in which he calls himself the vine and us the branches. The branch cannot bear fruit of itself, and so, Christ says, without me you can do nothing. He expresses this still more strongly by saying, if a man abide not in me, etc. John 15, 4, 5, 6. One must, however, understand this as applying only to those who have been able to learn the word of Christ, for we cannot judge of God's decision in regard to such peoples and individuals, since we are not capable even of grasping it. Our hearts, reason, history, the word of Christ, therefore, tell us loudly and convincingly that union with him is absolutely essential, that without him we cannot fulfill our goal, that without him we would be rejected by God, that only he can redeem us. Thus, penetrated with the conviction that this union is absolutely essential, we are desirous of finding out in what this lofty gift consists, this ray of light which descends from higher worlds to animate our hearts, and bears us purified aloft to heaven, what its inner nature and basis is. Once we have grasped the necessity of this union, the basis for it our need for redemption, our sinfully inclined nature, our 638 appendices. Wavering reason, our corrupted heart, our iniquity in the sight of God is clearly visible to us and we have no need to investigate further what it is. But who could express the nature of this union more beautifully than Christ did in the parable of the vine and the branches? Who in lengthy treatises could lay bare before our eyes in all its parts the innermost basis of this union as comprehensively as Christ did in the words, I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman, John 15, 1. I am the vine, ye are the branches, John 15, 5. If the branch could feel, how joyfully it would look at the husbandman who tends it, who carefully frees it from weeds and binds it firmly to the vine from which it draws the nourishment and sap to form more beautiful blossoms. In union with Christ, therefore, we turn above all our loving eyes to God, feel the most ardent thankfulness towards him, sink joyfully on our knees before him. Then, when by union with Christ a more beautiful sun has risen for us, when we feel all our iniquity but at the same time rejoice over our redemption, we can for the first time love God, who previously appeared to us as an offended ruler but now appears as a forgiving Father, as a kindly teacher. But, if it could feel, the branch would not only look upwards to the husbandman, it would fondly snuggle up to the vine, it would feel itself most closely linked with it and with the branches which have sprung from it, it would love the other branches if only because the husbandman tends them and the vine gives them strength. Thus, union with Christ consists in the most intimate, most vital communion with him, in having him before our eyes and in our hearts, and being so imbued with the highest love for him, at the same time we turn our hearts to our brothers whom he has closely bound to us, and for whom also he sacrificed himself. But this love for Christ is not barren, it not only fills us with the purest reverence and respect for him, it also causes us to keep his commandments by sacrificing ourselves for one another, by being virtuous, but virtuous solely out of love for him. John 15, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. This is the great abyss which separates Christian virtue from any other and raises it above any other. This is one of the greatest effects that union with Christ has on man. Virtue is no longer a dark distorted image, as it was depicted by the philosophy of the Stoics, it is not the offspring of a harsh. Appendices 639. Theory of duty, as we find it among all heathen peoples, but what it achieves it accomplishes through love for Christ, through love for a divine being, and when it springs from this pure source it is seen to be free from all that is earthly and to be truly divine. All repulsive aspects disappear, all that is earthly is suppressed, all coarseness is removed, and virtue is more brilliant by having become at once milder and more human. Never could it have been depicted in this way by human reason, its virtue would always remain a limited, earthly virtue. Once man has attained this virtue, this union with Christ, he will await the blows of fate with calm composure, courageously oppose the storms of passion, and endure undaunted the wrath of the iniquitous, for who can oppress him, who could rob him of his Redeemer? What he asks, he knows will be fulfilled, for he asks only in union with Christ, hence only what is divine, and who could fail to be uplifted and comforted by this assurance which the Saviour himself proclaims. John 15:7. Who would not bear suffering gladly, knowing that by his abiding in Christ, by his works, God himself is glorified, that by his perfection the Lord of creation is exalted. John 15:8. Therefore union with Christ bestows inner exaltation, consolation in suffering, calm assurance, and a heart which is open to love of mankind, to all that is noble, to all that is great, not out of ambition, not through a desire for fame, but only because of Christ. Therefore union with Christ bestows a joy which the Epicurean strives vainly to derive from his frivolous philosophy, or the deeper thinker from the most hidden depths of knowledge, a joy known only by the ingenuous, childlike mind which is linked with Christ and through him with God, a joy which makes life higher and more beautiful. John 15:11. Marx. Written between August 10 and 16, 1835, printed according to the original, first published in the yearly Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. 1925. Does the reign of Augustus deserve to be counted among the happier periods of the Roman Empire? 199. One who seeks to know what the Augustan age was like has many things by which he can judge it. In the first place, a comparison with other periods of Roman history, for if it is shown 22 to 194, 640 appendices, that the Augustan age was similar to previous periods which are termed happy, but unlike those in which, according to contemporary and recent judgment, morals had changed and become worse, the state was split into factions, and even defeats were suffered in war, from them a conclusion can be drawn about the Augustan age. Then it must be inquired what the ancients said about it, what view was held by foreign peoples about the empire, whether they feared or despised it, and, finally, what was the state of the arts and sciences. In order not to be more prolix than necessary, I shall compare with the Augustan age the finest epoch before Augustus, which was made happy by the simplicity of its morals, the striving for excellence, and the unselfishness of officials and common people, and in which Lower Italy was subjugated, and also the epoch of Nero, which was worse than any other. At no time were the Romans more disinclined to pursue the fine arts than in the period before the Punic Wars. Learning was least valued, since the most important men of those times chiefly devoted their efforts and labors to agriculture. Eloquence was superfluous, since they used few words in speaking of what had to be done, and did not seek elegance of speech but attached more importance to the content. History, indeed, had no need of eloquence, since it was concerned only with things done and was confined to the compilation of annals. But the whole epoch was filled with the conflict between patricians and plebs, because from the expulsion of the kings until the First Punic War there was strife over the right of each side, and a large part of history is concerned only with the laws which were made by tribunes or consuls contending keenly with one another. What in this period deserves to be praised we have already said. If we wish to describe the period of Nero, we do not need many words, for who would have to ask what this age was like, since the best citizens were killed, shameful arbitrary rule prevailed, laws were violated, the city burnt down, and the generals preferred to seek renown through peace rather than war, because they were afraid lest they should excite suspicion by deeds well done, and because there was nothing to inspire them to perform great deeds. That the Augustan age was unlike this no one can deny, for his reign was marked by its mildness. Although all freedom, even all appearance of freedom, had disappeared, institutions and laws were altered by order of the sovereign, and all powers previously possessed by the people's tribunes, censors and consuls were now in the hands of one man, the Romans believed they themselves. Appendices 641. Ruled, and that emperor was only another name for the powers which the tribunes and consuls previously possessed, and they did not see that they had been deprived of their freedom. It is, however, a telling proof of mildness if the citizens can doubt who is the sovereign and whether they themselves rule or are ruled over. In war, however, the Romans were never more fortunate, for the Parthians were subjugated, the Cantabri conquered, the Rhaetians and Vindelians laid prostrate, but the Germans, the worst enemies of the Romans, whom Caesar had fought against in vain, overcame the Romans in some isolated encounters through treachery, cunning, and bravery, and owing to their forests, but on the whole the power of many of the Germanic tribes was broken by Augustus granting Roman citizenship to individuals, by the weapons of experienced generals, and by the hostility which broke out among the Germanic peoples themselves. In peace and war, therefore, the Augustan age is not to be compared with the time of Nero and even worse rulers. The parties and conflicts, however, which occurred in the period before the Punic Wars, had ceased to exist, for we see that Augustus had combined all parties, all honorary titles and all power in his own person. Hence the sovereign power could not be disunited within itself, which brings the greatest danger to every state, because thereby its authority among foreign peoples is diminished and public affairs are administered more for the ambition of individuals than for the well-being of the people. The Augustan age should not, however, be regarded in such a way as not to see that it was inferior to that earlier period in many respects, for if morals, freedom, and worth are either diminished or definitely set aside, while avarice, prodigality and intemperance prevail, that age itself cannot be called happy. But the greatness of Augustus, the institutions and laws of the men he selected in order to put the troubled state in a better condition, did a great deal to end the disorder which had been evoked by the civil wars. For example, we see that Augustus purged the Senate, into which extremely corrupt men had penetrated, of remnants of crime, by expelling from it many men whose morals were hateful to him and by admitting many others who were distinguished for their ability and intelligence. Under the rule of Augustus, men of outstanding worth and wisdom always served the state, for who can name greater men of that period than Maecenas and Agrippa? Although the sovereign occasionally resorted to dissimulation, he apparently did not abuse. 22 * 642 appendices. His power and exercised odious force in a milder form. And if the state, as it existed before the Punic Wars, was the most suitable for that time because it stimulated people to great deeds, struck terror into its enemies, and aroused a noble emulation between patricians and plebs, from which however envy was not always absent, the state, as Augustus instituted it, seems to us the most suitable for his time, for when people have grown soft and the simplicity of morals has disappeared, but the state has grown greater, a ruler is more capable than a free republic of giving freedom to the people. We come now to the judgment of the ancients on the Augustan age. He himself was called divine, and regarded not as a man, but rather as a god. This could not be said if one relied only on the testimony of Horace, but the distinguished historian Tacitus also speaks of Augustus and his age with the utmost respect, the greatest admiration and even love. At no time did arts and letters flourish more, for in that age there lived a very large number of writers from whom as from a fountainhead all peoples drew learning. Since, therefore, the state appears to have been well ordered, the ruler desirous of happiness for the people and by his authority official positions occupied by the best men, since, moreover, the Augustan age appears to be not inferior to the best periods of Roman history, but different from the worst, and since parties and dissensions are seen to have ceased, whereas arts and letters flourished, the Augustan age deserves to be counted among the better epochs and the man held in high esteem. Who, although everything was permitted to him, nevertheless after his accession to power had only one aim, to ensure the safety of the state. Marx. Written between August 10 and 16, 1835, printed according to the original, first published in the Yearly Archive für translated from the Latin Die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. 1925. Certificate of Maturity 200. 4. Pupil of the Gymnasium in Trier. Karl Marx, from Trier, 17 years of age, of evangelical faith, son of barrister law, Herr Justizrat Marx in Trier, was 5 years at the Gymnasium in Trier, and 2 years in the first class. Immoral behavior towards superiors and fellow pupils was good. 2. Aptitudes and diligence. He has good aptitudes, and in ancient languages, German, and history showed a very satisfactory diligence, in mathematics satisfactory, and in French only slight diligence. 3. Knowledge and accomplishments. 1. Languages. A. In German, his grammatical knowledge and composition are very good. B. In Latin, even without preparation he translates and explains with facility and circumspection the easier passages of the classics read in the gymnasium, and after due preparation or with some assistance frequently also the more difficult passages, especially those where the difficulty consists not so much in the peculiarity of the language as in the subject matter and train of thought. His composition shows, in regard to material, a wealth of thought and deep insight into the subject matter, but is often overladen with irrelevancies. In regard to language, he gives evidence of much practice and striving for genuine Latinity, although he is not yet free from grammatical errors. In speaking Latin, he has acquired a fairly satisfactory fluency. C. In Greek, his knowledge and abilities, in regard to understanding the classics read in the gymnasium, are almost the same as in Latin. 644 appendices. D. In French, his knowledge of grammar is fairly good, with some assistance he reads also more difficult passages and has some facility in oral expression. E. In Hebrew, 3-2. Sciences. A. Religious knowledge. His knowledge of the Christian faith and morals is fairly clear and well grounded. He knows also to some extent the history of the Christian Church. B. Mathematics. He has a good knowledge of mathematics. C. In history and geography he is in general fairly proficient. D. Physics and nature study. In physics his knowledge is moderate. 3. Accomplishments. A. B. The undersigned examining commission has accordingly, since he is now leaving this gymnasium in order to study jurisprudence, awarded him the certificate of maturity and discharges him, cherishing the hope that he will fulfill the favorable expectations which his aptitudes justify. Trier, September 24, 1835. Royal Examining Commission. Bruggeman, Royal Commissioner. Weitenbach, Director. Loers. Hamashir. Schwendler Kupper. Steininger. Schneemann. First published in the Yearly Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. 1925. Printed according to the original. Published in English for the first time. A not filled in ed. Father's Letters. November 1835 to June 1836, 201. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Bonn. Trier, November 8, 1835. Dear Karl. More than 3 weeks have passed since you went away, and there is no sign of you. You know your mother 3 and how anxious she is, and yet you show this boundless negligence. That, unfortunately, only too strongly confirms the opinion, which I hold in spite of your many good qualities, that in your heart egoism is predominant. Your mother knows nothing of this letter. I do not want to increase her anxiety still more, but I repeat, it is irresponsible of you. For my part, I can wait, but I expect you to set your mother's mind at rest by return of post. Your father. Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929. _6 published in English Lore the First. Time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Bonn. Trier, November 18 to 29, 1835. Dear Karl. First of all, a few words about my letter, which may possibly have annoyed you. You know I don't pedantically insist on my 3 Henriette Marx ed. 646 appendices. Authority, and also admit to my child if I am wrong. I did actually tell you to write only after you had had a somewhat closer look around you. However, since it took so long, you ought to have taken my words less literally, especially as you know how anxious and worried your good mother is. Well, that is enough on that subject. Your letter, which was barely legible, gave me great joy. Of course, I have no doubt of your good intentions, your diligence, or of your firm resolve to achieve something worthwhile. However, I am glad that the beginning is pleasant and easy for you and that you are getting a liking for your professional studies. 9 lecture courses seem to me rather a lot, and I would not like you to do more than your body and mind can bear. If, however, you find no difficulty about it, it may be all right. The field of knowledge is immeasurable, and time is short. In your next letter you will surely give me a somewhat larger and more detailed report. You know how greatly I am interested in everything which concerns you closely. In connection with the lectures on law, you must not demand, should be touching and poetic. The subject matter does not allow poetic composition, you will have to put up with it and find worthy of deep thought. Excuse, subjects. What more ought I to say to you? Give you a sermon? In order to tell what you do not know? Although enough of nature has so endowed you that if you truly, your clear mind, your pure feeling, your unspoiled, instruct, in order not to stray from the right path, and what I wish, you know very well. I want now, you make up for what I in less favorable circumstances, could not achieve. I should like to see in you what perhaps I could have become, if I had come into the world with equally favorable prospects. You can fulfill or destroy my best hopes. It is perhaps both unfair and unwise to build one's best hopes on someone and so perhaps undermine one's own tranquility. But who else than nature is to blame if men who are otherwise not so weak are nevertheless weak fathers? You have been granted a good fortune, dear Karl, that is given to few youths of your age. At the important initial stage of your career you have found a friend, and a very worthy friend, who is older and more experienced than you. Know how to value this good fortune. Friendship in the true classical sense is life's most beautiful jewel, and at this age for your whole life. It will be the best touchstone of your character, your mind and heart, indeed of. Appendices 647. Your morality, if you are able to retain your friend and be worthy of him. That you will continue to be good morally, I really do not doubt. But a great support for morality is pure faith in God. You know that I am anything but a fanatic. But this faith is a real requirement of man sooner or later, and there are moments in life when even the atheist is involuntarily drawn to worship the Almighty. And it is common, for what Newton, Locke, and Leibniz believed, everyone can submit to. Herr Loers has taken it ill that you did not pay him a farewell visit. You and Clemens were the only ones, Herr Schlick. I had to have recourse to a white lie and tell him, we were there while he was away. The association with Clemens was little to my liking. Herr Loers has been appointed second director and Herr Bruggemann as commissioner was here yesterday for the installation. It was a big ceremony, since both Herr Bruggemann and Herr Loers spoke. Herr Loers gave a great luncheon, which I also attended. There I spoke with several persons who asked after you, and from many quarters I was congratulated on Herr Wienenbrugge being your friend. I am truly desirous of making his acquaintance, and I should be very glad if you would both visit us at Easter and, of course, stay with us together. I should regard that especially as a proof of his friendship for you. And so, dear Karl, fare you very well, and in providing really vigorous and healthy nourishment for your mind, do not forget that in this miserable world it is always accompanied by the body, which determines the well-being of the whole machine. A sickly scholar is the most unfortunate being on earth. Therefore, do not study more than your health can bear. With that, daily exercise and abstemiousness, and I hope to find you stronger in mind and body every time I embrace you. Trier, November 18, 1835. Your faithful father. Marx. Apropos. I have read your poem word by word. I quite frankly confess, dear Karl, that I do not understand it, neither its true meaning nor its tendency. In ordinary life it is an undisputed proposition that with the fulfillment of one's most ardent wishes the value of what one wished is very much diminished and often 648 appendices disappears altogether. That is surely not what you wanted to say. That would be worth consideration at most as a moral principle, because guided by this idea one avoids immoral enjoyments and even puts off what is permissible, in order by the postponement to retain the desire or even secure a heightened enjoyment. Kant felicitously says something of this sort in his Anthropology. 202 Do you want to find happiness only in abstract idealizing, somewhat analogous to fanciful reverie? In short, give me the key. I admit that this is beyond me. In the left margin of the first page. On the occasion of the celebration for Herr Loers I found the position of good Herr Weitenbach extremely painful. I could have wept at the offense to this man, whose only failing is to be much too kind-hearted. I did my best to show the high regard I have for him and, among other things, I told him how devoted you are to him and that you would have liked to compose a poem in his honor but had no time. That made him very happy. Will you do me the favor of sending me a few verses for him? Postscript at the top of the first page on the right-hand side. P.S. Your dear mother has been prevented from writing and so it has taken until today, November 29th. It is remarkable that we do not even know your exact address. Postscript by Marx's mother on November 29th to the letter of November 18th. Much beloved, dear Karl. With great pleasure I take up my pen to write to you. Your dear father's letter has been ready a long time, but I have always been prevented. I should like to have another letter from you, which would prove that you are well, for you can well believe that I long for you very much. We are still all quite well, heaven be thanked, everybody is busy and industrious, and even Eduarda is working very hard so that we hope to make an able man of him yet. Now, you must not regard it as a weakness of our sex if I am curious to know how you arrange your little household, whether economy really plays the main role, which is an absolute necessity for both big and small households. Here allow me to note, dear Karl, that a Karl Marx's brother ed. Appendices 649. You must never regard cleanliness and order as something secondary, for health and cheerfulness depend on them. Insist strictly that your rooms are scrubbed frequently and fix a definite time for it and you, my dear Karl, have a weekly scrub with sponge and soap. How do you get on about coffee, do you make it, or how is it? Please let me know everything about your household. Your amiable muse will surely not feel insulted by your mother's prose, tell her that the higher and better is achieved through the lower. So goodbye now. If you have any wish to express for Christmas that I can satisfy, I am ready to do so with pleasure. Farewell, my dear beloved Karl, be upright and good and always keep God and your parents before your eyes. Adieu, your loving mother Henriette Marx. All the children send you greetings and kisses, and as usual you are the kindest and best. First published in, Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to the original Aufgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 Mead in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Bonn. Trier, beginning of 1836 Dear Karl III Unless the description of your condition was somewhat poetical as I hope it was, it is well adapted to cause us disquiet. I hope at least that the sad experience will bring home to you the need to pay rather more attention to your health. Next to a clear conscience, this is man's greatest blessing, and youthful sins in any enjoyment that is immoderate or even harmful in itself meet with frightful punishment. We have a sad example here in Herr Gunster. True, in his case there is no question of vice, but smoking and drinking have worked havoc with his already weak chest and he will hardly live until the summer. His life itself is a torture, and in him we shall have lost an excellent mind. The page is damaged here ed. 650 appendices. Even excessive study is madness in such a case. On the other hand, moderate exercise, such as walking, and sometimes even riding, but not madly, is very beneficial, cheerfulness and banishing all worries still better. Your accounts, dear Karl, are à la Karl, disconnected and inconclusive. If only they had been shorter and more precise, and the figures properly set out in columns, the operation would have been very simple. One expects order even from a scholar, and especially from a practical lawyer. On the whole, I find nothing to object to, only at the present moment I think it is inexpedient and burdensome to buy a lot of books, especially big historical works. Your journey was appropriate if it was good for your health, only you ought to have sent a few words about it beforehand. In spite of your 2 letters, you see, they can be counted. I still do not know your study plan, which of course is of great interest to me. This much I do see, that you are not going in for any branch of natural history, and if physics and chemistry are really so badly taught, you will indeed do better to attend these courses in Berlin. Only a general introduction into cameralistics, it seems to me, would be expedient, because it is always useful to have a general idea of what one will have to do someday. Apropos, Herr Gratz here has sent me a recommendation for Herr Walter. I sent it to him with a letter. Have you heard anything about it? I would be pleased at this, because it was precisely this professor you so particularly liked. Your little circle appeals to me, as you may well believe, much more than alehouse gatherings. Young people who take pleasure in such meetings are necessarily educated people and are more aware of their value as future excellent citizens than those who find their outstanding value in outstanding coarseness. You do well to wait before going into print. A poet, a writer, must nowadays have the calling to provide something sound if he wants to appear in public. Otherwise, let him, of course, pay homage to the muses. That always remains one of the most noble acts of homage to women. But if everywhere the first appearance in the world is largely decisive, this is primarily the case for these demigods. Their superiority must show itself in the first verse, so that everyone immediately recognizes their divine inspiration. I tell you frankly, I am profoundly pleased at your aptitudes and I expect much from them, but it would grieve me to see you. The page is damaged here, ed. Appendices 651. Make your appearance as an ordinary poet Astor, it should still be enough for you to give delight to those immediately around you in the family circle. Only the excellent have the right to claim the attention of a pampered world which has a Schiller poetic minds would probably say gods. I thank you, by the way, dear Karl, for your very filial remark that you would submit your first work to me for criticism before anybody else. That is all the more proof of your tender regard since you know how little nature has endowed me with poetry, so that throughout my life I was never capable of composing a merely tolerable poem, even in the sweet days of first love. However, I will bear it in mind and wait to see if it was merely a compliment. How does it happen, dear Karl, that your journey does not figure in the expenses? You haven't eked out your existence by cadging, I hope. I enclose a money order for $50, and on this occasion can only say that your only concern should be your studies and, without using more than is necessary, you should save yourself any further anxiety. The hope that you might someday be a support for your brothers and sisters is an idea too beautiful and too attractive for a good-natured heart for me to want to deprive you of it. For the time being, I have nothing more to add, and only repeat my advice to you to take care of your health. There is no more lamentable being than a sickly scholar, and no more unfortunate parents than those who see a son of great promise wasting away, for whose education they have made sacrifices. Take that to heart. I can only appeal to your heart, for I believe it good and noble. Embracing you affectionately, your father Marx. Postscript by Marx's mother. Dear beloved Karl, your being ill has worried us very much, but I hope and wish that you will have recovered, and although I am very anxious about the health of my dear children, I am sure that if you, dear Karl, behave sensibly you can reach a ripe old age. But for that you must avoid everything that could make things worse. You must not get overheated, not drink a lot of wine or coffee, and not eat anything pungent, a lot of pepper or other spices. You must not. 652 Appendices. Smoke any tobacco, not stay up too long in the evening, and rise early. Be careful also not to catch cold and, dear Karl, do not dance until you are quite well again. It will seem ridiculous to you, dear Karl, that I act the doctor in this way, but you do not know how parents take it to heart when they see that their children are not well, and how many anxious hours this has already caused us. You children see to it that you keep morally and physically healthy, and do not worry about anything else. Dear father has been well throughout the winter, thank God, and there has been no lack of work, and we are still all quite well. How do you like my native city? It is a really beautiful place, and I hope that it may have so much inspired you as to give you material for poetry. Write soon, dear Karl, even if not a lot, but don't put it off too long. Adieu, dear Karl, I kiss you in my thoughts, your loving mother Henriette Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 Pumishi Dinengushfor first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx 3. In Bonn. Trier, March 19, 1836. Dear Karl, I have just received your letter, and I must confess that I am somewhat surprised at it. As regards your letter containing the accounts, I already told you at the time that I could not make head or tail of them. This much I did see, that you need money, and therefore I sent you $50. With what you took with you, that makes $160. You have been away 5 months in all, and now you do not even say what you need. That, at all events, is strange. Dear Karl, I repeat that I do everything very willingly, but that as the father of many children, and you know quite well I am not rich, I am not willing to do more than is necessary for your well-being and progress. The envelope bears the address Herrn Karl Marx, Studiosus Juris in Bonn. Ed. Appendices 653. If therefore you have somewhat overstepped the bounds, let it be glossed over, since it must. But I assure you, what the ne plus ultra stands for is money thrown away. I am convinced that it is possible to manage with less, and Herr Muller, the notary here, gives less and can perhaps do better. But no more under any condition. I should have to have some special stroke of good fortune, but there is nothing of the kind at the present time. On the contrary, my income has decreased. I don't by any means say that to distress you, far from it, but to make my firm decision clear to you once and for all. I enclose a draft on Herr Kaufmann, who, as Herr Hoffmann tells me, is the keeper of the lottery office in the university building. You will get money there, as much as you need. Well, may God take care of you, and come soon. We are all longing to see you. Your faithful father. Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Bonn 23. Trier, about May or June 1836. Dear Karl, your letter, which I received only on the 7th, has strengthened my belief in the uprightness, frankness, and loyalty of your character, which means more to me than the money, and therefore we will not say anything more about that. You are receiving $100 herewith, and, if you ask for it, you will receive the rest. However, you will surely become somewhat wiser, and also will have to concern yourself with the smaller things, for, God knows, in spite of all philosophy, these smaller things give one many gray hairs. And is dueling then so closely interwoven with philosophy? It is respect for, indeed fear of, opinion. And what kind of opinion? 654 appendices. Not exactly always of the better kind, and yet, everywhere man has so little consistency. Do not let this inclination, and if not inclination, this craze, take root. You could in the end deprive yourself and your parents of the finest hopes that life offers. I think a sensible man can easily and decently pay no heed to it, tout and imposant. Dear Karl, if you can, arrange to be given good certificates by competent and well-known physicians there, you can do it with a good conscience. Your chest is weak, at least at present. If you like, I will send you one from Herr Bernkastel, who treats you. But to be consistent with your conscience, do not smoke much. You have not kept your word to me, you remember your promise, and I rather prided myself on the recognition of my criticism. However, like political optimists, I take the actual state of things as it is, but I did wish to have some knowledge of my own of the matter, i.e., of the negotiations conducted, which perhaps I would have been able to check better than Schaefer, and if possible also knowledge of the matter in question, but if this last involves too much trouble, I shall wait till your arrival. Farewell, dear Karl, always remain frank and true, always look on your father and your good mother as your best friends. I could not keep anything secret from her, because otherwise she would have been anxious at your long silence. She is economical, but for her love of life is, and everything is secondary to this. I embrace you affectionately. Your faithful father. Marx. I must, however, inform you about something peculiar. Your friend Kleinertz wrote to me that he is being badly persecuted, probably because he left, and has even had to take the school examination, which, however, to his astonishment he passed brilliantly. He fears very many difficulties. A very effective assistance to him would be a recommendation from your Bishop 5 to the Dean of the Medical Faculty, Herr Professor Müller, who in his youth received much kindness from this worthy man. The paper has been damaged, the sense is perhaps the highest good. Ed Bjlahommer. Ed. Appendices 655. And lo and behold, good Herr Gorgon undertook to speak to the bishop, and the latter at once agreed, and said I should draw up the paper myself, without, however, in the slightest wanting to admit his relation to Herr Müller. I sent the recommendation postpaid to Herr Müller and informed Herr Kleinertz about it. The latter displayed great tact because at once, and in order to safeguard my position to some extent in relation to the friend who trusted my bare word, he sent me, without waiting for the result, his service testimonials, which are really splendid. Moreover, he seemed to have no doubt of success. How chance plays with human beings! Your dear mother greets and kisses you. It is too late to write any more until next time. Added on the first page of the letter. At the moment I could not send you any more. In the next few days you will probably receive $20 through Rabi. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Father's consent to Marx's transfer from Bonn to Berlin University. I not only grant my son Karl Marx permission, but it is my will that he should enter the University of Berlin next term for the purpose of continuing there his studies of law and cameralistics, which he began in Bonn. Trier, July 1, 1836. Marx. Justizrat, Barrister. 656 Appendices. Postscript. Please, dear Karl, write at once, but write frankly, without reserve and truthfully. Calm me and your dear, kind mother, and we will soon forget the little monetary sacrifice. Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Certificate of Release. From Bonn University 204. To number 26. Copy. We, the Rector and Senate of the Royal Prussian Rhenish Friedrich William University in Bonn, testify by this certificate that Herr Karl Heinrich Marx, born in Trier, son of Herr Justizrat Marx of the same place, prepared for academic studies at the gymnasium in Trier, on the basis of the certificate of maturity of the above-mentioned gymnasium, was matriculated here on October 17, 1835, has since then resided here until now as a student, and has applied himself to the study of jurisprudence. During this stay at our university, according to the certificates submitted to us, he has attended the lectures listed below. I in the winter term 1835/36. 1. Encyclopedia of Jurisprudence with Professor Puggy, very diligent and attentive. 2. Institutions with Professor Backing, very diligent and with constant attention. 3. History of Roman Law with Professor Walter, ditto. 4. Mythology of the Greeks and Romans with Professor Welcher, with excellent diligence and attention. 5. Questions about Homer with Professor von Schlegel, diligent and attentive. 6. History of Modern Art with Professor D. Alton, diligent and attentive. 2. In the summer term 1836. 7. History of German Law with Professor Walter, diligent. SS 5. 8 Appendices. 8. Elegiacs of Propertius with Professor von Schlegel, diligent and attentive. 9. European International Law and 10. Natural Right with Professor Puggy. Could not be testified owing to the sudden death of Professor Puggy on August 5. In regard to his behavior, it has to be noted that he has incurred a punishment of 1 day's detention for disturbing the peace by rowdiness and drunkenness at night. Nothing else is known to his disadvantage in a moral or economic respect. Subsequently, he was accused of having carried prohibited weapons in Cologne. The investigation is still pending. He has not been suspected of participation in any forbidden association among the students. In witness thereof, this certificate has been drawn up under the seal of the university and signed with their own hand by the rector pro turn and also by the present deans of the faculties of law and philosophy. Bonn, August 22, 1836. Rector Dean of the Faculty of Law Freitag Walter University Judge Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy von Salomon I. Lobel. Oppenhofen, U.S. Witnessed by the extraordinary governmental plenipotentiary and curator von Refues. First published in the yearly Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. 1926. Printed according to the copy of the original published in English for the first time. Engrijkbriefkes BTLWM *unra**. Ftichu S30 TM Buurfunben Bird, Tisj, LB8 Anna, 3 EUANIJ, Bag. Iberenju. 3 U Ben Arabimifjan copyright to BN /V Z /U /J. Voorbereitet auf Ben copyright rund VL S Netten, SOR equals Fifuna and Gethort. Certificate of Release from Bonn University. Father's Letters, November 1836 to February 1838. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, November 9, 1836. Dear Karl. We had, it is true, already received news of you before getting your letter, because Herr Gen Igen was kind enough to write to me. His letter is very courteous towards you and me. He even very kindly asks me to recommend that you should comply with his desire and visit him and his family quite often sans gêne, and as I play such a small part in the world, I have all the less reason to doubt his sincerity, since in general I have always seen him behaving as a man most worthy of respect and most noble. It does one good to enjoy the esteem of such a man, whose heart and mind rank him among the privileged. That Herr Esser treated you with such respect, I found rather unexpected, and it does you honor, for this circumstance proves that, in spite of your strict principles, you are able to associate with the most diverse kinds of people on human terms. These principles remind me of my bygone youth, and the more so since they were all I possessed. I was not adroit, and that can easily be explained. Your mother says that you are a favorite of fortune. I have no objection to that. Please God that you believe it. At least, in this respect I do not for a moment doubt your heart, that you are serious in counting yourself lucky to have your parents. And surely a little exaggeration is nowhere more pardonable than on this point, and no harm is done if here the head is ruled by the heart. Even if Herr Reinhard is ill, nevertheless he must have a clerk who should surely know something about my son. 662 Appendices. Herr Sant is not von, he is the brother of the Attorney General Sant of Cologne and has a post at the Court of Appeal. Herr Murin knows him well. If necessary, he can inform you about my case, in which he is probably the opponent. That you like Herr Murin so much gives me great pleasure, for I have a special liking for him. He is one of the rare people who retain goodness of heart along with polite manners. His practical mind certainly puts to shame many very learned persons. I am particularly glad that you live with well-educated people and do not associate much with young people, at least those whom you don't know well enough. The only thing I ask of you is not to overdo your studying, but to keep physically fit and spare your badly impaired eyesight. You have been attending many and important courses naturally, you have every reason to work a great deal, but do not exhaust yourself. You have still a long time to live, God willing, to the benefit of yourself and your family and, if my surmise is not mistaken, for the good of mankind. For the moment, I have not yet settled on any commercial firm. I want to talk to Herr von Nell about it. For the time being I am sending you here with $50. You must at present be able to estimate approximately the amount you absolutely need each year, and that is what I should like to know. I wrote to you from Frankfurt, where I was because of Hermann. 3 Herr Donner conveyed the letter to the Hofrat. It was sent on October 20th. 205 You seem not to have received it yet. It contained rather a lot of sermonizing, so I won't engage in that for a long time to come. But I should like a reply to that letter. Because of the one and, of course, extremely important item, I beg you even to enclose, besides the special letter for me, an extra special one. True, as a rule I never keep anything secret from your good mother. But in this matter I am concerned at present about her all too great anxiety, which is not, as in the case of the husband, adequately countered by the more lively feeling of strict duty. I am no angel, it is true, and I know that man does not live by bread alone. But in the face of a sacred duty to be fulfilled, subsidiary intentions must give way. And, I repeat, there is no more sacred duty for the husband than that which he undertakes towards his wife, who is weaker. Therefore, in this, as in every other respect, be quite frank with me as with a friend. But if, after self-examination, you really persist in your resolve, you must add a Karl Marx's brother ed. Appendices 663. Once show yourself to be a man. That, all the same, does not prevent poetic ardor, the aspiration to fulfill one's duty is also very poetic. Today Hermann has gone to Brussels, where he is entering a good house. But he has to pay 1000 Fr immediately for the entree. In return, the house is merely bound to introduce him to all the commercial transactions that occur, without stipulation of period, so that it depends on his diligence and understanding to put himself as quickly as possible in a position to become independent. I expect a good deal from his diligence, but all the less from his intelligence. Understandably, he is not living at the businessman's house, and for the present he has to keep himself entirely. It is a pity that this well-meaning youth has not got a better brain. Mania attends the gymnasium and, it seems, he does want to show rather more zeal. The girls are good and diligent. My hair stands on end when I reflect that this commodity now is only sought after if gilded, and I understand so little of that art. Why have you not told me any details about Kleinertz? I am very interested to know what has become of him. Well, God take care of you, dear Karl, and always love your father as he loves you. Marx. First published in, Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, December 28, 1836. Dear Karl. If I were less indulgent, if in general I could harbor resentment for a long time, and particularly against my dear ones, I would certainly be justified in not answering you at all. It is not in itself praiseworthy to be exaggeratedly touchy, least of all towards a father whose failing is certainly not that of severity. A Karl Marx's brother Edward ed. 664 Appendices. If you had reflected that at the time I sent you the last letter I had had no word from you apart from your first letter, that the interval was somewhat large, even counting from my second letter from here, that having once got mixed up in a matter which in itself was not precisely pleasing to me from a feeling of duty towards a really most worthy person, I was bound to be extremely sensitive to a silence that was inexplicable to me, and that, if I then used some expressions which might sound harsh, in the first place I did not think of weighing my words, but also was sensitive not entirely without cause. Besides, I assure you I did not have any animus calumniae. If I did not have a high opinion of your kind heart, I would not in general be so attached to you and would suffer less at aberrations, for you know that high as I esteem your intellectual gifts, in the absence of a good heart they would be of no interest to me at all. But you yourself confess that you have previously given me some cause to harbor some doubts about your self-abnegation. And in view of all this, you could very well be somewhat less touchy towards your father. It is now high time that you did away with the tension that ruins mind and body, and I can rightly demand that in this connection you should show some consideration for the well-being of your good mother and myself, for we certainly do not soar to Elysian fields, and consider it of some importance that you should remain healthy. But I repeat, you have undertaken great duties and, dear Karl, at the risk of irritating your sensitivity, I express my opinion somewhat prosaically after my fashion. With all the exaggerations and exaltations of love in a poetic mind you cannot restore the tranquility of a being to whom you have wholly devoted yourself, on the contrary, you run the risk of destroying it. Only by the most exemplary behavior, by manly, firm efforts which, however, win people's goodwill and favor, can you ensure that the situation is straightened out and that she is exalted in her own eyes and the eyes of the world, and comforted. I have spoken with Jenny 3 and I should have liked to be able to set her mind at rest completely. I did all I could, but it is not possible to argue everything away. She still does not know how her parents will take the relationship. Nor is the judgment of relatives and the world a trifling matter. I am afraid of your not always just. Jenny von Westphalen ed. Appendices 665. Sensitivity, and therefore leave it to you to appreciate the situation. If I were powerful enough to protect and soothe this noble being in some respect by vigorous intervention, no sacrifice would be too great for me. Unfortunately, however, I am weak in every respect. She is making a priceless sacrifice for you. She is showing a self-denial which can only be fully appreciated in the light of cold reason. Woe to you, if ever in your life you could forget this. At present, however, only you yourself can effectively intervene. From you must come the certainty that, despite your youth, you are a man who deserves the respect of the world, and wins it in mighty strides, who gives assurance of his constancy and his serious efforts in the future, and compels evil tongues to be silent about past mistakes. How you can best set about this, only you can be fully aware. In this connection I must ask you whether you know how old one must be to hold an academic post. It is very important to know this, for your plan, I think, should aim at attaining such a position as soon as possible, even if in a lower grade, and you should try by writing to create prospects for a good situation and eventually to realize them. Poetry must surely be the first lever. The poet, of course, should be competent here. However, the kind of poetry to bring about the magic effect might preferably be a matter for one who is wise and a man of the world. In ordinary life that might well be too much to demand of a young man, but he who undertakes higher duties must be consistent, and here wisdom and policy will be sanctified in the eyes of the poet himself by high and creditable fulfillment of duty. I beg and beseech you, since basically you have talent, only the form is not yet smooth, henceforth be calm, moderate these storms, do not arouse them either in the bosom of one who deserves and needs tranquility. Your mother, I myself, Sophie, 3. The good child, who exercises self-denial in the highest degree, watch over you, as far as the situation allows, and in return for your efforts the future holds out for you a happiness to deserve which all hardships are easy to bear. Your views on law are not without truth, but are very likely to arouse storms if made into a system, and are you not aware how violent storms are among the learned? If what gives offense in this matter itself cannot be entirely eliminated, at least the form must be conciliatory and agreeable. A Karl Marx's sister ed. 666 Appendices. You do not say anything about Murin, nor whether you paid a visit to Herr Eckhorn. I do not want to write to Herr Gen just now, and since the matter is not at all urgent, you can wait for an opportunity. If you send bulky letters by ordinary post, they are very expensive. The last but one cost $1. Parcels sent by express post are dear too, the last one also cost $1. If you want to write a great deal in future, then write on all possible sorts of subjects, so that what we hear is much and varied. Let it mount up to form a parcel and send this by the luggage van. Do not be offended at this little remark about economy. I hope that you will have received the wine by now. Drink it and be cheerful, and give up all irrelevant ventures, all despair, and abandon poetry if it does not embellish your life and make it happy. Postscript by Marx's mother. Dear Karl, your dear father is in such a hurry to send off this letter that all I can do is to send you heartiest greetings and kisses. Your loving mother Henriette. Marx. Continuation from Marx's father enclosed a money order for $50. If you prefer me to look for a firm there to make an arrangement with you, you must tell me approximately the monthly sum I should fix for you. By now you must be able to say what it amounts to with one thing and another. Marx. Postscript by Marx's sister Sophie. Your last letter, dear Karl, made me weep bitter tears. How could you think that I would neglect to give you news of your Jenny? I dream and think only of you too. Jenny loves you. If the difference in age worries her, that is because of her parents. She will now try gradually to prepare them. After that write to them yourself, they do indeed think highly of you. Jenny visits us frequently. She was with us yesterday and wept tears of delight and pain on receiving your poems. Our parents and your brothers and sisters love her very much, the latter beyond all measure. She. Appendices 667. Is never allowed to leave us before 10 o'clock. How do you like that? Adieu, dear, good Karl, my most ardent wishes for the success of your heart's desire. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929 R. Carrad. 5. Published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, February 3, 1837. Dear Karl, your last letter made me particularly glad, for it proves that you have got rid of the little weaknesses which, by the way, disquieted me. You recognize your position and are endeavoring with energy and dignity to assure your future. But, dear Karl, do not fall into the opposite extreme. Apart from the fact that to be sociable offers very great advantages for diversion, rest, and development, especially to a young man, wisdom demands, and this is something you must not neglect, since you are no longer alone, that one should acquire some support, in an honorable and worthy way, of course. Neglect, especially as one is not always inclined to seek the most honorable reason for it, is not easily forgiven by distinguished persons, or those who think themselves such, and particularly if they have shown a certain degree of condescension. Herr Gen and Herr Esser are not only excellent men, but are probably important for you, and it would be most unwise and really improper to neglect them, since they received you in a very decent way. At your age and in your position you cannot demand any reciprocity. Nor must the body be neglected. Good health is the greatest boon for everyone, for scholars most of all. Do not overdo things. With your natural gifts and your present diligence, you will reach your goal, and a single term does not matter. However much experience I may have, I cannot draw up a complete plan for you with a clear survey of all nuances. 668 Appendices. In any case, it seems to me beyond doubt that your intention of advancing yourself by academic studies is quite good and suitable for you, if, besides, you do not overlook the trifle of paying some attention to physical development. But, of course, this may take rather a long time, and given the state of things it would of course be desirable that something be done about it. In this respect, therefore, the only thing left is authorship. But how to make a start? This is a difficult question, but there is another that precedes it. Will you succeed at once in winning the confidence of a good publisher? For that could well be the most difficult thing. If you succeed in that, and on the whole you are a favorite of fortune, then the second question arises. Something philosophical or legal, or both together, seems excellent for laying a basis. Good poetry might well take second place, and it never harms one's reputation, except perhaps in the eyes of a few pedants. Light polemical articles are the most useful, and with a few good titles, if they are original and have a new style, you can decently and safely await a professorship, etc., etc., etc. But you must come to a firm decision, if not at the present moment, at any rate this year, and when you have taken it, keep it firmly in view and pursue your course unswervingly. It is by no means so difficult for you as it was for your papa to become a lawyer. You know, dear Karl, because of my love for you I have let myself in for something which is not quite in accord with my character, and indeed sometimes worries me. But no sacrifice is too great for me if the welfare of my children requires it. Moreover, I have won the full confidence of your Jenny. But the good, lovable girl torments herself incessantly. She is afraid of doing you harm, of making you overexert yourself, etc., etc., etc. It weighs on her mind that her parents do not know, or, as I believe, do not want to know. She cannot explain to herself how it is that she, who considers herself quite unsentimental, has let herself be so carried away. A certain shyness may have something to do with it. A letter from you, which you may enclose sealed, but which should not be dictated by the fanciful poet, could comfort her. It must, of course, be full of delicate, devoted feeling and pure love, as I have no doubt it will be, but it must give a clear view of your relationship and elucidate and discuss the prospects. The hopes expressed must be set out without reserve, clearly and with firm conviction, so that they in their turn are convincing. You must give a firm assurance that this relationship, far from Appendices 669 doing you any harm, has the happiest effect on you, and in certain respects I believe that myself. On the other hand, resolutely demand, with the manly audacity in the face of which the poor child was so defenceless, that now she must not waver, not look back, but calmly and confidently look to the future. What have you to say to your father? Are you not astonished to find me in the role of intermediary? How wrongly I might be judged by many persons if my influence were to become known. What ignoble motives might perhaps be imputed to me. But I do not reproach myself. If only heaven bestows its blessing, I shall feel extremely happy. It would be proper to pay a visit to Herr Eckhorn, but I leave that to you. I repeat, however, that I should like to see you going more often to Herr Jenigen and Herr Esser. It would be just as well, too, if you were to make somewhat closer contact with at least one of the most influential professors. Have you not seen any more of young Herr Schriever? Since we are on very good terms and Schriever will probably marry your friend Karl von Westphalen, and since anyway he should be coming here soon, I should like you to visit him now and again. Have you not heard any further news of Dr. Kleinertz? I should like to learn something about him. I enclose here with a letter of credit. It is for a higher amount than you yourself asked, but I did not want to have it altered, because now I trust you not to use more than is necessary. Well, goodbye, dear Karl. Write soon if you have not yet sent a letter such as I have requested. Write also what your landlord is doing, he interests me very much. Herr von Notz told me that you would come here during the autumn vacation. I am not at all in favor of this, and if you bear in mind your circumstances and those of persons who are dear to you, you will have to agree with me. But it is possible that I may go to Berlin. What do you say to that? Your faithful father Marx. I send my best regards to my dear friend Murin and his amiable wife. Tell him that he would do well to spare a moment for me. P.S. It would not be a bad thing, dear Karl, if you would write more legibly. 670 appendices. I seldom see Jenny, she cannot do as she likes. You can be easy in your mind, her love is true. When you have written in the way I would like, I will ask for a reply. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, March 2, 1837. It is remarkable that I, who am by nature a lazy writer, become quite inexhaustible when I have to write to you. I will not and cannot conceal my weakness for you. At times my heart delights in thinking of you and your future. And yet at times I cannot rid myself of ideas which arouse in me sad forebodings and fear when I am struck as if by lightning by the thought, is your heart in accord with your head, your talents? Has it room for the earthly but gentler sentiments which in this vale of sorrow are so essentially consoling for a man of feeling? And since that heart is obviously animated and governed by a demon not granted to all men, is that demon heavenly or Faustian? Will you ever, and that is not the least painful doubt of my heart, will you ever be capable of truly human, domestic happiness? Will, and this doubt has no less tortured me recently since I have come to love a certain person like my own child, will you ever be capable of imparting happiness to those immediately around you? What has evoked this train of ideas in me, you will ask? Often before, anxious thoughts of this kind have come into my mind, but I easily chased them away, for I always felt the need to surround you with all the love and care of which my heart is capable, and I always like to forget. But I note a striking phenomenon in Jenny. She, who is so wholly devoted to you with her childlike, pure disposition, betrays at times, involuntarily and against her will, a kind of fear, a fear laden with foreboding, which does not escape me, which I do not know how to explain. Appendices 671. And all trace of which she tried to erase from my heart, as soon as I pointed it out to her. What does that mean? What can it be? I cannot explain it to myself, but unfortunately my experience does not allow me to be easily led astray. That you should rise high in the world, the flattering hope to see your name held one day in high repute, and also your earthly well-being, these are not the only things close to my heart, they are long-cherished illusions that have taken deep root in me. Basically, however, such feelings are largely characteristic of a weak man, and are not free from all dross, such as pride, vanity, egoism, etc., etc., etc. But I can assure you that the realization of these illusions could not make me happy. Only if your heart remains pure and beats in a purely human way, and no demonic spirit is capable of estranging your heart from finer feelings, only then would I find the happiness that for many years past I have dreamed of finding through you, otherwise I would see the finest aim of my life in ruins. But why should I grow so soft and perhaps distress you? At bottom, I have no doubt of your filial love for me and your good, dear mother, and you know very well where we are most vulnerable. I pass on to positive matters. Some days after receiving your letter, which Sophie brought her, Jenny visited us and spoke about your intention. She appears to approve your reasons, but fears the step itself, and that is easy to understand. For my part, I regard it as good and praiseworthy. As she intimates, she is writing to you that you should not send the letter direct, an opinion I cannot agree with. What you can do to put her mind at rest is to tell us 8 days beforehand on what day you are posting the letter. The good girl deserves every consideration and, I repeat, only a lifetime full of tender love can compensate her for what she has already suffered, and even for what she will still suffer, for they are remarkable saints she has to deal with. It is chiefly regard for her that makes me wish so much that you will soon take a fortunate step forward in the world, because it would give her peace of mind, at least that is what I believe. And I assure you, dear Karl, that were it not for this, I would at present endeavor to restrain you from coming forward publicly rather than spur you on. But you see, the bewitching girl has turned my old head too, and I wish above all to see her calm and happy. Only you can do that, and the aim is worthy of your undivided attention, and it is perhaps very good and salutary that, immediately on your entry into the world, you are compelled to show human consideration, indeed wisdom, foresight, and mature reflex. 23 to 194. 672 Appendices. In spite of all demons. I thank heaven for this, for it is the human being in you that I will eternally love. You know that, a practical man though I am, I have not been ground down to such a degree as to be blunted to what is high and good. Nevertheless, I do not readily allow myself to be completely torn up from the earth, which is my solid basis, and wafted exclusively into airy spheres where I have no firm ground under my feet. All this naturally gives me greater cause than I would otherwise have had to reflect on the means which are at your disposal. You have taken up dramatic composition, and of course it contains much that is true. But closely bound up with its importance, its great publicity, is quite naturally the danger of coming to grief. Not always, especially in the big cities, is it necessarily the inner value which is decisive. Intrigues, cabals, jealousy, perhaps among those who have had the most experience of these, often outweigh what is good, especially if the latter is not yet raised to and maintained in high honor by a well-known name. What, therefore, would be the wisest course? To look for a possible way by which this great test would be preceded by a smaller one involving less danger, but sufficiently important for you to emerge from it, in the event of success, with a not quite unimportant name. If, however, this has to be achieved by something small, then the material, the subject, the circumstances, must have some exceptional quality. I racked my brains for a long time in the search for such a subject, and the following idea seemed to me suitable. The subject should be a period taken from the history of Prussia, not one so prolonged as to call for an epoch, but a crowded moment of time where, however, the future hung in the balance. It should redound to the honor of Prussia and afford the opportunity of allotting a role to the genius of the monarchy if need be, through the mind of the very noble Queen Louise. Such a moment was the great battle at La Belle Alliance, Waterloo. The danger was enormous, not only for Prussia, for its monarch, for the whole of Germany, etc., etc., etc. In fact, it was Prussia that decided the great issue here. Hence, at all events this could be the subject of an ode in the heroic genre, or otherwise you understand that better than I do. The difficulty would not be too great in itself. The biggest difficulty, in any case, would be that of compressing a big picture. A Frederick William III ed. Appendices 673. Into a small frame, and of giving a successful and skillful portrayal of the great moment. But if executed in a patriotic and German spirit with depth of feeling, such an ode would itself be sufficient to lay the foundation for a reputation, to establish a name. But I can only propose, advise. You have outgrown me, in this matter you are in general superior to me, so I must leave it to you to decide as you will. The subject I have spoken of would have the great advantage that it could very soon be presented apropos, since the anniversary is on June 18th. The cost would not be very considerable, and if necessary I will bear it. I should so very much like to see good Jenny calm and able to hold up her head proudly. The good child must not wear herself out. And if you are successful in this project and the demand is not beyond your powers, then you will be in a secure position and able to relax somewhat from the hothouse life. In point of fact, too, it is impossible not to be enthusiastic over this moment of time, for its failure would have imposed eternal fetters on mankind and especially on the human mind. Only today's two-faced liberals can deify a Napoleon. And in truth under his rule not a single person would have dared to think aloud what is being written daily and without interference throughout Germany, and especially in Prussia. And anyone who has studied the history of Napoleon and what he understood by the absurd expression of ideology can rejoice greatly and with a clear conscience at his downfall and the victory of Prussia. Give my cordial greetings to our friend Murin. Tell him that until now I have not been able to carry out the commission with which I have been charged. I suffered from a cold for 8 days and since then I have not ventured any farther than to attend the sitting. Your faithful father Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 published in English for the first time. The date of the Battle of Waterloo ed. 23 *. 674 appendices. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. 206. In Berlin. Bad EMS, August 12, 1837. Dear Karl. My letter, written when I was greatly excited, may have hit you rather hard, and I am sincerely sorry if this was actually the case. Not as though I would thus have committed an injustice, I leave it to you to judge for yourself whether I had a valid reason to lose my temper. You know, you must know, how much I love you. Your letters, so long as I do not find in them any traces of that sickly sensitivity and fantastic, gloomy thoughts, are a real need and would have been particularly so this summer for your deeply feeling mother and myself. Edward has been ailing for the last 6 months, and has grown quite thin, his recovery is very doubtful, and, what is so rare among children and so exhausting, he suffers from the deepest melancholy, really fear of dying, and you know what your mother is like, she won't go from his side, she torments herself day and night, and I am forever afraid that she will be overcome by these exertions. For the last 7 to 8 months, I myself have been afflicted by a painful cough, which has been continually irritated by the eternal necessity of speaking. Sophie, too, is never quite well and is always taking medicine without success. In this situation, what with your love affair, Jenny's prolonged indisposition, her profound worry, and the ambiguous position in which I, who have always known only the most straightforward course, find myself in relation to the Westphalians, all this has deeply affected me and at times depressed me so much that I no longer recognized myself, and so I ask you, have I been too hard under the influence of the most profound ill humor? However much I love you above everything except your mother, I am not blind and still less want to be so. I do you justice in many matters, but I cannot entirely rid myself of the thought that you are not free from a little more egoism than is necessary for self-preservation, and I cannot always dispel the thought that were I in your position I would show greater consideration for and more self-sacrificing love towards my parents. I received nothing from my parents apart from my existence, although not to be unjust, love from my mother, and how I have fought and suffered, in order not to distress them as long as possible. Appendices 675. Do not put forward your character as an excuse. Do not blame nature. It has certainly treated you like a mother. It has given you strength enough, the will is left to man. But to abandon oneself to grief at the slightest storm, to lay bare a shattered heart and break the heart of our beloved ones at every suffering, do you call that poetry? God protect us from the most beautiful of all nature's gifts if that is its immediate effect. No, it is only weakness, overindulgence, self-love and conceit which reduce everything to their own measure in this way and force even those we love most into the background. The first of all human virtues is the strength and will to sacrifice oneself, to set aside one's ego, if duty, if love calls for it, and indeed not those glamorous, romantic, or hero-like sacrifices, the act of a moment of fanciful reverie or heroic feeling. Even the greatest egoist is capable of that, for it is precisely the ego which then has pride of place. No, it is those daily and hourly recurring sacrifices which arise from the pure heart of a good person, of a loving father, of a tender-hearted mother, of a loving spouse, of a thankful child, that give life its sole charm and make it beautiful despite all unpleasantness. You yourself have described so, beautifully the life of your excellent mother, so deeply felt that her whole life is a continual sacrifice of love and loyalty, and truly you have not exaggerated. But what is the good of beautiful examples if they do not inspire one to copy them? But can you, with your hand on your heart, pride yourself on having done this up to now? I do not want to press you too hard, certainly I do not want to offend you, for as a matter of fact I am weak enough to regret having offended you. But it is not merely that I, and your good mother, suffer from it, perhaps I would let that pass. In no one's heart is there so little selfishness as in that of good parents. But for your own good one must not and will not ever abandon this text until I am convinced that the stain on your otherwise so noble character has disappeared. Quite soon you will and must be the father of a family. But neither honor nor wealth nor fame will make your wife and children happy, you alone can do that, your better self, your love, your tender behavior, the putting behind you of stormy idiosyncrasies, of violent outbreaks of passion, of morbid sensitivity, etc., etc., etc. I am hardly speaking any longer on my own behalf, I am calling your attention to the bond that is to be tied. You say yourself that good fortune has made you its pet child. May God in His infinite goodness make it ever attend you closely. 676 Appendices. As much as frail humanity permits. But even the happiest man experiences gloomy hours, no mortal basks in eternal sunshine. But from him who is happy one has every right to demand that he meet the storm with manly courage, calm, resignation, cheerfulness. One can rightly demand that past happiness be an armor against temporary suffering. The heart of the happy man is full and wide and strong, it must not allow itself to be easily shattered. Your dear mother has forwarded your letter to me here. The plan you have outlined is fine, and if properly executed, well fitted to become a lasting monument of literature. But great difficulties are piling up in the way, particularly because of the selfishness of those who are offended, and of the fact that there is no man of outstanding critical reputation to be at the head. On the other hand, the paper is suitable for creating a reputation. Here the question arises whether your name appears in this connection. For it is precisely to gain a reputation as a critic, that is so essential for you, as helping towards a professorship. Nevertheless, I could not derive any certainty on that score from your letter. May God give you His blessing. It seems that my trip to Berlin will not materialize. After the big expenses I have had this year it would make too great a demand on my funds. And then also I must confess that I have had some intention, although not very definite, to try if possible to transfer to the magistracy. However, I would have liked to know in advance the opinion of Herr Gen, whose cooperation could in any case be very useful. But since this did not come about, I see little hope for the matter. I did not want to ask anything of you that went against your feelings, but perhaps you could have acted more wisely. I hear, by the way, that Herr Gen and his wife are making a trip to Paris and will pass through Trier. You have missed a lot, for this summer Frau Gen has written some really exceptionally tender letters to your Jenny. I am looking forward with great desire to receiving a letter from you to hear more about your undertakings. But I ask you to go into rather more detail. Today I have sacrificed my morning walk for you, but there is just time to make a smaller one and to write a few lines to your good mother, to whom I will send this letter. For it would irk me to write again at length, and in this way your mother has a big letter all the same. Goodbye, my good Karl, and always hold me as dear as you say, but do not make me blush with your flattery. There is no Appendices 677. Harm in having a high opinion of your father. In my position I have also achieved something, enough to have you, but not enough by far to satisfy me. Your father Marx *. P.S. The supposed funeral sermon which you asked me for is a work of about 10 lines, which I no longer possess, but which I believe Sophie has, and which even in the last version has undergone some alterations. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB2, 1929 published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin B. Bad EMS approximately August 20, 1837 c. Dear, good Karl. I do not know whether on receipt of this letter you will already have received the letter which I sent to your dear mother. But I think so. Meanwhile, since I like talking to you, and since you may perhaps find it pleasant to see someone whose friendly company I have enjoyed for a number of days, I take advantage of the kind willingness of the bearer to send you a few lines. The bearer is a fine young man, tutor to the son of Prince Karl. I made his acquaintance here, where I, who do not easily mix, have mostly been isolated. I have spent many pleasant hours with Herr Heim, and insofar as one can get to know someone in a short time, I think I have found in him a very honest. A Heinrich Marx's letter to his son ends here and is followed by a few lines to his wife ed. B. On the envelope is written, Herrn H. Karl Marx, Stud, Juris et Kamer Alium. Alte Leipziger Strasse IA Berlin. Ed. See here and in the following places marked by square brackets the paper has been damaged. Ed. Friedrich Karl, Prince of Prussia. Ed. 678 appendices. Pleasant and upright man. He will look you up, he tells me, and I shall be glad if he finds that the picture sketched by a father's self-complacency is accurate. In view of the approaching vacation, it may perhaps not be unpleasing for you to see some things that are remarkable, and it is possible that owing to his position Herr Heim can easily help you in this respect. If you have leisure and write to me, I shall be glad if you will draw up for me a concise plan of the positive legal studies that you have gone through this year. According to your project, it seems to me unnecessary for you to take lectures on cameralistics. Only do not neglect natural science, for there is no certainty of being able to make up for this later, and regret comes too late. Perhaps in a few years' time it will be a favorable moment to obtain an entry into law, if you are making Bonn your goal, since there is absolutely no man there who can do anything out of the ordinary. I know that in regard to science Berlin has advantages and great attraction. But apart from the fact that greater difficulties arise there, you must surely also have some regard for your parents, whose sanguine hopes would be largely shattered by your residing so far away. Of course that must not hinder your plan of life. Parental love is probably the least selfish of all. But if this plan of life could be fraternally combined with these hopes, that would be for me the highest of all life's joys, the number of which decreases so considerably with the years. My stay here has so far yielded very little success, and yet I shall have to prolong it in spite of the most painful boredom in order to comply with the wish of your dear mother, who most urgently begs me to do so. I shall obviously have to abandon my beautiful, long-cherished desire to see you during this vacation. It costs me great effort, but it seems it cannot be helped. This fatal cough tortures me in every respect. Well, God take care of you, dear Karl, be happy, and I cannot repeat it too often, do not neglect your health as you enrich your mind. With all my heart and soul, your father. Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Appendices 679. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin 3. Trier, September 16, 1837. Dear Karl. Your last letter, which we received about 8 days ago, leads me to expect a larger sequel, and that indeed soon, and I should have liked to wait until I have a general view of the whole. But it might have worried you to have to wait too long, especially as it concerns a plan which will perhaps determine the next steps. You know me, dear Karl, I am neither obstinate nor prejudiced. Whether you make your career in one department of learning or in another is essentially all one to me. But it is dear to my heart, of course for your sake, that you choose the one that is most in accord with your natural talents. At the outset it was the ordinary thing that one had in mind. Such a career, however, seemed not to your liking, and I confess that, infected by your precocious views, I applauded you when you took academic teaching as your goal, whether in law or philosophy, and in the final count I believed the latter to be more likely. I was sufficiently aware of the difficulty of this career, and I particularly learned about it recently in EMS, where I had the opportunity to see a good deal of a professor of Bonn University. On the other hand, one thing is undeniable, namely that someone who is sure of himself could play an important role as a professor of law in Bonn, and it is easier to be sent from Berlin to Bonn, provided of course one has some patronage. Poetry would have to procure this patronage for you. But whatever your good fortune in this respect, it will take several years and your special situation puts you under pressure. Let us take a look at the other aspect, and an important point is that with good classical studies a professorship can always remain a final goal. Does a practical career advance one so rapidly? As a rule it does not, and experience proves this only too well. Here also patronage does a great deal. Without it you would not be able to complain at all if, a few years after having completed your studies, you became an unpaid assessor, and then remained an assessor for years after. However, even with the strictest moral standards and the most meticulous scruples, it may be permissible. On the envelope is written, Herrn Karl Marx, Stud, Juris Wolfsboren in Strelo. And for Bay Berlin. Ed. 680 appendices. To procure for oneself through one's own merits a patron who, convinced of the protégé's efficiency, conscientiously advances and promotes him. And in any case you have been endowed by nature with talents that are very suitable for this purpose. How to make the best use of them is a matter for you to decide, and can hardly be judged by a third person, the more so since here the individual character must be very much taken into consideration. And whatever you undertake you must necessarily look at the matter and make your estimate from this point of view, for you are in a hurry, you feel that, and so do I. In some respects, that is of course to be regretted, but the most beautiful picture has its shades, and here resignation has to come into play. This resignation, moreover, is based on parts so brilliantly lit, and owes its origin so entirely to one's own will, which is guided by the heart and mind, that it is to be considered a pleasure rather than a sacrifice. But I return to the question, what should I advise? And, in the first place, as regards your plan for theatrical criticism, I must confess above all that, as far as the subject itself is concerned, I am not particularly competent. Dramatic criticism requires much time and great circumspection. As far as art is concerned, such work in our time may perhaps be most meritorious. As far as fame is concerned, it can lead to an academic diploma. How will it be received? I think with more hostility than favor, and the good, learned Lessing pursued, as far as I know, no rose-strewn path, but lived and died a poor librarian. Will it yield particular financial profit? The question merges with the preceding one, and I am not in a position to give a categorical reply. I still think that some outstanding single works, a really good poem, a sterling tragedy or comedy, are far more suitable for your purpose, but you are carving out your own career and you want to go on doing so. I can only address one wish to heaven, that in one way or another you may as quickly as possible achieve your real aim. I will say only one thing more. If, owing to the fact that after 3 years of study you ask nothing more from home, you expose yourself too much to the necessity of doing what could be harmful to you, then let fate have its way, and at all events even if it involves sacrifice on my part, I will much rather make such sacrifice than harm your career. If you manage it sensibly and without holding up your career, you will certainly afford me great relief, because, in point of fact, since the separation of the law court and the hawking activities of the young men, my income has Appendices 681 diminished in proportion as my expenses have become heavier. But, as I have said, this consideration must not stand in the way. In coming back to the question of a practical career, however, why do you say nothing of cameralistics? I do not know whether I am mistaken, but it seems to me that poetry and literature are more likely to find patrons in the administration than in the judiciary, and a singing government advisor seems to me more natural than a singing judge. And after all, what more is there in cameralistics than you already need as a true lawyer, apart from natural science? This last you must by no means neglect, that would be irresponsible. You are, however, at the fountainhead, from which you can derive instruction, and precisely that aspect of the whole structure which under normal conditions you would probably still be far from appreciating, viz., the vital question in the proper sense, is forced on your attention, and hence you will reflect, check and act with due care. I feel no anxiety that these considerations, even though forced on you, will ever lead you to base, groveling actions. Despite my gray hairs, somewhat depressed state of mind and all too many cares, I would still be defiant and despise what is base. To you with your unimpaired powers, on whom nature has showered blessings, anything of the sort must seem impossible. But proud youth with its abundance of vital energy may regard as humiliating much that wisdom and duty peremptorily dictate in regard to oneself, and especially to those whose welfare one has made it one's duty to ensure. True, worldly wisdom is a good deal to ask of a 19-year-old, but one who at 19 I have not shown your last letter to Westphalen. These very good people are of such a peculiar stamp, they discuss everything from so many aspects and at such length that it is as well to give them as little material as possible. Since your studies this year remain the same, I do not see why I should give them material for new fantasies. Jenny is not yet here, but is to come soon. That she does not write to you is, I cannot call it anything else, childish, headstrong. For there can be no doubt at all that her attitude to you is one of the most self-sacrificing love, and she was not far from proving it by her death. She has somehow got the idea that it is unnecessary to write, or some other obscure idea about it that she may hold. She has also a touch of genius, and what bearing does that too have on the matter? You can be certain, as I am, and you know that I am not credulous by nature, that no prince would be able to turn her 682 appendices away from you. She is devoted to you body and soul, and you must never forget it. At her age she is making a sacrifice for you that ordinary girls would certainly not be capable of. So if she has the idea of not being willing or able to write, in God's name let it pass. For after all it is only a token, and one can dispense with that at least, if one is assured of the essential. I shall speak to her about it if the occasion offers, however unwilling I am to do so. Throughout the year I was gladdened by the expectation of seeing you, and so one lives under an eternal illusion. The only thing that does not deceive is a good heart, the love that flows from the heart, and in this respect I can only count myself among the rich, for I enjoy the love of an incomparable wife and the love of good children. Do not make us wait so long for letters. Your good mother needs to be cheered up, and your letters have a wonderful effect on her spirits. She has suffered so much this summer that only one so entirely forgetful of self could keep going, and things are still the same. May God rescue us soon from this long struggle. Write now and again a few lines for Eduardo, but act as if he were quite well again. If, without too much inconvenience to yourself, you can make closer contact with Herr Jen Igen, you will be doing me a favor. I very much desire it. For you especially, it would be very advantageous to associate with Herr Esser, and, as I hear, he is on friendly terms with Murin. Further, I beg you to go to Herge Justice Rot Reinhard and in my name ask him to take steps to get a move made at last in my affair. Win or lose, I have cares enough and should like to have this worry off my mind at least. Well, my dear good Karl, I think I have written enough. I seldom divide things into portions and think that warmed up portions are not as good as fresh ones. Goodbye, and in connection with your old father do not forget that your blood is young, and if you are lucky enough to safeguard it from tempestuous and ravaging passions, refresh it at least by youthful cheerfulness and a joyful spirit, and by youthful pleasures in which heart and mind agree. I embrace you with all my heart and soul. Your faithful father. A Karl Marx's brother ed. Appendices 683. Postscript by Marx's mother. Dear beloved Karl, that heaven may keep you in good health is indeed my most ardent wish. Apart from that, you be moderate in your way of life and as much as possible also in your wishes and hopes. Now that you have achieved what is most essential, you can act with more calm and discretion. Frau von Westphalen 3 spoke to the children today. Jenny is to come today or tomorrow. She writes that she wants so very much to return to Trier and is longing to hear from you. I think Jenny's silence towards you is due to maidenly modesty, which I have already often noted in her, and which is certainly not to her disadvantage, but only still more enhances her charms and good qualities. Edgar will probably go to Heidelberg to continue his studies for the fear that your welfare and your success in whatever you undertake is dear to our hearts, you can rest assured. May the Almighty and the All-Good only show you the right path that is most beneficial for you. That is what we wish to ask for. Only be of good courage and, persists will be crowned. I kiss you with all my heart in my thoughts. Make you for the autumn woolen jackets which will protect you from catching cold. Write very soon, dear Karl. Your ever-loving mother Henriette. Marx. Write also a few lines sometime to Hermann, 15, and enclose them in a letter to us. He is doing very well and people are very satisfied with him. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929. Published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, November 17, 1837. Dear Karl. Have you still your headquarters in Strelo? At this time of year and in the land where no lemon trees are in bloom, can this be thinkable? But where are you then? That is the question, and for a Caroline von Westphalen ed. B. Karl Marx's brother ed. 684 Appendices. Practical man. The first requirement for correspondence is to know an address. Therefore, I have to take advantage of the kindness of others. An address, however, is form, and precisely that seems to be your weak side. Things may well be different as regards material. At least, one should suppose so, if one bears in mind, 1. That you have no lack of subject matter, 2. That your situation is serious enough to arouse great interest, 3. That your father is perhaps somewhat partial in his attachment to you, etc., 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 and yet after an interval of 2 months, the second of which caused me some unpleasant hours full of anxiety, I received a letter without form or content, a torn fragment saying nothing, which stood in no relation to what went before it and had no connection with the future. If a correspondence is to be of interest and value, it must have consistency, and the writer must necessarily have his last letter before his eyes, as also the last reply. Your last letter but only contained much that excited my expectation. I had written a number of letters which asked for information on my points. And instead of all that, I received a letter of bits and fragments, and, what is much worse, an embittered letter. Frankly speaking, my dear Karl, I do not like this modern word, which all weaklings use to cloak their feelings when they quarrel with the world because they do not possess, without labor or trouble, well-furnished palaces with vast sums of money and elegant carriages. This embitterment disgusts me, and you are the last person from whom I would expect it. What grounds can you have for it? Has not everything smiled on you ever since your cradle? Has not nature endowed you with magnificent talents? Have not your parents lavished affection on you? Have you ever up to now been unable to satisfy your reasonable wishes? And have you not carried away in the most incomprehensible fashion the heart of a girl whom thousands envy you? Yet the first untoward event, the first disappointed wish, evokes embitterment. Is that strength? Is that a manly character? You yourself had declared, in dry words, that you would be satisfied with assurances for the future, and because of them renounce all outward signs for the present. Did you not make that renunciation word for word in writing? And only children complain about the word they have given when they begin to feel pressure. See this volume, pages 10-21 ed. Appendices 685. Yet here too your luck holds. Your good mother, who has a softer heart than I have and to whom it still very often occurs that we too were once the plaything of the little blind rogue, sounded the alarm, and the all too good parents of your Jenny could hardly wait for the moment when the poor, wounded heart would be consoled, and the recipe is undoubtedly already in your hands, if a defective address has not caused the epistle to go astray. Time is limited, for Sophie is to take the letter before the post to the von Westphalens, who now live far away, and this good opportunity also was announced to me only today, so that I must conclude. As a matter of fact, at present I would not know what to say, at most I could only put questions to you, and I do not like to be importunate. Only one thing more my Herr son will still allow me, namely, to express my surprise that I have still not received any request for money. Or do you perhaps want already now to make up for it from the too great amount taken? It's a little too early for that. Your dear mother refused to reconcile herself entirely to the fact that you did not come home in the autumn as the others did. If it is too long for you and dear mother until next autumn, you could come for the Easter vacation. Your faithful father Marx. Postscript by Marx's sister Sophie. Goodbye, dear Karl, let us have news soon that you are now satisfied and that your mind is at rest. Until Easter, Karl, the hours until then will seem to me an eternity. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929 D. V. 6 published in English Tor the Lurst. Time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, December 9, 1837. Dear Karl. If one knows one's weaknesses, one must take steps against them. If then I wanted as usual to write in a coherent way, in the end my love for you would mislead me into adopting a sentiment. 686 Appendices. Taltone, and all that had gone before would be the more wasted since you so it seems at least never take a letter in your hand a second time, and indeed quite logically, for why read a letter a second time if the letter sent in return is never an answer? I will therefore give vent to my complaints in the form of aphorisms, for they are really complaints that I am putting forward. So, in order to make them quite clear to myself and to make you swallow them like pills, I raise questions which I am inclined to settle quite a posteriori. 1. What is the task of a young man on whom nature has incontestably bestowed unusual talent, in particular if he, as he asserts and moreover I willingly believe, reveres his father and idealizes his mother, b. if he, without regard to his age and situation, has bound one of the noblest of girls to his fate, and c. has thereby put a very honorable family into the position of having to approve a relationship which apparently and according to the usual way of the world holds out great dangers and gloomy prospects for this beloved child? 2. Had your parents any right to demand that your conduct, your way of life, should bring them joy, at least moments of joy, and as far as possible banish causes of sorrow? 3. What have been so far the fruits of your magnificent natural gifts, as far as your parents are concerned? 4. What have been these fruits as far as you yourself are concerned? Strictly speaking, I could and should perhaps end here and leave it to you to reply and give a complete explanation. But I am afraid of any vein of poetry in this connection. I will reply prosaically, from real life as it actually is, at the risk of appearing too prosaic even to my Herr son. The mood in which I find myself is in fact anything but poetic. With a cough which I have had for a year and which makes it hard for me to follow my profession, coupled with recent attacks of gout, I find myself to be more ill-humored than is reasonable and become annoyed at my weakness of character, and so, of course, you can only expect the descriptions of an aging, ill-tempered man who is irritated by continual disappointments and especially by the fact that he has to hold up to his own idol a mirror full of distorted images. Appendices 687. Replies and/or complaints. 1. Gifts deserve, call for gratitude, and since magnificent natural gifts are certainly the most excellent of all, they call for a specially high degree of gratitude. But the only way nature allows gratitude to be shown her is by making proper use of these gifts and, if I may use an ordinary expression, making one's talent bear profit. I am well aware how one should and must reply in a somewhat nobler style, namely, such gifts should be used for one's own ennoblement, and I do not dispute that this is true. Yes, indeed, they should be used for one's ennoblement. But how? One is a human being, a spiritual being, and a member of society, a citizen of the state. Hence physical, moral, intellectual, and political ennoblement. Only if unison and harmony are introduced into the efforts to attain this great goal can a beautiful, attractive whole make its appearance, one which is well pleasing to God, to men, to one's parents and to the girl one loves, and which deserves with greater truth and naturalness to be called a truly plastic picture than would a meeting with an old schoolfellow. But, as I have said, only the endeavor to extend ennoblement in due, equal proportion to all parts is evidence of the will to prove oneself worthy of these gifts. Only through the evenness of this distribution can a beautiful structure, true harmony, be found. Indeed, if restricted to individual parts, the most honest endeavors not only do not lead to a good result, on the contrary, they produce caricatures. If restricted to the physical part simpletons, if to the moral part fanatical visionaries, if to the political part intriguers, and if to the intellectual part learned bores. Yes, a young man must set himself this goal if he really wants to give joy to his parents, whose services to him it is for his heart to appreciate, especially if he knows that his parents put their finest hopes in him. Yes, he must bear in mind that he has undertaken a duty, possibly exceeding his age, but all the more sacred on that account, to sacrifice himself for the benefit of a girl who has made a great sacrifice in view of her outstanding merits and her social position in abandoning her brilliant situation and prospects for an uncertain and duller future and chaining herself to the fate of a younger man. The simple and practical solution is to procure her a future worthy of her, in the real world, not in a smoke-filled room with a reeking oil lamp at the side of a scholar grown wild. 688 Appendices. C. Yes, he has a big debt to repay, and a noble family has the right to demand adequate compensation for the forfeiting of its great hopes so well justified by the excellent personality of the child. For, in truth, thousands of parents would have refused their consent. And in moments of gloom your own father almost wishes they had done so, for the welfare of this angelic girl is all too dear to my heart. Truly I love her like a daughter, and it is for that very reason that I am so anxious for her happiness. All these obligations together form such a closely woven bond that it alone should suffice to exorcise all evil spirits, dispel all errors, compensate for all defects and develop new and better instincts. It should suffice to turn an uncivilized stripling into an orderly human being, a negating genius into a genuine thinker, a wild ringleader of wild young fellows into a man fit for society, one who retains sufficient pride not to twist and turn like an eel, but has enough practical intelligence and tact to feel that it is only through intercourse with moral-minded people that he can learn the art of showing himself to the world in his most pleasant and most advantageous aspect, of winning respect, love, and prestige as quickly as possible, and of making practical use of the talents which Mother Nature has in fact lavishly bestowed upon him. That, in short, was the problem. How has it been solved? God's grief. Disorderliness, musty excursions into all departments of knowledge, musty brooding under a gloomy oil lamp, running wild in a scholar's dressing gown and with unkempt hair instead of running wild over a glass of beer, unsociable withdrawal with neglect of all decorum and even of all consideration for the the art of association with the world restricted to a dirty workroom, in the classic disorder of which perhaps the love letters of a Jenny and the well-meant exhortations of a father, written perhaps with tears, are used for pipe spills, which at any rate would be better than if they were to fall into the hands of third persons owing to even more irresponsible disorder. And is it here, in this workshop of senseless and inexpedient erudition, that the fruits are to ripen which will refresh you and your beloved, and the harvest to be garnered which will serve to fulfill your sacred obligations. 3. I am, of course, very deeply affected in spite of my resolution. I am almost overwhelmed by the feeling that I am hurting you, and already my weakness once again begins to come over me, but in order to help myself, quite literally, I take the real pills prescribed for me and swallow it all down, for I will be hard for. Appendices 689. Once and give vent to all my complaints. I will not become soft-hearted, for I feel that I have been too indulgent, given too little utterance to my grievances, and thus to a certain extent have become your accomplice. I must and will say that you have caused your parents much vexation and little or no joy. Hardly were your wild goings on in Bonn over, hardly were your old sins wiped out, and they were truly manifold when, to our dismay, the pangs of love set in, and with the good nature of parents in a romantic novel we became their heralds and the bearers of their cross. But deeply conscious that your life's happiness was centered here, we tolerated what could not be altered and perhaps ourselves played unbecoming roles. While still so young, you became estranged from your family, but seeing with parents' eyes the beneficial influence on you, we hope to see the good effects speedily developed, because in point of fact reflection and necessity equally testified in favor of this. But what were the fruits we harvested? We have never had the pleasure of a rational correspondence, which as a rule is the consolation for absence. For correspondence presupposes consistent and continuous intercourse, carried on reciprocally and harmoniously by both sides. We never received a reply to our letters, never did your next letter have any connection with your previous one or with ours. If one day we received the announcement that you had made some new acquaintance, afterwards this disappeared totally and forever, like a stillborn child. As to what our only too beloved son was actually busy with, thinking about, and doing, hardly was a rhapsodic phrase at times thrown in on this subject when the rich catalogue came to an end as if by magic. On several occasions we were without a letter for months, and the last time was when you knew Edouard was ill, mother suffering and I myself not well, and moreover cholera was raging in Berlin, and as if that did not even call for an apology, your next letter contained not a single word about it, but merely some badly written lines and an extract from the diary entitled The Visit *, which I would quite frankly prefer to throw out rather than accept, a crazy botchwork which merely testifies how you squander your talents and spend your nights giving birth to monsters, that you follow in the footsteps of the new immoralists who twist their words until they themselves do not hear them, who christen. See this volume, pages 12 and 19 ed. 690 appendices. A flood of words, a product of genius because it is devoid of ideas or contains only distorted ideas. Yes, your letter did contain something complaints that Jenny does not write, despite the fact that at bottom you were convinced that you were favored on all sides. At least there was no reason for despair and embitterment, but that was not enough. Your dear ego yearned for the pleasure of reading what you knew already, which, of course, in the present case is quite fair, and that was almost all that my Herr son could say to his parents, whom he knew to be suffering, whom he had oppressed by a senseless silence. As if we were men of wealth, my Herr son disposed in 1 year of almost $700 contrary to all agreement, contrary to all usage, whereas the richest spend less than 500. And why? I do him the justice of saying that he is no rake, no squanderer. But how can a man who every week or two discovers a new system and has to tear up old works laboriously arrived at, how can he, I ask, worry about trifles? How can he submit to the pettiness of order? Everyone dips a hand in his pocket, and everyone cheats him, so long as he doesn't disturb him in his studies, and a new money order is soon written again, of course. Narrow-minded persons like Gr. and Evers may be worried about that, but they are common fellows. True, in their simplicity these men try to digest the lectures, even if only the words, and to procure themselves patrons and friends here and there, for the examinations are presided over by men, by professors, pedants, and sometimes vindictive villains, who like to put to shame anyone who is independent, yet the greatness of man consists precisely in creating and destroying. True, These poor young fellows sleep quite well, except when they sometimes devote half a night or a whole night to pleasure, whereas my hard-working talented Karl spends wretched nights awake, weakens his mind and body by serious study, denies himself all pleasure, in order in fact to pursue lofty abstract studies, but what he builds today he destroys tomorrow, and in the end he has destroyed his own work and not assimilated the work of others. In the end the body is ailing and the mind confused, whereas the ordinary little people continue to creep forward undisturbed and sometimes reach the goal better and at least more comfortably than those who despise the joys of youth and shatter their health to capture the shadow of erudition, which they would probably have achieved better in an hour's social intercourse with competent people, and with social enjoyment into the bargain. Appendices 691. I conclude, for I feel from my more strongly beating pulse that I am near to lapsing into a soft-hearted tone, and today I intend to be merciless. I must add, too, the complaints of your brothers and sisters. From your letters, one can hardly see that you have any brothers or sisters. As for the good Sophie, who has suffered so much for you and Jenny and is so lavish in her devotion to you, you do not think of her when you do not need her. I have paid your money order for $160. I cannot, or can hardly, charge it to the old academic year, for that truly has its full due. And for the future I do not want to expect many of the same kind. To come here at the present moment would be nonsense. True, I know you care little for lectures, though you probably pay for them, but I will at least observe the decencies. I am certainly no slave to public opinion, but neither do I like gossip at my expense. Come for the Easter vacation or even 2 weeks earlier, I am not so pedantic, and in spite of my present epistle you can rest assured that I shall receive you with open arms and the welcoming beat of a father's heart, which is actually ailing only through excessive anxiety. Your father. Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Heinrich Marx to Karl Marx. In Berlin. Trier, February 10, 1838. Dear Karl. For already 2 months now I have had to keep to my room, and for 1 whole month to my bed, and so it has come about that I have not written to you. Today I intend to be up for a few hours and to see how far I can succeed in writing a letter. True, I manage rather shakily, but I do manage, only I shall of course. 692 appendices. Have to be somewhat shorter than I should be and would like to be. When I wrote you a rather blunt letter, the mood in which I was had naturally to be taken into account, but that mood did not make me invent anything, although of course it could make me exaggerate. To embark again on a discussion of each separate complaint is what I am now least capable of doing, and in general I do not want to engage with you in the art of abstract argument, because in that case I should first of all have to study the terminology before I could as much as penetrate into the sanctum, and I am too old for that. All right, if your conscience modestly harmonizes with your philosophy and is compatible with it. Only on one point, of course, all transcendentalism is of no avail, and on that you have very wisely found fit to observe an aristocratic silence. I am referring to the paltry matter of money, the value of which for the father of a family you still do not seem to recognize, but I do all the more, and I do not deny that at times I reproach myself with having left you all too loose a rein in this respect. Thus we are now in the 4th month of the law year and you have already drawn $280. I have not yet earned that much this winter. But you are wrong in saying or imputing that I misjudge or misunderstand you. Neither the one nor the other. I give full credit to your heart, to your morality. Already in the first year of your legal career I gave you irrefutable proof of this by not even demanding an explanation in regard to a very obscure matter, even though it was very problematic. Only real faith in your high morality could make this possible, and thank heaven I have not gone back on it, but that does not make me blind, and it is only because I am tired that I lay down my arms. But always believe, and never doubt, that you have the innermost place in my heart and that you are one of the most powerful lovers in my life. Your latest decision is worthy of the highest praise and well considered, wise, and commendable, and if you carry out what you have promised, it will probably bear the best fruits. And rest assured that it is not only you who are making a big sacrifice. The same applies to all of us, but reason must triumph. I am exhausted, dear Karl, and must close. I regret that I have not been able to write as I wanted to. I would have liked to embrace you with all my heart, but my still poor condition makes it impossible. Appendices 693. Your last proposal concerning me has great difficulties. What rights can I bring to bear? What support have I? Your faithful father Marx. Postscript by Marx's mother. Dear beloved Karl. For your sake your dear father has for the first time undertaken the effort of writing to you. Good father is very weak, God grant that he may soon regain his strength. I am still in good health, dear Karl, and I am resigned to my situation and calm. Dear Jenny behaves as a loving child towards her parents, takes an intimate part in everything and often cheers us up by her loving childlike disposition, which still manages to find a bright side to everything. Write to me, dear Karl, about what has been the matter with you and whether you are quite well again. I am the one most dissatisfied that you are not to come during Easter. I let feeling go before reason, and I regret, dear Karl, that you are too reasonable. You must not take my letter as the measure of my profound love. There are times when one feels much and can say little. So goodbye, dear Karl, write soon to your good father, and that will certainly help towards his speedy recovery. Your ever-loving mother Henriette Marx. Postscript by Marx's sister Sophie. You will be glad, dear Karl, to hear from father. My long letter now appears to me so unimportant that I do not know whether I should enclose it, since I fear that it might not be worth the cost of carriage. Dear father is getting better, it is high time too. He will soon have been in bed for 8 weeks, and he only got up for the first time a few days ago so that the bedroom could be aired. Today he made a great effort to write a few lines to you in a shaky hand. Poor father is now very impatient, and no wonder, the whole winter he has been behindhand with business matters, and the need is now 4 times as great as before. I sing to him daily and also read to him. Do send me at last the romance you have so long promised me. Write at once, it will be a pleasant distraction for us. 69 4 Appendices. All. Caroline is not well, and Louise is also in bed. In all probability she has scarlet fever. Emily keeps cheerful and in good spirits, and Jet 3 is not exactly in the most amiable humor. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929, published in English for the first time. Postscript by Heinrich Marx. To Henriette Marx's letter. To Karl Marx in Berlin 207. February 15 to 16, 1838. Dear Karl, I send you a few words of greeting. I cannot do much yet. Your father Marx. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, printed according to the original Ausgabe, ABT 1, BD 1, HB 2, 1929, published in English for the first time. A Caroline, Louise, Emily, and Henriette are Marx's sisters. Ed. Jenny von Westphalen to Karl Marx. In Berlin 3208. Trier 1839-40. My dear and only beloved sweetheart, are you no longer angry with me, and also not worried about me? I was so very upset when I last wrote, and in such moments I see everything still much blacker and more terrible than it actually is. Forgive me, one and only beloved, for causing you such anxiety, but I was shattered by your doubt of my love and faithfulness. Tell me, Karl, how could you do that? How could you set it down so dryly in writing to me, express a suspicion merely because I was silent somewhat longer than usual, kept longer to myself the sorrow I felt over your letter, over Edgar, indeed over so much that filled my soul with unspeakable misery? I did it only to spare you, and to save myself from becoming upset, a consideration which I owe indeed to you and to my family. Oh, Karl, how little you know me, how little you appreciate my position, and how little you feel where my grief lies, where my heart bleeds. A girl's love is different from that of a man, it cannot but be different. A girl, of course, cannot give a man anything but love and herself and her person, just as she is, quite undivided and forever. In ordinary circumstances, too, the girl must find her complete satisfaction in the man's love, she must forget everything in love. But, Karl, think of my position, you have no regard for me, you do not trust me. And that I am not capable of retaining your present romantic youthful love, I have known from. A note to Edgar von Westphalen. My dear Edgar, please be so good as to take charge of this letter for me, and I shall be ready to act as a messenger of love for you at any time. Ed. 696 Appendices. The beginning, and deeply felt, long before it was explained to me so coldly and wisely and reasonably. Oh, Karl, what makes me miserable is that what would fill any other girl with inexpressible delight, your beautiful, touching, passionate love, the indescribably beautiful things you say about it, the inspiring creations of your imagination, all this only causes me anxiety and often reduces me to despair. The more I were to surrender myself to happiness, the more frightful would my fate be if your ardent love were to cease and you became cold and withdrawn. You see, Karl, concern over the permanence of your love robs me of all enjoyment. I cannot so fully rejoice at your love, because I no longer believe myself assured of it. Nothing more terrible could happen to me than that. You see, Karl, that is why I am not so wholly thankful for, so wholly enchanted by your love, as it really deserves. That is why I often remind you of external matters, of life and reality, instead of clinging wholly, as you can do so well, to the world of love, to absorption in it and to a higher, dearer, spiritual unity with you, and in it forgetting everything else, finding solace and happiness in that alone. Karl, if you could only sense my misery, you would be milder towards me and not see hideous prose and mediocrity everywhere, not perceive everywhere want of true love and depth of feeling. Oh, Karl, if only I could rest safe in your love, my head would not burn so, my heart would not hurt and bleed so. If only I could rest safe forever in your heart, Karl, God knows my soul would not think of life and cold prose. But, my angel, you have no regard for me, you do not trust me, and your love, for which I would sacrifice everything, everything, I cannot keep fresh and young. In that thought lies death. Once you apprehend it in my soul, you will have greater consideration for me when I long for consolation that lies outside your love. I feel so completely how right you are in everything, but think also of my situation, my inclination to sad thoughts. Just think properly over all that as it is, and you will no longer be so hard towards me. If only you could be a girl for a little while and, moreover, such a peculiar one as I am. So, sweetheart, since your last letter I have tortured myself with the fear that for my sake you could become embroiled in a quarrel and then in a duel. Day and night I saw you wounded, bleeding, and ill, and, Karl, to tell you the whole truth, I was not altogether unhappy in this thought, for I vividly imagined that you had lost your right hand, and, Karl, I was in a state of rapture, of bliss, because of that. You see, sweetheart, I thought that in that case Appendices 697 could really become quite indispensable to you, you would then always keep me with you and love me. I also thought that then I could write down all your dear, heavenly ideas and be really useful to you. All this I imagined so naturally and vividly that in my thoughts I continually heard your dear voice, your dear words poured down on me, and I listened to every one of them and carefully preserved them for other people. You see, I am always picturing such things to myself, but then I am happy, for then I am with you, yours, wholly yours. If I could only believe that to be possible, I would be quite satisfied. Dear and only beloved, write to me soon and tell me that you are well and that you love me always. But, Dear Karl, I must once more talk to you a little seriously. Tell me, how could you doubt my faithfulness to you? Oh, Karl, to let you be eclipsed by someone else, not as if I failed to recognize the excellent qualities in other people and regarded you as unsurpassable, but, Karl, I love you indeed so inexpressibly. How could I find anything even at all worthy of love in someone else? Oh, dear Karl, I have never been wanting in any way towards you, yet all the same you do not trust me. But it is curious that precisely someone was mentioned to you who has hardly ever been seen in Trier, who cannot be known at all, whereas I have been often and much seen engaged in lively and cheerful conversation in society with all kinds of men. I can often be quite cheerful and teasing, I can often joke and carry on a lively conversation with absolute strangers, things that I cannot do with you. You see, Karl, I could chat and converse with anyone, but as soon as you merely look at me, I cannot say a word for nervousness, the blood stops flowing in my veins and my soul trembles. Often when I thus suddenly think of you I am dumb-stricken and overpowered with emotion so that not for anything in the world could I utter a word. Oh, I don't know how it happens, but I get such a queer feeling when I think of you, and I don't think of you on isolated and special occasions, no, my whole life and being are but one thought of you. Often things occur to me that you have said to me or asked me about, and then I am carried away by indescribably marvelous sensations. And, Karl, when you kissed me, and pressed me to you and held me fast, and I could no longer breathe for fear and trembling, and you looked at me so peculiarly, so softly, oh, sweetheart, you do not know the way you have often looked at me. If you only knew, dear Karl, what a peculiar feeling I have, I really cannot describe it to you. I sometimes think to myself, too, how nice it will be when at last I 698 appendices. Am with you always and you call me your little wife. Surely, sweetheart, then I shall be able to tell you all that I think, then one would no longer feel so horribly shy as at present. Dear Karl, it is so lovely to have such a sweetheart. If you only knew what it is like, you would not believe that I could ever love anyone else. You, dear sweetheart, certainly do not remember all the many things you have said to me, when I come to think of it. Once you said something so nice to me that one can only say when one is totally in love and thinks one's beloved completely at one with oneself. You have often said something so lovely, dear Karl, do you remember? If I had to tell you exactly everything I have been thinking and, my dear rogue, you certainly think I have told you everything already, but you are very much mistaken when I am no longer your sweetheart. I shall tell you also what one only says when one belongs wholly to one's beloved. Surely, dear Karl, you will then also tell me everything and will again look at me so lovingly. That was the most beautiful thing in the world for me. Oh, my darling, how you looked at me the first time like that and then quickly looked away, and then looked at me again, and I did the same, until at last we looked at each other for quite a long time and very deeply, and could no longer look away. Dearest one, do not be angry with me any more and write to me also a little tenderly, I am so happy then. And do not be so much concerned about my health. I often imagine it to be worse than it is. I really do feel better now than for a long time past. I have also stopped taking medicine and my appetite, too, is again very good. I walk a lot in Wettendorf's garden and am quite industrious the whole day long. But, unfortunately, I can't read anything. If I only knew of a book which I could understand properly and which could divert me a little. I often take an hour to read one page and still do not understand anything. To be sure, sweetheart, I can catch up again even if I get a little behind at present, you will help me to go forward again, and I am quick in grasping things too. Perhaps you know of some book, but it must be quite a special kind, a bit learned so that I do not understand everything, but still manage to understand something as if through a fog, a bit such as not everyone likes to read, and also no fairy tales, and no poetry. I can't bear it. I think it would do me a lot of good if I exercised my mind a bit. Working with one's hands leaves too much scope to the mind. Dear Karl, only keep well for my sake. The funny little dear is already living somewhere else. I am very glad at the change in your published for the first time printed according to the original. Record sheet filled in by Marx 209. Friedrich Wilhelm University in Berlin. Record sheet. Student of law K.H. Marx from Trier. Has taken here no of Questus lecturers testide following with attendance remark Moni on attendance lectures list regarding fee at lectures. Winter term I 1836/37. Private lectures asterisk. 1. Pandex Professor Dr.V. Savigny. 1. Paid diligent V. Savigny S 14/3. 37. 2. Criminal Doctor Professor 2. Ditto exceptionally law Gans O diligent. Gans 17/3. 37. 3. Anthropology Doctor Professor 3. Ditto diligent. Stephens. Witten Bay 24/1. 41. Stephens 18/3. 37. G corresponds to the original. Wittenberg Berlin 9/3. 41. Summer term 2. 1837. Private lectures 1, Ecclesiastical 1. Paid law with Dr. Professor Hefter 2, Civil Procedure 2. Ditto diligent with Dr. Professor Hefter 12/37. Public lecture 3, Prussian Civil 3. Public, Procedure 2/5. 37. With Drive Professor Wittenbay G. Hefter 24/1. 41. 700 Appendices. Has taken here no of Questus lecturers testide following with attendance remark Moni on attendance lectures list regarding fee at lectures. Winter term 3. 1837/38. Criminal legal procedure paid diligent. With Dr. Professor 10/11. 37. Hefter Wittenberg Hefter 24/1. 41. Summer term 4. 1838 1, Logic 1. Paid extremely dearly with Dr. Professor Gent attendance Gabler 9/8. 38. Gabler 2, Geography 2. Ditto with Dr. Prof. Ritter 3, Prussian Law 3. Ditto exceptionally with Dr. Professor Wittenberg diligent Gans 19/5. 38. Winter term V 1838/39. 7/8. 38. Gans P.J. Copy Wittenberg 9/3. 41. Inheritance law with Dr. Professor paid diligent 8/3. Rudolf Wittenberg Rudolf 10/12. 38. Summer term 6. 1839. Isaiah with licentiate remitted attended as Bauer by authorisa per appendicion term 7. Certificate. Iphigenie in. All is public diligent by Euripides Wittenberg attendance 28/1. 41. Attested Berlin, 23/3. 40. Jeppert, Dr. Ph. Published for the first time printed according to the original. /y. 6. Leaving certificate from Berlin University. Felix Faustungs Seiubit. Summum Numen. Auctoritat e. HUICL 1 Terrarum Universitati. Ab. Ferdinando I. Imperator Romano Sermonico. Annum Delei ICONCSA. CLEMTMTKS IFTHSAUSPFCHS. Sebenissima ben. MAGM Ducis et Ducum Saxonia. Nutritorum Academiae IE 1 Ninsis. Munificentissimor UIH. Rectory Academiae Mag. Nificent 1 Simo. Augusto et Potentissimo Principi AC Domino. Karl Ofridericoac no Duce Saxonia vim aftli nsium atu ischacensiv Principi Land Cravio thuriffciaej 1 Obmiantuni iprinclfalid 1 Nitate Comite Munirkrich *e Dimeta Blanken HKF 1 neqstaollac Tabmbasi Prorectory Academiae magx 1 Fico Viro ptrillust idolat Bay mpusflmo. Ernest Oreinholdo. /IRO Perilwi Striat and Tsela Ntissimo. Karol Priderico Bachmano. Ounces Profemc. __. RORC XEI IIISTOH near Perulnsis asterisk IMINERALOCIC at ROLWRPARHIENSLS Society 2M Geist Koch. Ord OPHILOSOPHORUM. Karol OHE1RHOMARX. T. Arch. Dr. Oris Philosophia Honoris. Dignitatum IW /KTPJMVH.BCI4. INCMI Doctminas ETVIRTFTISSRCCTATAB Imagnia CTONA Mente Detulit DCLATA Public OHOC Diplomat ECH Impix 5 VM First SLCH Ufloims Renalmovnoim. Iknak Old 15 MAPIL. Karl Marx's Doctor's Diploma. Leaving Certificate. From Berlin University 210. To number 26. We, the Rector and Senate of the Royal Friedrich Wilhelm University in Berlin, testify by this leaving certificate that Herr Karl Heinrich Marx, born in Trier, son of the barrister Marx there deceased, already of age, prepared for academic studies at the gymnasium in Trier, was matriculated here on October 22, 1836, on the basis of the certificate of maturity of the above-mentioned gymnasium and of the certificate of release of the university in Bonn. Has been here since then as a student until the end of the winter term 1840/41, and has applied himself to the study of jurisprudence. During this stay at our university, according to the certificates submitted to us, he has attended the lectures listed below. In the winter term 1836/37 Pandex with Herr Professor V. Savigny, diligent. 2. Criminal law Gans, exceptionally diligent. 3. Anthropology Stephens, diligent. 2. In the summer term 1837 1. Ecclesiastical law /2. Common German civil procedure, with Herr Professor Hefter, diligent. 3. Prussian civil procedure J. 3. In the winter term 1837/38 1. Criminal legal procedure with Herr Professor Hefter, diligent. 24 to 194. 704 appendices. 4. In the summer term 1838 1. Logic with Herr Professor Gabler, extremely diligent. 2. General Geography with Herr Professor Ritter, attended. 3. Prussian law Gans, exceptionally diligent. V. In the winter term 1838/39 1. Inheritance law with Herr Professor Rudolf, diligent. 6. In the summer term 1839 1. Isaiah with Herr Licentiate Bauer, attended. 7 and 8. In the winter term 1839/40 and summer term 1840, none 9. In the winter term 1840/41 1. Euripides with Herr Dr. Jeppert, diligent. V. Medum 23.3.41 In regard to his behavior at the university here, there is nothing specially disadvantageous to note from the point of view of discipline, and from the economic point of view only that on several occasions he has been the object of proceedings for debt. He has not hitherto been charged with participating in forbidden associations among students at this university. In witness thereof, this certificate has been drawn up under the seal of the university and signed with their own hand by the rector pro turn and by the judge, and also by the present deans of the faculties of law and philosophy. Berlin, March 30, 1841 Liechtenstein. Kraus. Landseisal. Zumpt. Witnessed by the Deputy Royal Governmental Plenipotentiaries Liechtenstein. Kraus. First published in the Yearly Archiv für die printed according to the original Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiter published in English for the first Bewegung, 1926 time. Recommendatory reference. On the dissertation of Karl Marx 211. Senior Venerand. Assessors Gravissimi. I present to you hereby a very worthy candidate in Herr Karl Heinrich Marx from Trier. He has sent in a written request, sub. Lit. A. 2 university certificates on his academic studies in Bonn and Berlin, Lit. B and C. The disciplinary offenses therein noted can be disregarded by us. 3. A written request in Latin, curriculum vitae and specimen, on the difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature, together with a certificate on authorship written in Latin, Lit. D. 4. 12 Friedrich. Dor, the excess of which will be returned to the candidate. The specimen testifies to intelligence and perspicacity as much as to erudition, for which reason I regard the candidate as preeminently worthy. Since, according to his German letter, he desires to receive only the degree of doctor, it is clear that it is merely an error due to lack of acquaintance with the statutes of the faculty that in the Latin letter he speaks of the degree of Magister. He probably thought that the two belong together. I am convinced that only a clarification of this point is needed in order to satisfy him. Requesting your wise decision. Most respectfully. Dr. Karl Friedrich Bachmann Pro Tem Dean. Jena, April 13, 1841. 24 * 706 appendices. Ordinus philosophorum decane maxime spectabilis as your spectabilitat la den F. Handy Reinhold Doberiner J. F. Fries Go Etling Schultz. First published in the Yearly Archiv für die printed according to the original Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiter published in English for the first Bewegung, 1926 time. Jenny von Westphalen to Karl Marx. In Bonn. Trier, August 10, 1841. My little wild boar, how glad I am that you are happy, and that my letter made you cheerful, and that you are longing for me, and that you are living in wall-papered rooms, and that you drank champagne in Cologne, and that there are Hegel clubs there, and that you have been dreaming, and that, in short, you are mine, my own sweetheart, my dear wild boar. But for all that there is one thing I miss, you could have praised me a little for my Greek, and you could have devoted a little laudatory article to my erudition. But that is just like you Hegeling gentlemen, 212. You don't recognize anything, be it the height of excellence, if it is not exactly according to your view, and so I must be modest and rest on my own laurels. Yes, sweetheart, I have still to rest, alas, and indeed on a feather bed and pillows, and even this little letter is being sent out into the world from my little bed. On Sunday I ventured on a bold excursion into the front rooms, but it proved bad for me, and now I have to do penance again for it. Schleicher told me just now that he has had a letter from a young revolutionary, but that the latter is greatly mistaken in his judgment of his countrymen. He does not think he can procure either shares or anything else. Ah, dear sweetheart, now you get yourself involved in politics too. That is indeed the most risky thing of all. Dear little Karl, just remember always that here at home you have a sweetheart who is hoping and suffering and is wholly dependent on your fate. Dear sweetheart, how I wish I could only see you again. 708 appendices. Unfortunately, I cannot and may not fix the day as yet. Before I feel quite well again, I shall not get permission to travel. But I am staying put this week. Otherwise our dear synopticista may finally depart and I should not have seen the worthy man. This morning quite early I studied in the Augsburg newspaper 3 Hegelian articles and the announcement of Bruno's book. 21's properly speaking, dear sweetheart, I ought now to say Alpha Vicat to you, for you only asked me for a couple of lines and the page is already filled almost to the end. But today I do not want to keep so strictly to the letter of the law, and I intend to stretch the lines asked for to as many pages. And it is true, is it not, sweetheart, that you will not be angry with your little Jenny on that account, and as for the content itself, you should bear firmly in mind that only a knave gives more than he has. Today my buzzing, whirring little head is quite pitiably empty, and it has hardly anything in it but wheels and clappers and mills. The thoughts have all gone, but on the other hand, my little heart is so full, so overflowing with love and yearning and ardent longing for you, my infinitely loved one. In the meantime, have you not received a letter written in pencil sent through Vauban? Perhaps, the intermediary is no longer any good, and in future I must address the letters directly to my lord and master. Commodore Napier has just passed by in his white cloak. One's poor senses fail one at the sight. It strikes me as just like the wolves' ravine in the Friscas, when suddenly the wild army and all the curious fantastic forms pass through it. Only on the miserable little stage of our theatre one always saw the wires to which the eagles and owls and crocodiles were fastened. In this case the mechanism is merely of a somewhat different kind. Tomorrow, for the first time, Father Zero will be allowed out of his constrained position and seated on a chair. He is rather discouraged by the very slow progress of his recovery, but he vigorously issues his orders without pause, and it will not be long before he is awarded the Grand Cross of the Order of Commanders. If I were not lying here so miserably, I would soon be packing my bag. Everything is ready. Frocks and collars and bonnets are in beautiful order, and only the wearer is not in the right condition. Oh, dearest one, how I keep thinking of you and your love during a Bruno Bauer, Ed. Goodbye and be devoted to me, Ed. See Ludwig von Westphalen, Ed. Appendices 709. My sleepless nights, how often have I prayed for you, blessed you, and implored blessings for you, and how sweetly I have then often dreamed of all the bliss that has been and will be. This evening Hasinger is acting in Bonn. Will you go there? I have seen her as Donna Diana. Dearest Karl, I should like to say a lot more to you, all that remains to be said, but Mother 3 will not tolerate it any longer. She will take away my pen and I shall not be able even to express my most ardent, loving greetings. Just a kiss on each finger and then away into the distance. Fly away, fly to my Karl, and press as warmly on his lips as you were warm and tender when starting out towards them, and then cease to be dumb messengers of love and whisper to him all the tiny, sweet, secret expressions of love that love gives you. Tell him everything, but, no, leave something over for your mistress. Farewell, one and only beloved. I cannot write any more, or my head will be all in a whirl, be you know, and quadrupedant putram sinitu, 0 etc., etc. Adieu, you dear little man of the railways. Adieu, my dear little man. It is certain, isn't it, that I can marry you? Adieu, adieu, my sweetheart. First published in Marx/Engels, Werke, printed according to the original Ergenzungsband, Erste Artikel, Berlin, 1968. Published in English for the first time. A Caroline von Westphalen, ed. Here there are 3 incorrectly written Latin words which do not make sense, ed. See the four-footed clanging of hooves, Virgil, Aeneid, 8, 596. Ed. Cologne Citizens Petition. For the continuance of the Reinigungszeitung *2. Cologne, February 1843. Most excellent, most powerful King. Most gracious King and Lord. Scarcely a year has elapsed since your Majesty by your memorable, royal, free decision released the press from the oppressive shackles in which it had been laid by unfortunate circumstances. Every citizen inspired by a genuine feeling of freedom and patriotism looked with redoubled confidence to the present and the immediate future, in which public opinion with its manifold convictions and deep-seated contradictions has acquired appropriate organs of the press, and by means of ever more thorough development and ever renewed justification of its own content will refine itself until it reaches that purity, clarity, and resoluteness by which it offers the richest, surest and most vivifying source of national legislation. The Rhinelander in particular, your Majesty, was filled with the most noble joy when he saw that free, public utterance whose high value and inner worth he had come to appreciate so thoroughly in his judicial system had at least been given an opening also in other areas of state life, where the need for it is greatest, in the sphere of political conviction, which is the most essential element of state life, and in which morality is of the highest significance. That confidence and this joy were, we say frankly, most painfully affected by the news of the measures decided upon against the Reinigungszeitung. Participating directly in the upsurge Added in a different handwriting at the top of the page, to Minister of State, Count von Arnim. Berlin, March 5, 1843. Ed. Appendices 711. Of public life evoked by Your Majesty's accession to the throne, that newspaper developed its conception of state affairs at all events with uncompromising consistency, and indeed was not seldom bluntly outspoken. One may favor the political views of this newspaper, one may, like many of the undersigned, not share them, one may indeed be definitely hostile to them. In any case, the true friend of an efficient and free state life must sincerely regret the blow that has befallen this newspaper. By the suppression of this one newspaper alone, the entire press of the fatherland is deprived of that independence which, as it is the foundation of all moral relationships, is also absolutely essential for a principled discussion of specific state affairs, and without which neither outstanding talent nor firm character can be applied to political literature. The undersigned citizens of Cologne, in whose midst the threatened newspaper found its origin, feel themselves above all obliged and impelled to express frankly to Your Majesty, whom they have learned to honor as the mightiest protector of free speech, their feeling of pain at the decreed suppression, and to submit before the steps of the throne the most humble request, that Your Majesty will most graciously order that the measures projected against the Rheineszeitung by the high censorship authorities on January 21 of this year shall be annulled, and that this newspaper shall continue to exist without any restriction of the freedom hitherto accorded to our domestic press in general by Your Majesty yourself. We remain most humble and obedient subjects of Your Majesty, loyal citizens of Cologne. Signatures follow. 3. First published in Rheineszbrief und printed according to the original Akten zur Geschichte politischen Bewegung, published in English for the first 1830 to 1850, 1. B.D., Essen, 1919 RIO. Among the signatures in Marx's hand, K. Marx, Dr. ed. Minutes of the General Meeting of Shareholders of the Rheineszeitung. February 12, 1843. 215. Proceedings of the Extraordinary General Meeting of February 12, 1843. Present. Herr Renard, Responsible Editor. G. Jung. T_R_U Managers. D. Oppenheim and Dr. Fay, Chairman of the Board of Directors. Clayson Stuck RP, Members of the Board of Directors. Assessor Burgers. Herr Hahn IME der S of the Board of Directors. Dr. Marx. Herr H. Kamp. Herr Karl Stein Leist, Counselor of the Court of Appeal. J. J. von Rath. Dr. Dester. Dr. Haas. A. W. S. A. Oppenheim. G. Mollenkrot. F. G. Huser. J. Mulhens. Plasman. P. H. Engels. Appendices 713. Herr K. Heinzen. L. Kamphausen. George Huser. Kaufmann. J. Herstat. J. Boisserie. W. Boisserie. Boimard. S. B. Cohen. J. De Jonge. Christians von Overath. J. W. Dietzkuhn. Karl Engels. Rub T. Goebbels. J. Horst von Honthium. J. Hermanns. H. Hellwitz, represented by L. Hers, F. Blomer, lawyer, represented by R. E. F. Skurer, W. Kuhn. M. Morel. J. Muller. A. Ox Stern. B. Richard. J. P. von Rath. J. Ritter. C. Reimbold. A. Rog. J. B. Rick, on his own behalf and representing Notary Bendermacher. Dr. Stuck, representing C. Baumdahl. J. F. Slmeyer. Seligman, lawyer. V6 U. E. Varenkamp. Ch. Welker. A. Zunspahn. 714 Appendices. The chairman of the board of directors, Herr Fay, opened the meeting with a speech in which he stated that the ministerial edict which was the occasion for the present meeting was an outcome of the conflict of principles between the bureaucratic state authorities and public opinion. The people demand to share in legislation, on the strength of laws and promises, on the strength of the past period from 1807 to 1815, and of the hopes and wishes newly awakened at the beginning of the rule of Frederick William IV. This friction between the people and the state authority is manifested in the press, and the ministerial edict is directed against this manifestation in general. Herr Oppenheim stressed that the ban on the Rheineszeitung seemed completely unjustified, since prior to November 12 last year there had been no warning, indeed not the slightest indication of anything of the kind. Herr Oppenheim then read out the edict of Oberpräsident Herr Schaper of November 12, as well as the further notifications made through President Herr Gerlach in accordance with the instruction of the Oberpräsidium and the subsequent reply of the responsible editor, Herr Renard. 3. And finally the petition of the last named to the Oberpräsidium with the subsequent reply of the Oberpräsident on November 19, 1842. 216. The editorial board made no reply to the last edict because it has always been, and still is, most firmly convinced of the falsity and illegality of the premises advanced by the Oberpräsidium in connection with the permit granted to the Rheineszeitung. Herr Oppenheim then read out the order of President Herr Gerlach of January 24 of this year, pointed out the illegality of the measures taken by the ministries, and left it to the discretion of the General Meeting to discuss and adopt appropriate measures against this illegality. This illegality itself was analyzed in more detail in the memorandum next read by Herr Dr. Chissen, for which purpose he quoted and elucidated the Cologne government order of November 17. Herr Fay invited the meeting to open the discussion and to adopt decisions, and he informed the meeting of a discussion which had taken place within the board of directors, as a result of which the board as a whole put on record the declaration which follows. Herr Dr. Haas opened the discussion with the following statement. See this volume, pages 282-85 ed. Appendices 715. 10 days ago a number of shareholders met at the Bommelhof and drafted a petition. I signed that petition and wished to know the result. Herr Oppenheim replied that the lists had not yet all been received. Herr Hontheim. We all aim to ensure that the Rheineszeitung will be able to continue in existence. What measures should be adopted to ensure that the ministerial decision is retracted? The speaker does not wish to discuss the question of legality or illegality. Even if the edict of January 21 were rescinded, the Rheineszeitung would still continue to appear disagreeable to the ministries. According to the existing laws, the permit that has been granted can always be withdrawn, and the ministries would certainly decide on such a withdrawal. The question arises whether steps in a sense conforming to the wishes of the ministry would be compatible with the honor of the shareholders. In the first place, this purpose might be achieved by the resignation of certain members of the board of directors, by the appointment of a new editorial board. The speaker does not want to dwell on the subject of trend, but says, we have to dispute with a government authority and must keep to the legal standpoint. Let a member of the board of directors state his opinion on how it would be possible to make to the ministry such concessions as would ensure a continuance. Herr Jung. We cannot very well know what concessions the ministry will demand. The Rheineszeitung is a party which must be accepted freely and wholly. If we respond to the wishes of the ministry, we shall have to begin a new life in contradiction to the previous one, and only a few members of the board would agree to that. A retraction of the ministerial edict could only be expected as a result of petitions from the whole province. Herr Marx believed the question could be clarified by reading the official article which follows, and he expressed his view that the trend would have to be altered if one wished to come to an understanding with the prevailing liberal sovereignty. Herr Chissen. I agree with the opinion of Herr Hontheim as regards the continuance of the newspaper, but do not believe that a change of editors would lead to the goal. Herr Hontheim has acknowledged that the ministerial rescript contains a formal defect. But he believes that it is possible for the minister to correct this defect at any time. The memorandum which I read out shows that the withdrawal of a permit which has been granted entirely contradicts the spirit of Prussian legislation and the intentions of 716 appendices. His Majesty. His Majesty has stated that a consistent opposition is permitted to exist. On behalf of the Board of Directors, gentlemen, I put the proposal to you that the memorandum which has just been read, supported by the petition which follows, should be submitted to the supreme decision of His Royal Majesty. Herr Chissen then read the petition. I believe that I can assume, gentlemen, that your views in regard to the point of law are in agreement with the motives of the memorandum. The only question, gentlemen, is whether other steps to preserve the Rheineszeitung ought to be decided upon. Herr Leist asked why the memorandum had not been sent in November. Herr Oppenheim replied that there had been no reason to believe that the censorship ministries would ever require such an assurance as a condition for discussing actually existing difficulties. Herr Burgers: I believe that I am expressing a general conviction when I say that the motive which guided us in founding the Rheinischen was to have an entirely independent newspaper. In order to ensure that independence, managers and a board of directors were elected by the shareholders. The trend represented by the managers and the board, as pondered in their minds and felt in their hearts, had to be given expression. We decided to express and represent clearly and freely the principles we hold to be most expedient for the welfare of the fatherland. These principles have come into conflict with the principles of the present government. This trend has resulted in the suppression of the newspaper by force. I now ask, will the original independent frame of mind of the company be maintained? Even if the majority does not agree with the way in which the trend is carried out, there will surely be no conflict over the guiding principle. Herr Kamp: If I have understood Herr Hontheim correctly, he believes that a discussion of legality or illegality could not yield any result. I share this view and am in favor of a petition to His Majesty. But I cannot say that I agree with the version which has just been proposed. It seems to me that the main question today is whether the shareholders approve the trend and principles, in regard to content and form, which the Rheinischen has followed up to now. Mention was made earlier of the opposition press. I can conceive of such a press only in a constitutional state, and not in our monarchical state. We owe our freedoms to an act of grace, and if we use this freedom with moderation, our views will often find gracious acceptance. In speaking to me, many high-placed officials have praised the trend of the Rheinische. Appendices 717. Zeitung, but censured its tone, form, blunt mode of expression. If the shareholders now approve the tone, it will have to be maintained. If they do not approve the form and tone, this disapproval will easily lead to a change that will please the ministers. We all desire a frank discussion of home and foreign affairs. Let the meeting only decide how this frank discussion should be understood. Jung: The general meeting has no right to criticize the form of frank discussion. The managers are the business leaders of the Rheinischen. The newspaper has prospered in its present form, it has gained a surprising number of readers with astonishing rapidity. That is the result of the work of the present leaders, hence from the commercial standpoint we certainly stand justified. However, I do not want in any way to reject a discussion of the trend. I repeat, gentlemen, our newspaper was and had to be a partisan newspaper, from the point of view both of conviction and of commercial interest. The result that has been achieved was possible only along the lines that were adopted. The Rheinischen has become the citadel of the liberal tendency in Germany. But without passion there can be no struggle. Then no call, whether to go forward or back, is of any avail. In battle it is the moment that decides. Singly, gentlemen, you cannot reproach us with anything. Either you reject us entirely, or you accept us. Herr Seligman: The Rheinischen does not seek any financial gain, but only to represent a definite trend. Hence the meeting is entitled to ask the managers, have you represented our trends? The Leipziger Zeitung, gentlemen, has been suppressed by an order of His Majesty. 217 How much more is the suppression of the Rheinischen bound to have taken place with the agreement of His Majesty? Under these circumstances, I do not expect any success from a petition. I tell you frankly that it is my conviction that the Rheinischen has not been in accord with the just demands of the state authority. We must now retreat within the bounds marked out for us by the state. Proceeding from this standpoint we can then claim the right to further development. Since in fighting for principles we have failed to take account of the obtaining situation, the general meeting today must demand from the managers that they return to within the bounds set to free discussion by the authority. If the present managers do not want to do this, the general 718 appendices meeting must elect new managers. We must promise here to return to the above-mentioned bounds in order to ensure the continuance of the newspaper. Herr Oppenheim: We all want, if possible, to ward off the blow struck at the Renunstiegszeitung. According to the express wording of the statute, we are not entitled today to criticize the trend of the Renunstiegszeitung. The shareholders have renounced the right to determine the trend. The general meeting is empowered only to renew the board of directors. Even the most zealous supporters of the Renunstiegszeitung will surely admit that at times the form has been somewhat blunt and has given offense in Berlin. The proposal of the last speaker would result in the dissolution of the company. It seems to me that we can and must modify the petition. If the sword of authority is directed against us, we must submit. Let us acknowledge on the steps of the throne that we shareholders do not approve the somewhat blunt character of the newspaper, but that we claim for ourselves the rights that exist, and on this basis request His Majesty to lift the ban. It can surely be presumed that such a petition will secure the desired decision. We can indeed safely expect that the managers and the board will in future avoid bluntness. Herr Mulhans. I must insist that the company should declare whether it agrees with the trend of the newspaper and the form in which it is carried out. Only then will it be possible to draft a petition in a particular spirit. Herr Oppenheim. How can we decide on the trend by a majority vote? The managers and the board of directors can reject such a decision. But what would a disapproval of the present trend lead to? The present Renunstiegszeitung would perish and another newspaper quite alien to the present so successful one would take its place. The question now is what wisdom dictates in order to ensure continuance. Herr Mulhans. I am firmly convinced that the result of a vote will be unanimous approval of the trend. Only the form can be a matter for dispute. Herr Leist. Is the editorial board still of the opinion that it is impossible to make any change in the form? If it is, then I oppose any petition to His Majesty as a completely useless step. It must surely be possible for men who are confident of the truth of their convictions to express them in warm and persuasive. Appendices 719. Terms instead of caustic and sarcastic language. I do not fail to recognize the difficulty of modifying the language of certain personalities. Burgers. The view that the reason for the suppression of the Renunstiegszeitung is to be sought in its form seems to me erroneous. There is not a word of that in the ministerial edict. Quite different accusations are cast at us. One could presume that these principles were advanced merely as an excuse and that nevertheless the form was the real reason for the ban. But, unfortunately, everything that has taken place in the entire life of the state over the past year proves that the trend which has raised the Renunstiegszeitung as its standard is everywhere being consistently suppressed and reduced to silence. I am convinced that the ministerial edict must either meet with the complete disapproval of the king or the Renunstiegszeitung with its present principles must cease to exist. Burgers. Gentlemen, we are concerned for something higher than money. We have sought to assert a principle. This principle we cannot renounce. Hahn. Whatever the views, in any case wisdom requires that the shareholders should censure the bluntness of form. Hahn. Herr Burgers has stated that it is not the form, but errors of trend, that the ministries condemn. We as shareholders have only two parties, the managers and board of directors and the ministries. Can these two parties unite without giving up something of their basic principles? The theme for this has been given by the proposal advanced by Dr. Clayson. Should the petition, as presented to us, be signed or should it perhaps be modified? I propose as an amendment that the shareholders intercede with the ministers to secure that the Renunstiegszeitung be allowed to continue to exist under the present double censorship for a further 3 months from April 1. Herr Kamphausen. It will be inevitable to have to bring personal influence to bear in the Residency. Only in this way can we learn the demands of the ministry. Herr Meyer. The board of directors sees nothing offensive in adopting the wise course of disavowing the blunt tone of the Renunstiegszeitung. But how can we make an application for a further 3 months' existence to the ministers whose edict has attacked our honor, our rights, in the severest possible way? In its present shape, indeed, the Renunstiegszeitung is so crippled that its continued existence in this shape can only destroy the reputation it once won. 720 Appendices. Herr Haas. I repeat the question of a previous speaker whether the managers and members of the board of directors will not allow their view to be modified in any way by the clearly expressed opinion of the general meeting. No sacrifice should be made that could threaten the honor of the leading persons. I am against any personal intervention in Berlin. Such a step would certainly be fruitless. The ministry will not accept instruction. The time is not yet ripe for that. Herr Kaufmann. We all want to preserve the newspaper. To blame the trend will get us nowhere. I should like justificatory grounds to be inserted in the petition. Herr Heinzen. I think that the company is in agreement on the following points: that the rights of the shareholders have been infringed by the ministerial edict, even if we do not approve the trend represented by the managers and the board. The newspaper's trend can be discussed at the next general meeting, which has to renew the board of directors. If we assume that the board has done wrong, it will be a matter of offering the ministry's guarantees now, and the prospect of these guarantees can be held out by reference to the forthcoming new elections. This is the sole guarantee we can offer. I propose that the following be inserted in today's petition. Herr Seligman. Gentlemen, I propose that the plan of a petition to the King be dropped altogether, and that, instead of a direct petition to the King, a petition be made to the censorship ministries and submitted through Herr von Gerlach. The censorship ministries will certainly not decide without previous consultation. If we keep to the regular procedure through the chain of instances, loss of time is inevitable. A direct petition seems to me unconstitutional, because we would be bypassing the lower instances and applying at once to the highest instance. This unconstitutional step would offend the ministries. Therefore I propose that a petition be made to those ministries, all the more because there is no hope that His Majesty will disapprove of the steps taken by his ministries. Herr Kamp. Let us consider first of all the competence and powers of the shareholders. We were told this morning that the shareholders have to decide only on the commercial circumstances of the company. Now the shareholders are being attributed further rights in accordance with the statute. Let us first establish the rights of the shareholders. I move that a decision be taken whether the shareholders are authorized to adopt a decision on the trend of the newspaper. Appendices 721. Herr Oppenheim. The shareholders are entitled to draw up a petition in any sense they choose. If it is to be drawn up in a way that is incompatible with our honor, with our convictions, it cannot be demanded that we should sign it. It seems to me that from the standpoint of the shareholders' interests the moment for a disapproving statement has been badly chosen. Although one may condemn the blunt form, one should bear in mind that the freer development of the press is still new, and that mistakes are inevitable in every new institution. Herr Haas. I should like to see no opposition between managers, board of directors and shareholders. Let us seek to bring about a development of all interests for the good of the institution. Herr Oppenheim. We are quite prepared to put the composition of the petition in your hands, without thereby making you responsible for any action taken by the administration. Herr Leist. The rights of the shareholders have been conceived too narrowly. In accordance with the statute, the general meeting has the right to judge the board of directors, and indirectly the managers. Herr Oppenheim. I did not want to deny the shareholders' right to criticize the administration, but I do deny their right to intervene in the measures of the administration. Herr Jung. The general meeting can very easily say in the petition that it wishes to use its influence with the editorial board in order to bring about a change in the sense desired by the ministry. Herr Kamp. For that very reason there must first be a decision on the powers of the general meeting. Herr Jung. The general meeting cannot compel the managers to conform to a particular trend. The general meeting can only exert its influence indirectly, through the election of the board of directors. Herr Chissen. The managers have stated that they are prepared to resign if the ministry demands concessions that are incompatible with their convictions, in the event of the general meeting approving these concessions. I permit myself to propose the following amendment to the petition submitted this morning. Herr Haas. The general meeting is entitled to express approval or disapproval, and I must speak out most definitely for the maintenance of this right. Herr Seligman. Hitherto the Renunkszeitung has indeed 722 appendices are to spread constitutional ideas and to achieve participation of the masses in legislation, and should the masses today have no right to exert influence, the administration is only a derivation of the will of the general meeting, and this will can always be asserted. Herr Camphausen. I, too, believe that the managers and the board have not had a sufficiently clear conception of their powers and those of the general meeting. I am of the opinion that the competence of the general meeting is far more extensive than the managers believe, but I do not attach any practical importance to the question. If on some occasion a general meeting were to express disapproval, I believe the result would always be the same, whether its competence were disputed or not. The question will only be, does the general meeting want to accept the petition with or without amendments? Herr von Honthiam. The right of the general meeting to take decisions cannot, I think, be disputed. In the statute, of course, nothing is laid down about the trend, nothing as to whether the trend of the shareholders should be realized by the management. But such a premise is provided by the matter itself. I consider Herr Heinzen's proposal the most suitable now for giving effect to the powers of the shareholders. Nevertheless, that proposal seems to me impracticable because we shall hardly find new members for the board of directors. I repeat my proposal that the ministry should be asked to permit a 3 months extension from April 1st. I think that the double censorship can be no obstacle whatever to the continued existence of the newspaper. Herr Fay. We have not assembled here in order to interpret the statute. We have gathered here in order to decide on definite steps and measures. First of all then, I put the question, should a petition be addressed directly to the king? The meeting unanimously replied to this question in the affirmative. Herr Fay. Should the memorandum read out today be submitted along with the petition? By a majority vote the general meeting resolved to adopt the memorandum. Herr Fay. Should the petition be adopted in its present form, or should it be modified by amendments? The general meeting decided first of all to put to the vote the amendments raised in the discussion. In accordance with this decision, Herr Dr. Chissen proposed the following amendment. Appendices 723. By a majority vote, the general meeting approved the insertion of this amendment. Dr. Marx, Jung, and Burgers opposed this amendment. Herr Kamp moved that the passage referring to the company's considerable financial sacrifice be deleted. Herr Kamp abstained from voting on this amendment. Herr Fay then moved that the petition be voted on, inclusive of the amendment put forward. The general meeting decided by a majority vote to adopt the petition as thus modified. Herr Fay. Will the general meeting now express its opinion whether the petition should be presented personally to His Majesty by a deputation, or whether it should be sent through the post? Herr Fay moves that, in the event of the general meeting declaring for presentation by a deputation, a commission be elected to negotiate with the members of the company delegated to form the deputation. Herr Kamp has no hope of any success from the deputation. Herr Jung. I entirely agree with Herr Kamp. The ministry will demand concessions to which we cannot agree, and put forward greater demands to a deputation than if the matter were handled in a different way. Herr Chissen declares in favor of a deputation, since that would also settle the question of Herr Honthiam's amendment concerning the request for a 3-month stay of execution. Herr von Rath declared for the deputation in order thereby to achieve at any rate an extension of the period. Herr Burgers. The reputation of the newspaper in the eyes of the public will certainly be endangered by a deputation. Opinion on the step taken by Herr Brockhaus III in Berlin is already a sufficient criterion in this respect. Herr von Honthiam moved that one of the friends of the Renunkszeitung be entrusted with the presentation of the petition in Berlin. Herr Camphausen. I do not share Herr Burger's view. Moreover, it does not seem to me necessary to endow the deputation with plenipotentiary powers. Herr von Honthiam. Everything will depend on the selection of the persons. Herr Fay. I put it to the vote whether the petition should be presented by a deputation. The minutes book has here, of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, ed. 724 Appendices. Herr Haas supported the motion of Herr von Hohenthiem. Herr Jung. I do not regard it as a misfortune if the Rheineszeitung ceases on April 1, even if the ban is lifted later. The Rheineszeitung as such would then arise anew in its true nature and would certainly at once regain its readership. But it will surely lose its readers if it continues a drab and impotent vegetative existence dependent on gracious permission and a double censorship. Von Hohenthiem considered that it was a matter for the managers and the board to decide whether to send a deputation or not, and also that the choice of the persons concerned should be left entirely to them. In the voting on whether a deputation should be appointed or not, 61 votes were cast for the appointment of a deputation, and 53 votes against. Accordingly, it was decided by a majority vote to appoint a deputation. In accordance with this decision, the General Meeting commissioned the managers to send a deputation at the company's cost. The managers accepted this commission with the reservation that they would send the petition in writing if they were unable to find a suitable deputation within the next 8 days. Following this decision, the chairman, Herr Fay, declares today's meeting closed. Cologne, February 12, 1843. G. Mevissen, in charge of the minutes. M. Kaufmann, K. Stuck, Wilhelm Boisserie, Heinzen, H. Hahn, I. Burgers, G. Fay, G. Mollenkrot. First published in Rheinische und printed according to the original Akten zur Geschichte der politischen Bewegung published in English for the first Gung 1830-1850, IBD, Essen, 1919 time. Humble petition from the shareholders of the Rheineszeitung Company for the continuance of the Rheineszeitung 218. Most excellent, most powerful King, most gracious King and Lord. The High Royal Ministries in charge of censorship have ordered, by a rescript of January 21 of this year, the closure as from April 1 of the Rheineszeitung, published here in Cologne, and thereby threatened with ruin a concern which was founded by the undersigned, not without a considerable financial sacrifice, in order first of all to meet an urgent need of their native city, but was also meant, with your Majesty's protection and trusting in your Royal Majesty's noble-minded intentions, to act as a free and independent mouthpiece of public opinion fearlessly and unselfishly for the honor and interests of the fatherland. The undersigned believe that they have proved in a memorandum, which they lay in the most profound submission on the steps of your Majesty's throne, that this decision of the high censorship authorities is impaired not only by a formal defect, but also that it is contrary both to the spirit of all previous legislation pertaining to the press and to your Majesty's lofty intentions. In order to meet the desires of the high censorship authorities, your most humble subjects, the undersigned, will use the influence accorded to them by the stipulations of the statute which they humbly enclose to ensure that the tone of the newspaper is moderate and dignified and that every possible offense is avoided, and therefore they all the more confidently express the following most respectful request. May it please your Royal Majesty, by rescinding the ministerial rescript issued by the High Ministries in charge of censorship on 726 appendices. January 21 of this year, to order the unhindered continuance of the Rheineszeitung. We remain most humbly your Majesty's loyal subjects, the shareholders of the Rheineszeitung Company. Cologne, February 12, 1843. Then follow the shareholders' signatures 3. Published in full for the first time, printed according to the original, published in English for the first time. The following signatures are given in Marx's hand. Dr. Marx for himself and on behalf of Dr. Schleicher, practicing physician from Trier. Dr. Venzlius, practicing physician ditto Seto, merchant ditto Klentgen, landowner ditto Mitweg, lawyer ditto. Ed. Jenny von Westphalen to Karl Marx. In Cologne. Kreuznach, March 1843. Although at the last conference of the two great powers nothing was stipulated on a certain point, nor any treaty concluded on the obligation of initiating a correspondence, and consequently no external means of compulsion exist, Nevertheless the little scribe with the pretty curls feels inwardly compelled to open the ball, and indeed with feelings of the deepest, sincerest love and gratitude towards you, my dear, good and only sweetheart. I think you had never been more lovable and sweet and charming, and yet every time after you had gone I was in a state of delight and would always have liked to have you back again to tell you once more how much, how wholly, I love you. But still, the last occasion was your victorious departure. I do not know at all how dear you were to me in the depths of my heart when I no longer saw you in the flesh and only the true image of you in all angelic mildness and goodness, sublimity of love and brilliance of mind was so vividly present to my mind. If you were here now, my dearest Karl, what a great capacity for happiness you would find in your brave little woman. And should you come out with ever so bad a leaning, and ever such wicked intentions, I would not resort to any reactionary measures. I would patiently bow my head and surrender it to the wicked knave. What, how? Light, what, how light? Do you still remember our twilight conversations, our guessing games, our hours of slumber? Hearts beloved, how good, how loving, how considerate, how joyful you were. How brilliant, how triumphant, I see you before me, how my heart longs for your constant presence, how it quivers for you with delight and enchantment, how anxiously it follows you on all the paths you take. To Pastridier, to Merton in Gold, to Paparuga, to Pansa, everywhere I accompany you, I precede you and I follow you. If only I could level and make smooth all your paths, and sweep away everything that might be an obstacle to you. But then it does not fall to our lot that we also should be allowed to interfere actively in the workings of fate. We have been condemned to passivity by the fall of man, by Madame Eve's sin. Our lot lies in waiting, hoping, enduring, suffering. At the most we are entrusted with knitting stockings, with needles, keys, and everything beyond that is evil. Only when it is a question of deciding where the Deutsche Jahrbucher asterisk is to be printed 219 does a feminine veto intervene and invisibly play something of a small main role. This evening I had a tiny little idea about Strasbourg. Would not a return to the homeland be forbidden you if you were to betray Germany to France in this way, and would it not be possible also that the liberal sovereign power would tell you definitely, emigrate then, or rather stay away if you do not like it in my states? But all that, as I have said, is only an idea, and our old friend Ruga will certainly know what has to be done, especially when a private little chick lurks like this in the background, and comes out with a separate petition. Let the matter rest, therefore, in Father Abraham's bosom. This morning, when I was putting things in order, returning the draftsmen to their proper place, collecting the cigar butts, sweeping up the ash, and trying to destroy the Althoscan, I came across the enclosed page. You have dismembered our friend Ludwig and left a crucial page here. If you are already past it in your reading, there is no hurry, but for the worthy bookbinder, in case it is to be bound, it is urgently needed. The whole work would be spoilt. You have certainly scattered some more pages. It would be a nuisance and a pity. Do look after the loose pages. Now I must tell you about the distress and misfortune I had immediately after you went away. I saw at once that you had not paid any attention to your dear nose and left it at the mercy of wind and weather and air, and all the vicissitudes of fate, without taking a helpful handkerchief with you. That, in the first place, gave me grave concern. In the second place, the barber dropped in. I thought of putting it to great advantage and with rare amiability I asked him how much the hair doctor owed him. The answer was 2 silver groschen. I quickly did the sum in my head and 2 groschen were saved. I had no small change and I therefore gave him 8 silver groschen in good faith that he would give me change. But what did the scoundrel do? He thanked me, pocketed the whole sum, my 6 pfennigs were gone and I could whistle for them. I was still on the point of reproving him, but either he did not understand my glance of distress or Mother 3 tried to soothe me. In short, the 6 pfennigs were gone as all good things go. That was a disappointment. Now I come to a matter of dress. I went out this morning and I saw many new pieces of lace at Wolf's shop. If you cannot get them cheap or get someone else to choose them, then I ask you, sweetheart, to leave the matter in my hands. In general, sweetheart, I would really prefer at present that you did not buy anything and saved your money for the journey. You see, sweetheart, I shall then be with you and we shall be buying together, and if someone cheats us, then at least it will happen in company. So, sweetheart, don't buy anything now. That applies also to the wreath of flowers. I am afraid you would have to pay too much, and to look for it together would indeed be very nice. If you won't give up the flowers, let them be rose-colored. That goes best with my green dress. But I would prefer you to drop the whole business. Surely, sweetheart, that would be better. You can do that only when you are my dear lawful, church-wed husband. And one thing more, before I forget. Look for my last letter. I should be annoyed if it got into anyone else's hands. Its tendency is not exactly well-meaning, and its intentions are unfathomably malevolent. Were you barked at as a deserter when you jumped in? Or did they temper justice with mercy? Has Oppenheim come back and is Clayson still in a bit of a rage? I shall send Lafarge on as soon as I can. 220 Have you already delivered the letter of bad news to E.B.? Are the passport people willing? Dearest sweetheart, those are incidental questions, now I come to the heart of the matter. Did you behave well on the steamer, or was there again a Madame Herman on board? You bad boy. I am going to drive it out of you. Always on the steamboats. I shall have an interdiction imposed immediately on wanderings of this kind in the Contrat Social, in our marriage papers, and such enormities will be severely punished. I shall have all the cases specified and punishment imposed for them, and I shall make a second marriage law similar to the penal code. I shall show you all right. Yesterday evening I was dead tired again, but all the same I ate an egg. Food shares, therefore, are not doing so badly and are going up like the Dusseldorf shares. When you come, it is to be hoped they will be at par, and the state guarantees the interest. However, adieu now. Parting is painful. It pains the heart. Goodbye, my one and only beloved, black sweet, little hubby. What, how? Ah. You knavish face. Talata, goodbye, write soon, Talata. First published in, Marx/Engels, Werke, printed according to the original Ergänzungsband, 1, Thiel, Berlin, 1968. Published in English for the first time.